Chapter 2172. It is your honor to be able to become this young master's food. Who wants to go first? Cheongchi looked around fiercely and asked in a deep voice. No one dared to answer. Everyone from the Emperor realm was pale, their bodies trembling as they felt extremely depressed. Not speaking. Cheongchi said sarcastically, "If you don't speak, then this young master will choose one at random. You can't escape, it's just a matter of time. Don't be afraid, Master Xiao." Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's Vice President Lu Qi couldn't help but shout as he looked eagerly at Xiao Yuyang, as if he was pinning his hopes on him. Xiao Yuyang's face darkened as he realized that it was too late to act now. He could only summon a golden mirror-like object. As soon as this object appeared, it suddenly exploded. At the same time that the mirror-like thing exploded, a gentle pressure as deep as the sea descended from the sky, and a stalwart figure slowly emerged from the shattered space. Everyone turned their heads to look, and their faces couldn't help but turn solemn as they bowed respectfully towards this figure. This person wore a jade crown, and his figure was tall and straight like a mountain. His aura was deep and unfathomable. When he appeared, his figure was illusory, so it was obviously not a physical body. But in the next moment, two solid eyes pierced through the void and fixed directly on Cheongchi. Even someone as strong as Cheongchi couldn't help restraining his aura and coldly snorted. The souls of the great emperors have descended? He could feel the aura that only the great emperors possessed from this illusory figure, so he naturally understood who this person was. This was clearly the soul of the great emperors, the overlords of this world. They were like the two most dazzling balls of light in the darkness. Cheongchi focused all of his attention on the great emperor. The great emperors were also paying close attention to the other party. This king didn't know. There is still Cheongchi in this world. Ming Yu suddenly said, "Humph." Cheongchi didn't back down and said coldly, "When I was free and unfettered, you weren't even born yet. Why are you pretending to be a big shot in front of me?" It looked like it didn't put Mingyu in its eyes at all. It said in disdain, "What? You think I'm afraid of a mere soul? One man and one beast." As the words collided, it was as if there was a substantial fluctuation of energy. The collision caused the void to collapse and pressure filled the sky. Tiny spatial cracks swam in all directions, and in an instant the world lost all light. Sand and stones flew everywhere, and the nameless valley was on the verge of collapsing. Xiao Yuyang and the others didn't dare to utter a single word. Everyone stood there with solemn expressions, secretly circulating their origin energy to resist the terrifying pressure coming from all directions. "Master Cheongchi, you must be joking." As one of the few experts in the world, Ming Yu did not mind Cheongchi's arrogant attitude at all. Instead, she smiled and said, "Ming Yu just wants to congratulate Master for finally regaining your freedom and breaking free." Cheongchi's eyes darkened. He shouted in a low voice, "What do you know?" Ming Yu said, "When I was young, I heard that the flowing time great emperor master had a playmate, divine spirit, Cheongchi. Unfortunately, after the flowing time great emperor master passed away, this playmate disappeared without a trace. After tens of thousands of years, I wonder if master still remembers those happy times? The flowing time great emperor." Cheongchi seemed to have been awakened by Ming Yu's words. His arrogant and violent aura gradually disappeared, and his pair of burning beast eyes were filled with reminiscence. Ming Yu stood there quietly, not intending to disturb him. Xiao Yuyang and the others didn't dare to move. After a long time, Ming Yu said, "I wonder if Master Cheongchi is willing to come to my Star Soul Palace for a chat. This queen has a relic left by the flowing time great emperor master. Perhaps I can give it to Master." "Humph, it's useless to flatter me." Cheongchi shook his head and snorted, then said, "This master is hungry." Mingyu smiled and said, "I will prepare it for Master." "That's more like it," Cheongchi said in a loud voice. since you've invited me so sincerely. Then I'll give you some face and pay you a visit. Mingyu awaits Master's good news. This is the location of my Star Soul Palace. Saying so, Mingyu stretched out her hand and pointed in front of her. From her fingertip, a white light slowly flew out and arrived in front of Cheongchi. Cheongchi swallowed it in one gulp, stood in place and pondered for a moment, then turned in a different direction and disappeared in a blaze of fire. After Cheongchi left, Xiao Yuyang and the others breathed a sigh of relief. A cool breeze blew over, and a sticky chill ran down their backs. Mingyu turned around and glanced at everyone, but didn't say anything. With a shake of her body, she turned into countless streaks of white light and disappeared from this world. "Farewell, Master." Everyone from the Emperor realm bowed and said. After a long while, these 6 from the Emperor realm slowly straightened up and looked at each other, seeing the fear in each other's eyes. They were all masters in this world, but ever since they ascended to the Emperor realm, there had never been a day like today where they were so close to death. "It's all thanks to Master Xiao, otherwise today's matter," San Yuan said with a lingering fear. "And if it weren't for Master Xiao, I'm afraid we would have been buried here today." Lu Qi also nodded in agreement. Xiao Yuyang's mouth twitched as he smiled bitterly. It was the great emperors who saved us. It wasn't this Xiao's credit. However, with Cheongchi's appearance, I'm afraid the Southern Territory will be plagued with disasters again. Everyone's hearts couldn't help sinking when they heard him say this. Cheongchi was a ferocious beast, and it represented disaster and war. Its appearance would definitely set off some unpredictable and extremely ferocious tides. Everyone secretly decided in their hearts that when they returned to the sect, they would definitely report this matter to the sect leader so that they could take precautions early. In the Four Seasons realm, Yang Kai moved forward alone, crossing the Two Seasons mountain range and heading towards the Winter Territory. Not long ago, while he and Morong Xiao Xiao were waiting in the Two Seasons mountain range, the latter had contacted Xiao by through the sect's communication artifact. After meeting each other, Xiao Bai naturally didn't give Yang Kai any face. After all, although Yang Kai had defeated Xiao Bai on the Dao discussion stage, he had also cut off Xiao Bai's path to continue exploring and obtaining opportunities. If not for this, in the final palace where the treasures were snatched, Xiao Bai would have occupied at least one of the spots. Perhaps he would have obtained some incredible gains. Yang Kai knew that Xiao Bai had a knot in his heart, so he didn't stay for long. After informing the other two, he set off for the Winter Territory alone. Halfway there, he took out the fiery red bead to observe, but he couldn't figure out what this bead was used for, no matter how he probed it with his divine sense or poured his source chi into it. This bead didn't respond at all. In desperation, Yang Kai could only put it into his space ring for the time being. At this moment, the Two Seasons mountain range was calm. He didn't know if it was because of the appearance of the flowing time temple not long ago, or because of the appearance of Cheongchi, but Yang Kai didn't encounter a single monster beast along the way. 2 days later, he successfully crossed the Two Seasons mountain range. In front of him was a completely different world. What entered his eyes was white, wrapped in silver. Heavy snow was falling, and the snow on the ground was more than a dozen feet thick. As soon as he stepped into this place, the omnipresent cold wrapped around his body and poured into his body through his pores, freezing his blood and condensing his soul. Yang Kai braved the wind and snow. They explored this world filled with white. In the Four Seasons realm, the natural environment of each territory was completely different. In the Summer Territory, the sun was scorching and the temperature was extremely high, but in the Winter Territory, it was a completely different world from the Summer Territory. The environment where the tribulation fruit grew was extremely cold, and in the Winter Territory's environment, it was indeed easy for such a spirit fruit to grow. Yang Kai held a glimmer of hope and didn't feel that this exploration was difficult. He walked all the way through the Winter Territory, trekking over mountains and rivers. Although he occasionally made some gains, They were all rare spirit flowers and strange fruits, and he didn't see any trace of the tribulation fruit. The omnipresent cold made the source chi in his body drain at least 20% faster than usual. In desperation, he could only summon Lu Yen to travel with him. Lu Yen was a fire attribute artifact spirit and had swallowed all kinds of mysterious flames, so she was naturally not afraid of this trivial cold. Not only that, when she stayed by Yang Kai's side, Yang Kai didn't feel much of the cold. Lu Yen also very considerately stayed close to Yang Kai, constantly using her own heat to dispel the cold around Yang Kai. Unlike the other territory, there seemed to be very few traces of people in the winter territory. Even if a cultivator was teleported here when they first entered, they would probably find a way to leave this damned place in the shortest time possible. Unless Yang Kai had a special purpose and had no choice but to come to the winter territory, it was likely that no one would stay in this environment for long. So Yang Kai stayed here for several days, but didn't see a single person. In the entire winter territory, it seemed that he was the only one who existed. 3 days later, somewhere in the winter territory, Yang Kai looked around with a blank expression. He had been completely lost in this silver-white world, and at this moment he couldn't even figure out his direction. For a powerhouse like him, it was basically impossible for such a situation to occur, but the environment in the winter territory was really too harsh and special. Even Yang Kai couldn't walk freely here and remember the way. When he looked back, he saw that the footprints he had just left had been covered by snow. "What's wrong?" Lu Yen asked with concern. "Well, I seem to be lost," Yang Kai replied calmly. Lu Yen pursed her lips and smiled. "There's such a thing. It doesn't matter. At worst, I'll just keep flying in one direction, and I'll get out of here eventually." Speaking of this, Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. But searching aimlessly like this, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to find anything. "Unfortunately, I can't help you with anything," Lu Yen replied sadly. Yang Kai grinned. "Staying by my side is the biggest help you can get." The corners of Lu Yan's mouth raised, evoking a smile. The next moment, she suddenly cried out in surprise. Yang Kai noticed that something was wrong and hurriedly looked at her. Lu Yen stood there, her beautiful eyes staring in a certain direction, her expression constantly changing. After a long time, she said, "Master, I seem to have found something very interesting." "What is it?" Yang Kai asked. "Wait for me, I'll be back soon." Saying so, Lu Yen turned into a streak of flame and shot forward. Not long after, she fell into a snowy peak in front of them and disappeared. Chapter 2173. In the wind and snow, Yang Kai stood in place and waited for 3 hours before Lu Yen returned from the ice peak. Seeing her mysterious look, Yang Kai couldn't help but be interested and asked, "What did you do there?" Lu Yen didn't answer, but said to the side, "Come out, don't be afraid." Wherever she looked, there was nothing at all. Yang Kai was stunned, but he also knew that Lu Yen wouldn't tease him, so he held his breath and carefully observed the place. Unfortunately, he still found nothing. Lu Yen said helplessly, "Master, wait a moment, it still seems a little timid. Let me talk to it." After saying that, Lu Yen squatted down and stared at the bottom of the snow with her beautiful eyes. Her divine sense surged, as if she was communicating with someone. After a long time without any response, Lu Yen suddenly became a little annoyed. Her face darkened, and she said coldly, "If you don't come out, I'll melt you." As soon as she said that, a piece of flat snow suddenly protruded, as if something was coming out from below. Yang Kai couldn't help but widen his eyes to observe, secretly surprised. Not long after, the snow flew out. Something suddenly shot out from under the snow, turned into a streamer and danced in the air. Although it was fast, Yang Kai still saw it clearly. It was a palm-sized snowflake. However, this snowflake was different from ordinary snowflakes. It seemed to have a certain degree of spirituality, as if it had its own thoughts. Not only that, but there were flame-like lines on the surface of its body, constantly burning. The surrounding air was distorted. "What is this?" Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out. He asked in surprise. Lu Yen said, "I don't know, but it should be something similar to my body." As she spoke, she hooked her finger at the snowflake. The flying snowflake immediately settled down and fell in front of her, but it didn't dare to get too close. Yang Kai looked at the snowflake with interest and found that it was right in the center. There were traces of facial features. Although it was not very clear, there was no doubt that they were facial features. Natural wonder. Yang Kai exclaimed in a low voice. These snowflakes were probably created by the special environment of the realm of winter over the years. In this world, it was likely that no one knew what kind of existence it was. Sort of. Lu Yen nodded. But it's also a kind of ice flame. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to sense its existence. After hearing what she said, Yang Kai immediately understood. Lu Yen himself was the incarnation of a weapon spirit. The essence of this snowflake was probably a kind of heaven and earth unique fire. Therefore, Lu Yen had an inexplicable connection with it. It was just that one was cold and the other was hot, so the little snowflake didn't dare to get close to Lu Yen. Moreover, he was extremely fearful of her. "You brought it here. What do you want to do?" Yang Kai asked strangely. Logically speaking, Lu Yen could completely devour this kind of ice flame. Although the other party's attribute was ice, it had already given birth to wisdom, which was of great use to Lu Yan's growth. But she didn't mean to devour it. Instead, she deliberately brought it in front of Yang Kai, which showed that Lu Yen didn't want to use it to improve her strength. "It's very familiar with this place. We can ask it to help us find things." Lu Yen smiled slightly. "Good idea." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Lu Yen frowned and said, "But its wisdom is very limited, and it's very difficult to communicate with it. I don't know if it will work. It's better than looking for it aimlessly like this." Yang Kai grinned. "As for its effect, we'll know after we try it." While speaking, he looked at the snowflake softly and said, "What good things are here? Take me to find them." The little snowflake was indifferent and quietly suspended in the air. Yang Kai looked embarrassed. He looked at Lu Yen and said, "Can't it understand?" Lu Yen pursed her lips and said with a smile, "It has never seen a living person. How can it understand human language? I can only communicate with it by divine thoughts." With that said, Lu Yen suddenly sent her divine thoughts to the little snowflake. This time, the little snowflake obviously understood something. It shook slightly in the air and suddenly shot in one direction. Yang Kai and Lu Yen looked at each other and immediately followed. After a while, under the guidance of the little snowflake, Yang Kai and Lu Yen came to a valley together. On a snowy ground, the little snowflake stopped and kept circling around one place. "There should be something good here," Lu Yen said. "Let's see." Yang Kai had already started to move while speaking. As he activated his source strength, the snow in that place flew out. After an incense stick worth of time, a huge deep pit appeared. Yang Kai buried his head in it and searched. After a while, he jumped out with a happy face, and there was a spirit grass in his hand that looked like it was carved out of ice and jade. "Good, good." Yang Kai smiled and looked at the little snowflake approvingly. "It's really useful. It's much better than me searching blindly." As if it understood Yang Kai's praise, the little snowflake flew around Yang Kai quickly a few times and immediately fell on his shoulder. Its vague facial features showed a happy expression. Seeing this situation, Yang Kai immediately understood that the little snowflake's mind should be very simple. After all, it was born in this winter territory and had never been in contact with other creatures. Its spiritual world was as pure and flawless as a piece of white paper. Otherwise, how could a casual praise make it so happy? "Do your job well, or I will melt you." Lu Yen played the bad guy at the right time. Her pretty face was cold, and her killing intent was obvious. The little snowflake was scared and shivered. It hid behind Yang Kai and clung to his shoulder, revealing a corner and looking at Lu Yen timidly. Yang Kai couldn't help but stare at Lu Yen. The latter stuck out her tongue at him. When their eyes met, everything was understood without words. After a while, Yang Kai rolled his eyes and said, "Let it take me to find the most valuable thing here. If there is any treasure along the way, don't let it go." Lu Yen nodded and released her divine thoughts to convey Yang Kai's meaning. When the little snowflake received the order, it immediately rushed out and led the way. With this kind of natural treasure leading the way, Yang Kai really saved a lot of trouble. He didn't need to deliberately look for anything. In this snowy land, as long as there was any precious treasure, it couldn't escape the little snowflake's detection. As long as it flew around a certain place a few times, Yang Kai would know that there must be something good under the snow. Along the way, Yang Kai's space ring had many more ice attribute spirit grasses, all of which were Tao source grade, and there were even some Emperor grade spirit grasses. The special environment of the winter territory had created good growth conditions. Many spirit grasses and medicines had not been discovered since the day they were born until now. Under the guidance of the little snowflake, they were collected by Yang Kai. No matter what kind of spirit grass or medicine it was at least 10,000 years old. Yang Kai's harvest was huge. With the contact along the way, the little snowflake seemed to have gradually become familiar with Yang Kai and was no longer as timid as before. Like a newborn child, it was full of curiosity about Yang Kai and would fly around him from time to time, observing Yang Kai from a special angle. However, because Lu Yen had always played the role of the bad guy along the way, threatening from time to time, the little snowflake naturally respected her and didn't dare to approach within 10 meters of Lu Yen. As a result, Yang Kai and Lu Yen had to be separated for a while. Although his harvest was great, to Yang Kai's disappointment, he did not obtain the tribulation fruit. He had obtained several things rarer than the tribulation fruit, but the thing he wanted the most was still missing. He also knew that this kind of thing couldn't be rushed, so he could only go with the flow. A few days later, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and looked at the scene in front of him in surprise. Not far in front of him, there was a sparkling lake, which covered an area of about 10 acres. It was surrounded by mountains, and the scenery was extremely beautiful. What made him extremely surprised was that such a lake actually did not show any signs of freezing. Heavy snow fell from the sky, and as soon as it touched the lake, it melted, as if the lake had some magical power, so that it would never freeze because of the cold. The water was so clear that Yang Kai even saw some strange fish swimming under the water. However, from the big mouths full of fangs, it was obvious that they were not to be trifled with. At this place, the little snowflake stopped moving forward and kept flying around Yang Kai. From its body, a strange emotion was transmitted. After being in contact with the little snowflake for so long, Yang Kai had learned to figure out its thoughts through its behavior. So when he saw it like this, Yang Kai asked thoughtfully, "Are you trying to say that the most precious thing is at the bottom of the lake?" As soon as this statement came out, the little snowflake immediately floated up and down, as if nodding. Yang Kai was certain and nodded. "I'll go take a look." "Master, you must be careful," Lu Yen exhorted with concern. Yang Kai nodded and leapt forward. After arriving at the top of the lake, he observed his surroundings for a moment before diving straight down into the lake. A cultivator, like him, didn't need to worry about his clothes getting wet from the lake water at all. He only needed to circulate his source qi to form a protective barrier around his body, and he could move freely underwater. The pressure of a Tao source realm spread out, and the surrounding fish scattered like birds and beasts. Although the fish at the bottom of the lake looked terrifying, in fact, they didn't have much strength, so naturally they didn't dare to approach. The little snowflake didn't follow him, so Yang Kai didn't know where the so-called most precious thing was, but heading towards the center should be the right choice. So while investigating the surrounding environment, he swam towards the center of the lake. On the shore, Lu Yen watched quietly, her beautiful eyes staring in the direction of Yang Kai, waiting for the slightest situation so she could immediately go to his aid. The little snowflake was floating a few dozen meters away from her, its fuzzy facial features showing a worried expression as it fluttered uneasily from time to time. Chapter 2174. The lake water was cold, but it was still tolerable. Yang Kai went deeper without any surprises or dangers. The surroundings were so quiet that only the sound of his own heartbeat could be heard. Suddenly, Yang Kai seemed to have sensed something and stared in a certain direction. Over there was the sound of splashing water, and what Yang Kai saw was even more unbelievable. In the center of the lake, there was actually a woman bathing in the lake. This woman had soft black hair, picturesque features, a delicate face, and exposed shoulders. When the heat of her body came into contact with the cold lake water, a thin layer of mist formed, making her look extremely unreal, as if she was shrouded in a layer of mist. The surface of the lake was sparkling, and the clear lake water reflected the part of this woman's body that was immersed in the water, making one's blood boil and daydream endlessly. At this moment, this woman was holding a soft hand slightly, and the other hand was scooping up water in front of her, slowly wiping her snow-white and flawless skin, as if she didn't notice Yang Kai's arrival. However, when Yang Kai's gaze was cast over, the other party obviously sensed it and hurriedly turned her head to look at him. That pair of beautiful eyes were as bright as the stars, emitting a different kind of light, making one unable to look away after a single glance, as if they were about to sink into them. When their eyes met, Yang Kai's expression froze. On the other hand, the woman pursed her lips and smiled, revealing a soul-stirring smile. A layer of halo that couldn't be seen by the naked eye spread out from that side, enveloping Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression became even more sluggish. The woman grinned, and that smile suddenly became incomparably ferocious. She immediately opened her mouth, the originally small cherry mouth under this grin. It actually turned into a huge, ferocious mouth, biting towards Yang Kai fiercely. Even though there was a distance of more than a dozen zhang between them, this huge, ferocious mouth swallowed Yang Kai whole, and even swallowed a lot of the lake water where Yang Kai was. When the huge mouth closed, the scene where the woman was twisted and changed. There was no longer the scene of a beauty coming out of the bath. Instead, it was replaced by a strange-looking exotic beast that was chewing on something. This exotic beast was truly indescribable. Its entire body was in the shape of a sphere, with a diameter of around 30 to 40 feet. Its body was pitch black, and there were a dozen pairs of eyes densely covering its body, as well as 7 or 8 tentacle-like tentacles. It kept dancing. On the shore, Lu Yen, who had been paying close attention to Yang Kai's movements, saw this scene and couldn't help but become gloomy. However, she didn't show too much worry because she could feel that Yang Kai was fine. On the contrary, little Snowflake was startled. It started to fly at high speed. He seemed to want to rescue Yang Kai, but he didn't dare to. He, a monster beast that's proficient in divine soul attacks, is really rare. Yang Kai's voice came from somewhere in the void like a ghost. In the next moment, his figure appeared, standing on top of the round beast's head, looking completely unharmed. When the scene of the woman bathing appeared in his field of vision, Yang Kai felt that something was wrong. In this damned place, which sex-female disciple would take a bath in peace? Even the Tao Source realm cultivator, who entered the Four Seasons realm, didn't have the leisure to do so. At first, he thought that the woman-like existence was some kind of monster beast, but after being attacked, he suddenly realized that it was a kind of divine soul attack. The beauty bathing was just an illusion that appeared in front of him after he was attacked. It was just that this illusion was so real that even Yang Kai couldn't see through it immediately. After figuring this out, it was naturally easier to deal with it. When the real fatal attack arrived, he could escape with a single teleport. As soon as Yang Kai's voice fell, the exotic beast that was chewing on something in its mouth suddenly stopped, and the dozen pairs of eyes on its ball-like body looked towards Yang Kai. Immediately, it opened its mouth wide and spat out the lake water in its mouth. Somewhere in front of its body, a mouth-like existence split open, revealing dense fangs and letting out a roar. The sound gathered into a wave that was visible to the naked eye and spread in all directions, causing the calm lake surface to ripple in an instant. On the surface of Yang Kai's body, Source Chi emerged, resisting the inexplicable attack of the sound wave while emitting a halo of light. Second order Tao Source Realm. Yang Kai scanned with his divine sense and understood the level and strength of this monster beast. As for the exotic beast, seeing that its sound attack was ineffective, it seemed to be furious. Its dozen pairs of eyes suddenly shrank, and an invisible force rushed out. Yang Kai raised his brow and shouted, "Soul power comparable to a peak Tao Source Realm, Cultivator!" His expression was solemn as his knowledge sea tumbled, and a ferocious spiritual energy poured out, turning into an invisible shock wave that rushed forward. Asterisk Kong, asterisk with a loud bang. Yang Kai's body shook, and he couldn't help but stumble back a few steps, a sharp pain in his head. The exotic beast didn't fare any better, its round body convulsing and trembling violently as its tentacles danced about, letting out miserable howls from its mouth. A collision between divine senses was the most dangerous and unpredictable. This exotic beast didn't put Yang Kai in its eyes because it was proficient in soul attacks, so Yang Kai naturally couldn't show weakness to his enemy. He had the soul-warming lotus, so he wasn't afraid of using his spiritual energy to fight head-on with his opponent. In this confrontation, neither man nor beast managed to gain any advantage. However, Yang Kai had the soul-warming lotus to mitigate the damage to his soul, so it only took a moment for him to calm down. On the other hand, the exotic beast was still unable to control itself and was trembling violently, as if the collision just now had caused it great damage. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai didn't hesitate. Summoning the Myriad's sword in his hand, Emperor Pressure filled the air as he transformed into a streak of light and slashed forward. Asterisk Chi 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 Chi. Asterisk the long sword swept up thousands of sword lights and shot towards the exotic beast like a storm. Blood instantly dyed the surface of the lake red. The exotic beast howled in pain as its dozen or so pairs of eyes showed a look of horror. Its 7 or 8 tentacles danced about in the air to intercept the omnipresent sword lights. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai's blow failed to kill it. In Yang Kai's opinion, this exotic beast was only a second-order Tao Source Realm cultivator, but its soul was comparable to a peak Tao Source Realm cultivator. With such a powerful soul, its physique couldn't be much stronger. However, the round body was extremely elastic. When the sword light struck, many of the sword chi flew away along the surface of the radiance, causing only a small amount of damage to it. However, the 7 or 8 tentacles were not so lucky and were directly cut into countless pieces, scattering across the lake. This time, the exotic beast looked even uglier. It had completely turned into a round ball with eyes growing all over its body. Seemingly aware of the crisis, the exotic beast didn't intend to fight Yang Kai to the death and instead sank directly to the bottom of the lake, quickly diving downwards. Humph! Yang Kai coldly snorted, boldly daring. He rushed into the lake and chased after the old man. The lake water was extremely clear, and there was blood flowing out along the way, so Yang Kai wasn't worried about losing it. This lake was at least a few dozen meters deep, and the deeper he went, the darker it became, but Yang Kai didn't have to worry about not being able to see it at all. After an incense stick worth of time, Yang Kai followed the tracks to the bottom of the lake and looked forward, raising his brow. He saw the exotic beast sitting quietly at the bottom of the lake, and about a meter or so from the bottom of the lake, there was an altar-like existence with something placed on top of it. It was a bead about the size of a longan, exuding a green glow. The moment Yang Kai saw this bead, his heart couldn't help but tremble, because apart from a different color, this bead was no different from the treasures he had snatched in the flowing time temple. Even the size seemed to be carved from the same mold. It can't be. Yang Kai suddenly had a faint guess in his heart, but he couldn't confirm it. At this moment, the strange beast was standing there quietly, the green bead giving off a dense green light that enveloped it. Under the protection of this green light, the wound that had been inflicted by Yang Kai had completely healed and was no longer bleeding. Of course, the tentacles couldn't grow out for the time being. No matter how strong the vitality of this exotic beast was, it was impossible for it to regenerate a severed limb. This should be the most precious thing in the winter territory. Yang Kai looked at the green bead and thought to himself, little Snowflake had brought him here, and in this lake, apart from the exotic beast, there was only this bead placed on the altar. It couldn't be said that the exotic beast was the most precious thing in the winter territory. Apart from this green bead, there was no other explanation. The arrival of Yang Kai seemed to have alarmed the exotic beast that was healing itself. It didn't need to turn its head, as the dozen pairs of eyes on its body had already discovered Yang Kai's presence. In the next moment, it opened its big mouth and roared threateningly. Unfortunately, having lost its tentacles, it couldn't use any decent killing moves. It could only condense its spiritual energy again and attack Yang Kai through the dozen pairs of eyes. You're courting death. Yang Kai's face sank, and as his left eye opened and closed, the demon eye of annihilation appeared. In the golden pupil, a budding lotus flower slowly took shape, and with a spin, it disappeared from Yang Kai's eye. In the next moment, the exotic beast froze in place, as if it had been paralyzed. In its field of vision, the budding lotus flower occupied its entire field of vision, and the lotus flower bloomed with its spiritual energy as the source. Although its spiritual energy was extraordinary, it had been injured in the previous head-on collision with Yang Kai, and now that it had been hit by the blossoming lotus secret technique, it was naturally powerless. After a short while, with a burst of popping sounds, the dozen pairs of eyes on the exotic beast's body all burst open, as if there was infinite pressure inside them. Yang Kai grasped the myriad's sword and merged with it, turning into a stream of light and disappearing. When he reappeared, he was already behind the exotic beast. A huge hole had appeared in the exotic beast's round body, exposing its internal organs. Yang Kai sent out a palm strike, and Space Force surged as he muttered, "Exile!" A deep black hole appeared, like the mouth of a fierce beast, and swallowed up the exotic beast's body. When the black hole disappeared, only Yang Kai was left. Opening his palm, he held a dark red inner core in his palm. Chapter 2175. This was the monster core of a monster beast at the level of a second-order Tao Source realm monster beast, and one that was proficient in the power of its soul. It was definitely the best raw material to refine a spirit pill that could enhance one's soul. Yang Kai put it into his space ring before strolling over to the altar. On the altar, there were no traces of barriers or spirit arrays, and the green bead was simply placed on it. Yang Kai checked it for a long time before reaching out and picking it up. It went unexpectedly smoothly. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai couldn't feel any energy fluctuations from this bead. He poured his source chi into it, but there was no reaction. Everything was the same as the other fiery red bead. Yang Kai didn't know how the strange beast managed to use the energy in this green bead to heal him. Immediately afterward, he took out the fiery red bead and compared the two, finding that it was exactly as he had observed. These two beads were exactly the same size, only their colors were different. After observing them for a long time, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He couldn't infer the specific purpose of these two beads at all, so he could only helplessly put them away. But just as he put the green bead into his space ring, a sudden change occurred. This lake, which was originally cold but showed no signs of freezing, suddenly began to crackle from all directions, as if an omnipresent cold was attacking from all directions. The lake began to freeze. Yang Kai's face changed slightly, and he quickly jumped up. When he was completely out of the water and looked down from above, he saw that the entire lake had been frozen, no longer sparkling like before. It seems it's because of the existence of this green bead. This lake has avoided the fate of freezing, Yang Kai secretly speculated. He didn't know what kind of magical power was contained in this green bead that could prevent the invasion of the cold. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai turned around and flew towards the shore. After he returned, Lu Yan just nodded slightly to him and didn't say anything. The little snowflake, on the other hand, looked very happy and flew around Yang Kai. "Continue," Yang Kai said to the little snowflake. The other party seemed to understand Yang Kai's meaning and turned around and flew in a certain direction. For the next few days, Yang Kai kept wandering around the winter territory. With the little snowflake's guidance and search, as long as there were any precious treasures nearby, they couldn't escape its prying eyes. Naturally, they were all put into Yang Kai's space ring. Yang Kai's thoughts were very simple. Since the great emperors of the secular world had instructed Qin Chaiyang to come to the Four Seasons realm to search for the tribulation fruit, they definitely wouldn't be aimless. In other words, there was definitely such a spirit fruit in the Four Seasons realm, but he hadn't found it yet. He could not find the tribulation fruit. He would never leave the winter territory. Otherwise, once he left the Four Seasons realm, he really wouldn't be able to explain himself to Qin Chaiyang. To Yang Kai's disappointment, although he had obtained a lot of spirit grasses and herbs, there was no trace of the tribulation fruit. He had also killed a lot of monster beasts, but apart from obtaining some monster cores, he hadn't obtained a single star seal. As time passed, Yang Kai couldn't help but secretly become anxious. On this day in an ice field, Yang Kai stood under a layer of ice, looking at a crystal-clear fruit tree in front of him with an ugly expression. This fruit tree was about the height of a person, and its leaves were like ice cubes, exuding a threatening chill. Above the fruit tree, there was nothing, but at a certain position on a branch, there was an obvious mark of being plucked. "I miscalculated. Someone got here first." Yang Kai had an annoyed expression on his face. This fruit tree was the fruit tree of the tribulation fruit. Under the leadership of the little snowflake, it took a full 10 days of searching before Yang Kai finally found a fruit tree of the tribulation fruit. However, the tribulation fruit that should have been there had been taken away. Judging from the traces of being plucked, there should have been a spirit fruit on this fruit tree just a few days ago. "Master, you did your best. Don't blame yourself." Lu Yan saw that Yang Kai's expression was not very good and quickly comforted him. "I just want to know who took this spirit fruit." Yang Kai frowned. Although the tribulation fruit was precious and rare, it didn't have a wide range of uses. Even if it was taken away, it wasn't really useful. If he could find out who took the spirit fruit, Yang Kai could take out a corresponding treasure to exchange for it. As long as the other party wasn't a difficult person to talk to, they should be happy to make this deal. At worst, Yang Kai could just give the other party a little more. But the current situation was that Yang Kai didn't know who took the tribulation fruit. This made it impossible for him to implement this method. "Is there any such fruit tree in the winter territory?" Yang Kai turned his head and looked at the little snowflake expectantly. The little snowflake's vague facial features appeared, and she slowly shook her head. Yang Kai's last hope was shattered. He sighed softly and began to ponder. After the Four Seasons realm opened, the cultivator who entered could stay there for 33 days. When the time limit was up, they must rush to a specific location and leave the Four Seasons realm. Otherwise, once the time limit was up, they would be trapped there. Counting the days, it had been almost 20 days since he entered here, and he spent more than half of this time in the winter territory. From here, it would take a few days to get to the location of the exit, so there wasn't much time left for him. What's more, he had almost run through the entire winter territory, and more than half of the spirit grasses and medicines in the winter territory had been taken by him. Now that the tribulation fruit had been taken by someone else, it was useless to continue to stay here. It was better to rush to the exit first. wait for the disciples of the major sects to return, and find an opportunity to inquire about the whereabouts of the tribulation fruit. Thinking of this, Yang Kai suddenly made a decision. He turned to the little snowflake and said, "Send us out of here." "Master, are you leaving?" Lu Yan's beautiful eyes flashed and she asked. Yang Kai nodded. Lu Yan naturally had no objection, but the little snowflake seemed to be a little unwilling. During this period of time, this lonely creature had experienced too much fun. Now that they were going to separate, it was naturally a little reluctant. Yang Kai grinned and said in a provocative tone, "If you want, you can come with me." Hearing this, the little snowflake's wrinkled facial features relaxed, as if it was showing a joyful expression, but soon its head drooped down again, and it seemed to be in low spirits. Lu Yan whispered softly, "It can't leave the winter territory. It is different from me. This land is where it was born. Its roots are here. If it leaves here, it will soon perish." "How can that be?" Yang Kai was stunned. Lu Yan said, "If it leaves here, it is equivalent to me leaving my vessel, a tree without roots, water without a source. It won't survive for long. Unless what?" Yang Kai asked. "Unless there is a similar environment in the small sealed world, it can continue to survive," Lu Yan replied. Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately understood that his abduction plan had failed. He thought he had the small sealed world and could place the little snowflake there, but it seemed he had been too naive. Considering all this, Yang Kai stretched out his hand, picked up the little snowflake, and placed it on his shoulder, smiling as he said, "Don't be so listless. If there is a chance, I will come back to see you. Maybe the next time I come, I will find a way to take you away with me." Having said that, Yang Kai also knew that this kind of thing was basically impossible. He did not know how many years it would take for the Four Seasons realm to open again, and even if it did, he might not be able to enter it again. After all, by that time he might have already become an Emperor Realm cultivator. However, the little snowflake didn't think too much about it. It was just a strange creature born from heaven and earth, so its mind was pure and simple. After a few words, it got rid of its sad mood and became happy again. This made Kai Yang feel very guilty. From the ice field, it took 4 days before Yang Kai saw the Two Seasons mountain range. Although there were some gains along the way, they were not much. At this point, the little snowflake no longer moved forward. Yang Kai and Lu Yan bid farewell to it, and the sadness was not worth mentioning. After crossing the Two Seasons mountain range, Yang Kai went straight in the direction of the exit. Before entering the Four Seasons realm, the elders of each sect had already told their disciples that they must reach the exit before the deadline. The location of the exit was also clear. It was at the center of the Four Seasons realm. Therefore, Yang Kai was not worried about going in the wrong direction at all. After 3 days, Yang Kai smoothly came to a plain, and from a very far distance, he found the exit of the Four Seasons realm. The exit was the same as the entrance to the Nameless Valley, an oval-shaped light gate, standing quietly in midair. The cultivator who entered the Four Seasons realm could leave the Four Seasons realm through this light gate at any time. However, the time limit was not up yet, so obviously no cultivator would leave early. The situation was as Yang Kai expected. When he arrived, there was no one here. Counting the days, there were only 5 or 6 days left before the deadline. Yang Kai did not intend to explore other places in the Four Seasons realm. He planned to stay here to prevent anyone from leaving early and taking away the tribulation fruit without him knowing. While waiting, Yang Kai was also thinking about what he should use to exchange for the tribulation fruit if he really found it. He had countless precious items on hand, but many of them were things he could not give up, such as the 5 Emperor artifacts. These things definitely could not be exchanged. He still had a few Dao Source pills, which he had not used after refining them last time, but these things were only useful to Peak Origin King Realm cultivators. A Dao Source Realm cultivator might not be interested in them. Yang Kai's harvest inside the Four Seasons realm was not small, and he might be able to take them out, but others might not be interested in them. After thinking about it, Yang Kai set his mind on the drop of immortal source liquid, secretly feeling that this thing was definitely a bargaining chip that no one could refuse. Chapter 2176. Soul Cleansing Divine Water, Immortal Source Liquid, and Life Revitalizing Jade Cream were the three great divine waters. Among them, the birth of Soul Cleansing Divine Water was quite coincidental. It required the fall of a master and the spiritual energy of their soul to remain in the place of their death. Only then could Soul Cleansing Divine Water be born. Although it was rare, it was not extinct. The remaining two were, without exception, extremely difficult to find treasures. Life Revitalizing Jade Cream was one thing. Perhaps in some hidden corner of the star boundary, such a thing existed, but no one knew about it. As for Immortal Source Liquid, there was no place to find it, because Immortal Source Liquid was a derivative of the immortal tree. It was the life essence of the immortal tree. A drop of Immortal Source Liquid was enough to bring flesh and bones back to life, possessing extraordinary heaven-defying effects. In this world, the only immortal tree was planted in Yang Kai's small medicine garden, so others naturally had no way to obtain Immortal Source Liquid. The drop in his hand was the leftover from when he obtained the immortal tree at the beginning of the year, and he had never been willing to use it, using such a heaven-defying treasure in exchange for a tribulation fruit. Presumably, no one would refuse. The only thing he needed to worry about was whether the appearance of Immortal Source Liquid would cause other troubles. However, for the sake of the tribulation fruit, Yang Kai didn't care so much. If someone really asked about it, he could just pretend to be ignorant. No one would have thought that a supreme treasure like the immortal tree would be in his hands. Making up his mind, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and waited quietly. There were still 5 or 6 days left, so the cultivator who had entered the Four Seasons realm was not in a hurry to leave. At this moment, they were probably still looking for opportunities that belonged to them. Therefore, the area around the entrance was extremely quiet. Time passed by slowly, and a day later, on the plain where the entrance was located, there was still only Yang Kai, with no trace of anyone else. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and opened his eyes to look in a certain direction. In that moment, just now, he actually felt a strange energy fluctuation, which flashed and disappeared. However, when he looked in the direction of the energy fluctuation, he did not notice it at all, causing him to feel a little suspicious, wondering if it was just an illusion. Just as he was pondering, a halo of light visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared at an extremely distant location. The halo seemed to have substance, spreading out in all directions like ripples. Kai Yang suddenly stood up, squinting his eyes as he looked around. Up ahead, about 100 miles away from him, on the top of a tall mountain, a halo of light continuously fluctuated. At first, it was only a halo of a single color, but as time passed, it changed. The color of the halo gradually became multicolored. Not only that, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth seemed to be surging. Above the mountains, in the sky, multicolored clouds surged endlessly, making the entire sky look extremely strange. A natural phenomenon. Yang Kai exclaimed in a low voice, "The birth of a rare treasure." Although he didn't know what was going on over there, judging from the current situation, it was definitely the birth of a rare treasure. Moreover, it was an extraordinary rare treasure. It was impossible for such an obvious phenomenon to occur. How could it happen at this time? Yang Kai frowned, his face extremely gloomy. There were only 4 or 5 days left before the exit of the Four Seasons realm closed, and, as expected, the disciples of the major sects would begin to rush back. The place where this phenomenon occurred was only 100 miles away from the exit. In other words, the phenomenon of the birth of a rare treasure was very likely to attract a lot of people, and the more time passed, the more people would be attracted. At that time, it was bound to cause a scramble, and blood would flow like a river. At that time, his plan to exchange the immortal source liquid for the tribulation fruit would definitely be disrupted. So when he saw the natural phenomenon, Yang Kai's first thought was not excitement, but annoyance. He felt that the timing was really bad for him. However, even though he was cursing in his heart, the natural phenomenon was so obvious that he naturally had to go and take a look. Thinking of this, Yang Kai directly summoned the flying boat, stepped on it, and pushed his source chi, turning it into a stream of light that shot over. The speed of the wooden boat was very fast, and it took less than a dozen breaths to cross 100 miles. As the distance closed, Yang Kai smelled a strange fragrance from the heavens and earth. When the fragrance entered his nose, it made him feel refreshed, as if he had been enlightened. Is it a rare medicine? Yang Kai silently judged in his heart. Moreover, this was a rare medicine that could help a cultivator's cultivation, because as the fragrance entered his nose, Yang Kai faintly felt that the bottleneck of his first order Tao source realm was showing signs of loosening. Yang Kai had only broken through to the Tao source realm not long ago, and although he had been fighting and cultivating diligently these days, and even obtained an opportunity on the flowing time Great Emperor staircase, he was still some distance away from breaking through to the second order Tao source realm. But now, this gap had been narrowed significantly, which showed how heaven-defying the effects of this rare medicine were. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel excited. Now, on this plane, he was probably the only one who had arrived ahead of time. So if there were no traces of others, perhaps he could monopolize this rare medicine. This was really an unintentional willow growing into a shade. After all, Yang Kai had rushed to the entrance ahead of time with the intention of inquiring about the whereabouts of the tribulation fruit. While his thoughts were racing, Yang Kai had already arrived near the top of the mountain, landed on the wooden boat, and looked forward quietly. Somewhere on the top of the mountain, among the strange stones, there was a budding flower that stood quietly. This should be a lotus flower. Its petals were pure white and untainted by even a speck of dust. Dazzling spiritual light flowed endlessly on the petals, and an enchanting fragrance wafted from it. It looked as if it didn't exist in the real world, blurred and enchanting. Not only that, there were some mysterious runes on this flower bud that were the size of rice grains. They were faintly discernible and seemed to contain great mysteries. If one could comprehend them, they would be able to obtain endless benefits. Yang Kai's heart shook violently as he muttered in a low voice, "This is—" While speaking, he flipped his hand and took out a jade slip from his space ring. Closing his eyes, he immersed his mind and checked the contents of the jade slip. This jade slip was something left behind by Gong Sun Mu. Yang Kai had already memorized everything recorded on it, but the thing in front of him still made Yang Kai somewhat uncertain. Only by comparing the contents of the jade slip could he confirm his observations. After a while, Yang Kai really found the answer he was looking for in the jade slip. Opening his eyes, a light of excitement and fanaticism flashed across them as he stared at the budding flower bud and shouted, "The extraordinary treasure, lotus!" Gong Sun Mu's jade slip stated that the extraordinary treasure lotus was born from the world's destiny and is formed from the essence of the sun and moon. On the day it blooms, emperor intent will fill the surroundings. Those who obtain this extraordinary treasure lotus have a significantly increased chance of reaching the emperor realm. If it can be refined into a pill, the effects will be even better. In other words, this thing was a heaven-defying treasure that could help a cultivator break through to the emperor realm. The emperor realm was already the pinnacle of the star boundaries cultivator realm. Except for a few pills that were almost extinct, there was nothing that could help a cultivator increase their chances of breaking through. The extraordinary treasure lotus was one of those pills. Moreover, it was very different from ordinary spirit, grasses, and medicines. It fundamentally improved a cultivator's comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao, and had an incomparable effect on a cultivator's ability to condense their emperor intent. The value of such a spirit flower could be imagined. If Xia Sheng Wu Chang or any of the other masters obtained this extraordinary treasure lotus, They would definitely be able to break through to the Emperor realm in less than 5 years. There was absolutely no possibility of failure. The Emperor realm was the mainstay of every great sect, the absolute backbone of their strength. The birth of every the Emperor realm cultivator was enough to significantly improve the strength of a sect. Thinking about it this way, the value of this extraordinary treasure lotus was simply immeasurable. Yang Kai's heart suddenly became hot, but soon his expression became extremely gloomy, because the extraordinary treasure lotus in front of him had not fully bloomed yet and could not be harvested. If he rashly tried to harvest it at this moment, it would greatly reduce its medicinal efficacies. And even if it fully bloomed, it must be taken or refined into a pill in a very short period of time. Otherwise, its medicinal efficacies would quickly fade away. In this world, there were always gains and losses. The extraordinary treasure lotus's heaven-defying effects were naturally due to its rarity. It was precisely because, after it bloomed, it would wither within 3 hours, causing its aura to wither, giving it an almost legendary reputation. As a result, even if an extraordinary treasure lotus appeared somewhere in the star boundary and bloomed, if no one discovered it within 3 hours, it would wither away and cease to exist. I need to find a way to cover up this heavenly manifestation first. From the looks of it, it probably won't be able to bloom for a while, and if this continues, it will only attract more and more people. When that time comes, it'll be difficult to deal with, Yang Kai muttered to himself. But when he looked up at the obvious heavenly manifestation in the sky, he felt powerless. If he was proficient in spirit arrays, he might be able to use the power of spirit arrays to accomplish this. But his understanding of spirit arrays was still at the level of brute force, not enough to provide any help here. It was also impossible to put the extraordinary treasure lotus into his sealed world bead, as it could not be picked before it bloomed, nor could it be moved. Otherwise it would wither away directly. As an alchemist, Yang Kai would certainly not allow such a reckless waste of heaven's precious treasures. For a time, he scratched his head anxiously. Just as he was feeling anxious, he heard the sound of something breaking through the air. Then, several figures came from different directions and stood not far away from him. The newcomers were 3 men and 1 woman, of which the woman was accompanied by another man while the other 2 were alone. As soon as the 4 of them appeared, they all fixed their eyes on the extraordinary treasure lotus, all of them showing looks of surprise and shock. Only the woman dressed like a young woman glanced at Yang Kai casually, but after discovering that he was a first-order Tao Source Realm cultivator, she no longer paid him any attention. Chapter 2177. These 4 people were obviously also nearby and had been attracted by the extraordinary treasure lotus's appearance. Pinnacle novel. One of them was tall and sturdy, and his expression was dignified without being angry. Surprisingly, he had the cultivation base of the 3rd order Tao Source Realm. The other person was a short-haired young man with a pair of sneaky eyes, as if he was always scheming something. His cultivation was neither high nor low, only 2nd order Tao Source Realm. The remaining man and woman seemed to be companions. The woman was petite and dainty, while the man was handsome and elegant. The 2 of them looked very intimate, and it was obvious that they were brother and sister from the same sect. Furthermore, they had a very good relationship, both of them also having 2nd order Tao Source Realm cultivations. At this moment, all 4 of them showed looks of amazement as they stared at the extraordinary treasure lotus, greed filling their eyes. Seeing this, Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. Although he had been mentally prepared for the heavenly vision caused by the birth of the extraordinary treasure lotus, which would definitely attract a lot of cultivators, he hadn't expected someone to show up so quickly. And there were 4 of them at once. From the looks of it, there were still quite a few cultivator active on the plains. Otherwise, they wouldn't have rushed here so quickly. Brother, what kind of spirit medicine is this? After observing for a moment, the young woman asked the man beside her in a soft voice. She didn't recognize the type of spirit medicine in front of her at all. She only knew that it was an incredible thing. Brother, he slowly shook his head and said, I don't know either. As he spoke, he licked his dry lips with an eager expression on his face. However, his eyes flickered, and he was extremely wary of the burly man. After all, the burly man's cultivation was the highest here. If he wanted to snatch the spirit herbs, he would be the biggest enemy. Brother Ching-tai, do you recognize what this spirit herb is? At this moment, the young man with the crew cut suddenly asked the burly man. It was as if the two of them had known each other for a long time. No idea. The man called Chung-tai answered in a low, muffled voice. He cast a sidelong glance at the youth with the crew cut and said, Brother Bao, you can't recognize him either? Bao Peng smiled and said, How can this Bao recognize something that even Brother Chung-tai doesn't recognize? You think too highly of me. Humph. Chung-tai snorted coldly and turned to look at the man and woman. He asked loudly, Do you know the two from the Flowing Shadow Sword sect? When Brother he heard this, he frowned and slowly shook his head. The young woman did the same. Chung-tai turned his gaze to Yang Kai and shouted, Kid, you seem to be the first to arrive here? What kind of spirit medicine was this? Tell me about it. I don't know. Yang Kai looked bewildered and stammered. I was just attracted by this vision. What a bunch of trash! Chung-tai didn't wait for Yang Kai to finish his words and couldn't help but curse. You can't even recognize a stock of spirit medicine. Yet you still ran over here. His words scolded everyone. Brother He and the young woman from the Flowing Shadow Sword sect frowned in displeasure upon hearing this. But Bao Peng seemed to be well aware of Chung-tai's temper and didn't mind. At this time, Chung-tai spoke again. No matter what this spirit medicine is, this Chung wants it. If you want to live, get out of here, quickly. Otherwise, don't blame this Chung for not showing mercy. Hearing this, Bao Peng raised his eyebrows and said with a faint smile, Brother Chung, this is not good. You have a problem? Chung-tai looked at the youth with the crew cut and coldly snorted. If you have a problem, speak up and bear the consequences. The latter quickly raised his hand. Taking a few steps back, he hurriedly said, Brother Chung-tai misunderstood. If you want this thing, how could this Bao dare to have a problem? It's just that these two from the Flowing Shadow Sword sect won't agree so easily. After all, this is a natural spirit medicine. Only the fated can obtain it. Hearing this, Brother he nodded and said, Yes, spirit medicines of heaven and earth belong to the fated. Friend, if you want it, it depends on whether you have the ability or not. Although Chung-tai was a master from the Third Order Dao Source realm, he and his junior sister were two people. Therefore, he was not afraid of the other party. What's more, with such a rare treasure in front of him, he would not easily give it up. Do you too want to test this Cheng's ability? Hearing this, Chung-tai grinned ferociously and said, I've heard that the Flowing Shadow Sword sect's Flowing Shadow Sword art is very mysterious, but I don't know if it's true or not. Since there is such an opportunity today, let this Chung experience the two of you. As he spoke, the source chi around Chung-tai's body surged. His tall and sturdy body suddenly swelled up, and an intimidating pressure spread out from his body. He continued from where he left off. The two of you better not disappoint me. At this point, he stomped on the ground, causing a crack to appear in the air. He was like a meteor falling from the sky as he charged towards the two people from the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. He had actually made a move directly. Be careful. Brother, he shouted and spun around, leaving behind layers of afterimages as he and the young woman flew dozens of meters away. Asterisk sing sung, asterisk too soft sounds rang out, followed by two cold flashes of light. Swords were unsheathed, filled with thick murderous intent. Brother He and the young woman held their swords in one hand and formed a series of seals with the other, striking strange postures as a biting cold sword chi suddenly burst forth. There should be a limit to looking down on others. Brother, he shouted angrily. The other party had suddenly attacked him after a few words, causing he to burn with rage. His eyes filled with murderous intent as he shouted to the young woman, "Junior sister, there is no need to show mercy." "Don't worry, Junior sister will let him experience the power of the flowing shadow sword art," the young woman chuckled as she slashed out with her sword towards Cheng Tai. At the same time, senior brother, he also used everything he had learned and joined forces with his junior sister. Every move was deadly. Cheng Tai was also a master from the third order Tao source realm, so he did not panic in the face of danger, spreading out his palms as he fought one against two without falling into a disadvantage. In an instant, the three of them were locked in a fierce battle atop the mountain. Sword chi flying about, spiritual energy rioting, and the battlefield was filled with flying sand and stones, creating a lively scene. The initiator of all this, Bao Peng, stood quietly in place, not showing the slightest intention to intervene. From time to time, a thoughtful expression would appear on her face, as if she had gained something from watching the battle. Huh. Suddenly, Yang Kai sighed and turned his head to look in a certain direction, saying, "This spirit flower doesn't seem to have matured yet. Rashly harvesting it is not good. What if its medicinal properties are ruined?" The place he was looking at was empty. Hearing this, the three people fighting were startled and immediately stopped fighting, retreating from the battle, staring at Yang Kai in surprise. Cheng Tai, on the other hand, frowned as he glanced over at Bao Peng, who was standing not far away. "I already said, don't rashly harvest it. Friend, do you not understand my words?" Yang Kai shouted again as he threw a punch towards a certain spot. As this energy rushed forward, in a certain place where there was no one else, a figure suddenly appeared like a ghost, a look of shock filling his face. This figure was now less than 100 meters away from the extraordinary treasure lotus, and from the way he was stealthily approaching it, it was obvious he wanted to steal it while no one was paying attention. Bao Peng! After seeing this person's face, Cheng Tai could not help shouting angrily. At that moment, the other Bao Peng, who had been standing in place and watching the battle, suddenly turned into a stream of light and disappeared. This was an extremely lifelike afterimage. The real Bao Peng had used some kind of secret technique to sneak away. Bao Peng, who had been hit by Yang Kai, could not help becoming angry, glaring fiercely at Yang Kai as he shouted, "Little brat, you court death!" In his opinion, if not for Yang Kai's interference, he would have already taken the spirit herb and fled. But because of Yang Kai's existence, his plan had failed. Annoyed, he naturally flew into a rage. "I'm sorry." Yang Kai scratched his head helplessly. "If possible, I didn't want to expose you, but your behavior, it's really intolerable. It's simply too vile." He spat out in disdain. To others, these words had a different meaning. But what Yang Kai really meant was that doing this would destroy the extraordinary treasure lotus. The extraordinary treasure lotus was still far from ripening. So how could Yang Kai allow it to be harvested rashly? He had pretended to be stupid and weak just to buy time. But now, it seemed that this plan was not going to work. "That's right," Cheng Tai shouted. "After not seeing you for a few years, Bao Peng, you're still so despicable. Although this Cheng has been extremely careful, he still almost fell for your tricks." Although he had been fighting the two from Flowing Shadow Sword sect before, he had not used his full strength and had instead focused part of his attention on Bao Peng. It was only when he saw him standing in place and not making any moves that he was able to relax and fight. How could he have thought that the Bao Peng standing in place was just an illusion? The two from Flowing Shadow Sword sect also had ugly expressions at this moment, but they were more curious because none of the people present had noticed Bao Peng's trick, yet it had been seen through by Yang Kai. If it weren't for them clearly feeling that Yang Kai's cultivation was only in the first order Tao source realm, everyone would have thought it was an illusion. "Brother Cheng, please calm your anger." Bao Peng hurriedly cast a flattering look at Cheng Tai and said with a smile, "I didn't succeed and was seen through." "That's because you're unlucky." Cheng Tai snorted coldly. "If you were lucky enough, Wouldn't you have taken the spirit herb and run away by now? It's not a matter of luck. Bao Peng stared deeply at Yang Kai and said coldly, "What this Bao used just now is a secret technique of my 5S insect, the cicada shedding carapace. Even a master a level higher would not be able to see through it. It has always been an excellent escape secret technique. So it's the cicada shedding carapace." Cheng Tai whispered, obviously having heard of the secret technique before, his eyes complicated. "I didn't expect Sect Master Qin to be willing to teach you this secret technique." "That's not important." Bao Peng still looked straight at Yang Kai and said coldly, "This Bao is just curious. How did a mere first order Tao source realm trash like you see through my tracks?" Chapter 2178. Since the moment he entered the Four Seasons realm, Yang Kai had been called trash more than once. This was not surprising, though. Yang Kai's clothes were extremely ordinary. He didn't have any unique symbols of a great sect, and his cultivation was only at the low level of the First Order Tao Source realm. These elite disciples from great sects and families naturally looked down on him. In the Four Seasons realm, a First Order Tao Source realm cultivator was at the very bottom. Unless one had a background similar to Lan Sun's, no one would look at them with new eyes. This was a top novel. Bao Peng naturally didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes. Facing his question, Yang Kai tilted his head and thought for a moment before asking, "My luck is good." I said it wasn't a matter of luck. You really are courting death. Bao Peng grinned, his expression extremely hostile. His good fortune had been disturbed by Yang Kai. So at this moment he was naturally annoyed and couldn't wait to tear Yang Kai into 10,000 pieces to vent the hatred in his heart. "This is your business. Deal with it yourselves. This spirit flower, this Cheng will be taking it first." At that moment, Cheng Tai suddenly shouted and rushed towards the extraordinary treasure lotus. The two from Flowing Shadow Sword sect were startled when they heard this, but it was already too late to stop him, so they could only grit their teeth and chase after him. Bao Peng obviously had no intention of continuing to entangle himself with Yang Kai at this moment, his figure flickering as he rushed towards the extraordinary treasure lotus. Everyone just wanted to grab this spirit flower as soon as possible. With a flash of brilliance, Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared in front of the extraordinary treasure lotus, blocking the path of the four people. Looking at everyone helplessly, he said, "Everyone, this spirit flower is not mature yet. Now is not the best time to pick it. If we act rashly at this moment, it may be a waste. Why don't we all sit down and have a good chat while waiting for this spirit flower to mature?" "Humph, what nonsense are you spouting? Get out of the way." Cheng Tai remained unmoved and quickly shouted, "Please cooperate." Yang Kai looked at him sincerely. "What if I say no?" In just a few words, Cheng Tai had already rushed in front of Yang Kai and swung his fist, which was wrapped in a violent aura, towards Yang Kai. Looking at his posture, it seemed that he didn't hold back at all. He only wanted to kill Yang Kai in one blow. He sneered sarcastically, "Ignorant thing, don't blame anyone for your death. There's really no other way." Kai Yang muttered to himself. As these words left his mouth, his originally calm expression suddenly became ferocious. The corners of his mouth curled up into an evil smile, looking extremely terrifying. He said sternly, "Speak properly. Since you don't want to listen, then let's make something you can understand." Saying so, a brilliant light flashed in his palm and an emperor artifact appeared. Emperor's might filled the air. Yang Kai's sword swept out horizontally. He recited, "One sword for 1,000,000, one man against the pass." Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk sword chi overflowed in all directions. With Yang Kai as the center, the invincible sword chi formed a terrifying fan shape as it leisurely shot outwards. A shocking pressure suddenly descended. The aura of death rushed towards them. "What?" Cheng Tai's face changed drastically. A moment ago he had a look of disdain and ridicule, but in the next moment his eyes bulged as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight as he stared straight ahead. Emperor pressure. This is Emperor pressure. This is an Emperor artifact. Bao Peng also exclaimed. Quickly forming a seal, he once again used the 5 Essence Sect's secret technique, golden cicada shell shedding. A lifelike afterimage appeared on the spot as he dodged in the nick of time. The senior brother and junior sister, surnamed he from Flowing Shadow Sword Sect, also couldn't believe their eyes. The moment the Emperor artifact Myriad's sword appeared, the Dao Source grade swords in their hands let out uncontrollable cries and clangs, as if they were trying to transmit a fearful aura. When Bao Peng shouted, the 2 men's faces suddenly turned pale. However, the 2 of them were from the same sect and had lived together for so many years, so they had a tacit understanding of each other. In the blink of an eye, they formed a series of hand seals with one hand while gripping their swords tightly with the other. After blocking for a moment, they desperately dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding this terrifying blow. Asterisk shio 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 shio. Asterisk sword chi surged as energy surged. After the flash of light, the 4 people who had rushed towards the extraordinary treasure lotus were now in 3 different positions, each of them pale and filled with lingering fear. Bao Peng didn't show any signs of injury, but the look of shock on his face revealed the shock he felt deep in his heart. The 2 from Flowing Shadow Sword Sect were also fine, but the hands holding their swords were trembling slightly. Ching Tai, on the other hand, was not so lucky. He was the first to bear the brunt of this attack, and even though he had desperately resisted at the critical moment, he still couldn't completely neutralize the terrifying blow of the Emperor artifact. At this moment, there were 7 or 8 wounds on his body that were bleeding profusely, making him look quite miserable. Now, can we talk? Yang Kai twirled his sword as he looked at the 4 people in front of him with a grin. Ching Tai and the others all wore gloomy expressions as they stared at him with dread. They had all thought that this young man was trash, but he had suddenly taken out an Emperor artifact that everyone coveted and used a terrifying sword skill to seriously injure the person with the highest cultivation here. If they hadn't seen this with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. Your Excellency, who are you? Ching Tai endured the pain in his body as he stared at Yang Kai and asked. At this point, how could he not know that Yang Kai had an extremely powerful background? Otherwise, how could a trivial first-order Dao Source realm possess an Emperor artifact? Thinking of this, Ching Tai couldn't help feeling apprehensive, not to mention whether he had the ability to defeat Yang Kai now. Even if he did, he would have to worry about retaliation from the great force behind this young man. The Songtian sect he came from was not a great sect, only comparable to Flying Saint Palace. So how could he afford to provoke a great force? Friend, just now was just a misunderstanding. I hope you don't take it too seriously. Bao Peng suddenly put on a fawning expression and squeezed out a smile. Since it was a misunderstanding, there is no need to explain. Yang Kai glanced at him leisurely and said with a faint smile. Bao Peng felt as if he had been granted amnesty and cupped his fists. Many thanks, friend. This Bao still has important matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you any longer. Farewell. After he finished speaking, he actually turned around and left the place at an extremely fast speed. Looking at his back, Yang Kai showed a thoughtful look, secretly thinking that if this person didn't die prematurely, he would definitely become a great man in the future. Just from this person's decisiveness, it could be seen that he had an instinctive judgment of the situation. He felt that there was no benefit for him to stay any longer. Instead, he might attract danger, so he made a prompt decision to leave. Compared with Bao Peng, Ching Tai, and the other 2 from Flowing Shadow Sword Sect, seemed somewhat indecisive. Because even after witnessing Yang Kai's methods, these 3 still didn't show any intention of leaving, as if they were still holding onto an inexplicable hope in their hearts that their luck would defy the heavens and allow them to obtain the extraordinary treasure lotus. Ching Tai's attitude was one thing. He was seriously injured, and he was extremely wary of the great force behind Yang Kai. so he was obviously reluctant to leave. Brother, he of flowing shadow sword sect, on the other hand, was filled with greed. However, at this moment, his eyes were more focused on the myriad's sword in Yang Kai's hand. After all, compared to the extraordinary treasure lotus, which he didn't know how to use, this myriad sword was a genuine emperor artifact, and a sword type one at that. Flowing Shadow Sword Sect was a sect famous for its swordsmanship, and most of its disciples cultivated sword skills. If he could obtain this myriad sword, his strength would be greatly improved. This gave birth to many ideas in his mind. Friends, why haven't you left yet? Yang Kai looked at the group with a faint smile. Chung Tai pursed his dry lips and stood in place without moving, but he didn't show any hostility either. He just silently urged his source chi to prevent his injuries from worsening. On the other hand, after Brother he heard this, he suddenly turned his head and glanced at the young woman, the two of them exchanging glances. Suddenly, an extremely strong aura spread out from the two of them and merged with each other, causing the aura of the two second-order Tao, Source, Realm cultivators to soar. His black hair and robes fluttered despite the lack of wind. A strong fighting spirit filled the place. Senior martial brother, he stretched out his hand, and the young woman placed the soft cloth on his hand as if they had a tacit understanding. The moment the two of them met, their already powerful aura soared to a new height, and a halo of energy, visible to the naked eye, soared into the sky like a pillar supporting the heavens. At this moment, the two of them seemed to have completely merged into one, no longer distinguishable from each other. Peerless spirit consonance art. Chung Tai saw this scene and suddenly shouted, his expression becoming dignified. After listening to him, Yang Kai immediately understood that this peerless spirit consonance art should be a kind of secret technique of flowing shadow sword sect, similar to dual cultivation. After using this secret technique, a man and a woman's auras could be connected and their strength would be greatly improved in a short period of time. After performing this secret technique, Senior Brother, his temperament underwent a great change. He seemed to have become extremely confident and arrogant. Holding his sword in one hand, he slowly drew a circle in front of him before staring coldly at Yang Kai and saying, "Hand over the Emperor artifact in your hand, and I'll spare your life." As he spoke, the young woman did the same thing. The tips of the two people's swords moved, creating a visible sword halo. After speaking, the two semicircles suddenly merged together and condensed into a circular sword seal. This sword seal gave off a clanging sound, as if it contained a great amount of power. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Yang Kai remained unmoved, simply standing in place and staring at the two of them calmly, his eyes clear and cold. "Enough nonsense." "Brother," he shouted impatiently, "what if I don't want to?" "Then you can die." "Brother," he shouted coldly as he leisurely pointed his sword forward, his movements casual and unrestrained. However, when the sword was pointed out, it caused the world's spirit chi to go berserk. The circular sword hummed and suddenly shot forward. Along the way, the sword seal split into two into four into 8. In an instant, the sky was filled with these circular sword seals, covering a large area of heaven and earth, giving people the illusion that there was no way to avoid them. Chapter 2179. The overwhelming number of sword seals flew towards Yang Kai, the sharp sword chi emitting a sharp cutting sound that was extremely jarring to the ear. Apex novel. Chung Tai's expression changed slightly. Only now did he realize that the two from Flowing Shadow Sword sect had not used their full strength when they fought him before. If they had used such a secret technique before, he would not have been able to defend himself. Even at this moment, Chung Tai still felt extremely uneasy when this attack was not aimed at him. It was as if his will was about to be crushed by the countless sword seals. He opened his eyes wide, wanting to see how Yang Kai would defend against this killer move. In any case, this guy has an Emperor artifact, so his background shouldn't be low and his knowledge should be extremely profound. Although such a blow is terrifying, it won't be easy to take his life, Chung Tai thought to himself. However, What he saw in front of him was far beyond his expectations. When the overwhelming number of sword seals arrived, Yang Kai, who was standing in place, seemed to have been struck dumb and did not react for a long time. Only at this critical moment did he assume a defensive posture. But it was already too late. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk, a strange sound rang out as Yang Kai's entire body was wrapped in countless sword seals and cut into countless pieces. What? Chung Tai exclaimed as he stared ahead in disbelief. He died just like that! This fellow that caused him to be extremely fearful had actually been annihilated so easily with a single strike, and the scene before him was rather difficult for Chung Tai to accept. But soon he felt relieved. He secretly felt that the reason why Yang Kai was so strong just now was probably because he had borrowed the power of his Emperor artifact. Yang Kai's strength was only at the level of a first-order Tao Source Realm cultivator. Thinking about it this way, everything made sense. Overestimating yourself. Brother, he also sneered. Swinging the sword in his hand, Brother, his eyes flashed with an extremely excited light as he fixed his gaze on the myriad sword in Yang Kai's hand. At that moment, Yang Kai's body, which had been cut into countless pieces, suddenly twisted and transformed. Yang Kai's figure disappeared into thin air. Brother, his face stiffened as he cried out, "After image!" Only now did he suddenly understand why there was a strange feeling in his heart. This strange feeling was indescribable, as if something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. The scene in front of him explained the source of the strangeness. The thing that was cut up was obviously not a real body of flesh and blood, but an afterimage. Brother, be careful! The young woman's beautiful face suddenly changed as she cried out. Meanwhile, a ray of light flashed past Brother, his neck, and pierced through his back. Senior Brother, his expression changed drastically. He wanted to turn around, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't turn his head. Not only that, there seemed to be a slight pain coming from his neck. He exerted a little more force. His entire head suddenly fell from his neck, and his vision was completely upside down. I am dead. A very funny thought flashed through Brother He's mind. His whole body was completely shrouded in darkness, and the last scene reflected in his eyes was Yang Kai holding the myriad sword, quietly standing not far behind him. On the wide blade, a drop of blood flowed down the blade. It was dripping down. Ah, it's Piyu. Brother, his death seemed to have caused some kind of chain reaction. The young woman, who was connected to him, suddenly turned pale and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her aura suddenly withered, and her face seemed to have aged countless years in an instant. She seemed to be unable to control her own body. In a panic, she fell down, flailing her arms and legs in the air, but was unable to stabilize her body. Not long after, she fell into the rubble and was smashed to pieces. Backlash. Yang Kai frowned thoughtfully. Although this peerless spirit rhino art was extremely powerful, it seemed to have a lot of drawbacks. He had only killed Brother He, but he didn't expect that this action would also cause the death of this young woman. 2 rays of light suddenly flew out from the bodies of Brother He and the young woman, wanting to rush into the sky. Yang Kai's eyes were quick, and in a flash he caught the 2 rays of light in his hands. The back of his hand was slightly hot, and when Yang Kai looked down, he saw that there were 2 more star seals on the back of his hand. These 2 star seals originally belonged to the 2 people from the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. But after these 2 people died, the star seals became ownerless and could be easily obtained. The grade of these 2 star seals wasn't too high. Yang Kai glanced at them and saw that one was a triangular star seal, and the other was a rhombus-shaped star seal like the one he had obtained before. In this way, he had obtained as many as 3 star seals in the 4 Seasons realm. Star seals were actually very difficult to obtain. He had stayed in this sealed world for more than 20 days, and apart from obtaining one by chance, he hadn't obtained any other star seals, which showed how rare these things were. But now he had obtained 2 more. Just as he was observing the star seals, Chung Tai, who was quietly watching the development of the situation, felt cold all over. The situation had taken a turn for the worse. He didn't even see what Yang Kai had done, but the cultivator surnamed He of the Flowing Shadow Sword Sect had been beheaded. Ching Tai immediately understood that he had seriously underestimated Yang Kai's ability. Although this guy's cultivation was only in the first-order Dao Source realm, his real combat strength couldn't be judged by cultivation. He was definitely the kind of elite who regarded fighting above his level as a common occurrence. Thinking of this, how could Cheng Tai still have the heart to stay? He secretly regretted that he had left earlier. If he left now, he didn't know if the other party would make things difficult for him. But staying here wasn't a solution either, so Cheng Tai could only brace himself and cupped his fists. This Cheng has offended you before. Please forgive this friend. Farewell. Wait. Yang Kai suddenly glanced at him coldly and shouted, Friend, what else can I do for you? Cheng Tai's face twitched, his heart filled with fear. He wanted to get as far away from this place as possible, but he didn't dare act rashly. You wait a moment. Yang Kai had no intention of killing him, instead flying down to the two corpses of the Flowing Shadow Sword Sect cultivators, taking their space rings and sweeping them with his divine sense, seemingly searching for something. Even so, Cheng Tai still stood in place obediently. He knew that in his current state, he was not Yang Kai's opponent at all. If he angered the other party, he would end up like the two corpses. There's nothing useful here. Yang Kai muttered with some dissatisfaction after checking the contents of the two space rings. In fact, this was not the case. The He brother and sister were both second-order Dao Source Realm cultivators. So naturally, there were many good things in their space rings. Whether it was source crystals, pills, or artifacts, their value was quite good. But for Yang Kai, there was nothing he wanted at the moment. Saying so, he stepped forward and stood in front of Cheng Tai, pondering for a moment before asking, If it's convenient, can Brother Cheng let me take a look at your space ring? Hearing this, Cheng Tai's face paled, but now that he was under someone else's roof, he had no choice but to lower his head, so he still squeezed out a smile and said, Naturally, there's no problem. Saying so, he took off his space ring with a pained expression and tossed it to Yang Kai before eagerly saying, If this friend has nothing else to say, this Cheng will take his leave. Sorry for disturbing you before. Why are you in such a hurry? Yang Kai glanced at him. You don't want your space ring? HM? Cheng Tai looked stunned, not understanding why Yang Kai would say such a thing. Do you think I want to rob you? Yang Kai curled his lips. Do you think I would do such a despicable thing? The expression on Cheng Tai's face changed constantly, and he really didn't know what to say. Ha! I found something useful. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly laughed, and with a thought, he took something out of Cheng Tai's space ring. Cheng Tai looked over and saw that it was a charcoal black spirit grass. To be honest, Cheng Tai didn't know what the spirit grass was or what it was used for. He just felt that its grade was not low and its value was not low, so he collected it. This thing came from the autumn territory of the Four Seasons realm, but he didn't expect that Yang Kai would take it out at this moment. Cheng Tai was completely at a loss. As for what was in his space ring, he was naturally well aware of it. In terms of value, there should be many things more precious than this spirit grass. But this strange little brat in front of him had actually taken out this spirit grass and left everything else untouched. While Cheng Tai was in a daze, Yang Kai directly threw his space ring back to him and played with the spirit grass in his hand, a look of joy filling his face. Friend, do you want anything else? Cheng Tai asked cautiously. I already said I'm not robbing you. Yang Kai glanced at him and shouted, Why haven't you scrammed yet? Yes. Hearing this, Cheng Tai felt like he had been granted amnesty and quickly grabbed his space ring and fled, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After Cheng Tai disappeared, Yang Kai leisurely landed not far from the extraordinary treasure lotus. Looking at the black spirit grass in his hand, he muttered to himself, With this black flood dragon, I only lack 3 raw materials to refine the extraordinary treasure pill. And I already have most of the materials, but these 3 are a bit difficult to obtain. I wonder if anyone else has them. While muttering to himself, Yong Kai looked around. At this moment, he was actually hoping that someone would be attracted by the appearance of this extraordinary treasure lotus, so he could collect the raw materials to refine the pill. If he used the extraordinary treasure lotus as the main material, he could refine a heaven-defying spirit pill called the extraordinary treasure pill. This spirit pill had all the effects of the extraordinary treasure lotus and was even more powerful. An extraordinary treasure pill was enough to increase a cultivator's chances of breaking through to the Emperor realm by 1/10. If possible, Yong Kai hoped to refine this extraordinary treasure lotus into a pill when it matured. This way, not only would it be preserved for a long time, but it would also be able to fully display the precious functions of the extraordinary treasure lotus. However, such thoughts were just thoughts, and they were not easy to accomplish, especially since he had yet to gather all the necessary materials. Chapter 2180. At the top of the mountain, clouds rose and wind surged as a vision appeared, illuminating half the sky with a multicolored glow. This was the culmination of a novel. The extraordinary treasure lotus slowly bloomed into a pure white and flawless flower bud. Its unique aura spreading throughout the world as a strange fragrance filled the air, making one feel relaxed and happy. Yong Kai sat cross-legged not far from this spirit flower, his mind empty as he closed his eyes and meditated, like a guardian not moving an inch. 300 miles away, somewhere, several figures were looking in the direction of the mountain as they rapidly approached. The sight of the heavenly anomaly made everyone extremely surprised. They did not know what was going on over there. However, this group of people seemed to belong to different forces. But at this moment, because of the obvious heavenly vision, they were all attracted to the same place. The strength of this group was also mixed, ranging from the first order Tao Source Realm to the third order Tao Source Realm. While flying, one of them suddenly turned his head and asked, "Brother Jing, can you see what's going on up ahead?" The person he asked was Jing Li, the benevolent martial sect disciple Yong Kai had met outside the Flowing Time Temple before. Although this person's cultivation was in the third order Tao Source Realm, he had behaved very humbly when facing Wu Chang, but at this moment he had regained his confidence. Hearing this, Jing Li pondered for a moment before saying, "This kind of heavenly vision is either the birth of a rare treasure or the maturation of a spirit flower. Judging from the fragrance coming from this place, it probably belongs to the latter." "Oh," the person who asked the question lit up and asked happily, "Does Brother Jing also think so?" What he meant was that he had also speculated so and just wanted to find someone to confirm it. So he continued, "I wonder if Brother Jing can see what kind of spirit flower this is." "How would I know?" Jing Li rolled his eyes. "There are countless natural spirit medicines out there, so anything that can cause such a big commotion must be of extraordinary value." "Ha ha ha." Suddenly, another person next to him laughed softly. Licking his lips, he said, "Perhaps the opportunity I've been waiting for is coming." As soon as this remark came out, everyone was shocked. Jing Li quickly said, "Now that this opportunity is here, it all depends on luck. If this opportunity is obtained by this Jing, don't be jealous." "Ha ha!" He let out a long laugh, as if he had already obtained the opportunity. "Bah, you think you're worthy of this opportunity." A disdainful voice came from the crowd. "Brother Zhou, Huai seems to have a problem with me." Jing Li coldly looked in the direction of the person who spoke with a provocative expression. It was true that he didn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of Anitya Helgard. After all, Anitya Helgard was notorious for his ferocity. However, he was still a powerhouse of the third order Tao Source Realm. How could he not be a little arrogant? "I don't have any objections to anyone obtaining this opportunity, but not you." Zhou Huai was not willing to be outdone. There seemed to be some kind of grudge between the two of them. Therefore, they didn't see eye to eye with each other. Jing Li's expression sank, and just as he was about to say something, someone suddenly shouted, "Look! Someone has arrived first!" As soon as these words were spoken, the hearts of everyone sank as they looked over. Sure enough, they saw a figure silently sitting cross-legged at the peak of the mountain. Not far behind him, there was a pure white flower bud. It was exuding a dense light that pulsed with a strange rhythm, giving off a mysterious aura. Asterisk shio, shio, shio. Asterisk, no one dared to hesitate, and quickly sped up, arriving not far from the extraordinary treasure lotus in the blink of an eye. All of them stared greedily at the spirit flower. Jing Li took a moment to glance over at Yang Kai, secretly feeling that this person was a little familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. But after noticing the other party's cultivation, he couldn't help curling his lips. A piece of trash from the first order Tao source realm. I was wondering who it was. After saying so, he no longer paid any attention to Yang Kai. The same was probably true for everyone else. Noticing that someone had arrived at the place where the spirit flower was located before them, they were a little flustered. But when they saw that Yang Kai's cultivation was so low, they immediately calmed down. After these people arrived, their eyes swept past Yang Kai and stared at the extraordinary treasure lotus in amazement, all of them wearing excited expressions. Although they didn't recognize what kind of spirit flower this was, for it to produce such a heavenly manifestation before it even matured. Its preciousness could be imagined. Brother Pang Hai, if this Jing remembers correctly, you're also an alchemist? Jing Li suddenly turned his head and looked at a fat man in the crowd. Hearing this, the fat man smiled slightly and said, "This Pang has indeed studied the alchemic way a little, but his alchemy skills are low, only at the origin king grade, not worth mentioning." Although he said this, there was an extremely proud expression on his face. That expression seemed to say that this was not something that was not worth mentioning, but was extremely proud of it. He had the capital to be proud. There were very few alchemists, and high-grade alchemists were even rarer. Their status was noble, and as a cultivator, being able to raise his alchemy skills to the origin king grade while cultivating was a testament to his talent. Generally, alchemists focused on alchemy, while their cultivation was secondary. While improving their alchemy skills, they often lost time in cultivation, so the cultivation of alchemists was generally not high. Not surprisingly, most of the Origin King grade alchemists were Origin returning realm masters, with very few Origin Kings among them. But this Pang Hai was a second-order Tao source realm master. He had made great achievements in both the martial Tao and the alchemic way territory, and was even better than most cultivator and alchemist, so naturally he was very proud. Origin King grade. Jing Li was also a knowledgeable person, and after hearing this he exclaimed, a look of sincere admiration appearing on his face as he said, "Brother Pang Hai is really amazing. This Jing admires you greatly." Although the others didn't speak, they also showed shocked expressions. Pang Hai was obviously very pleased with this, his fat cheeks filled with smiles as he waved his hand hypocritically and said, "It's nothing. Brother Jing is too serious. In fact, if it weren't for the alchemic way delaying my cultivation, this Pang would have already broken through to the third-order Tao source realm." In other words, his aptitude in the martial Tao was no worse than anyone else's. He was just distracted by alchemy. If it weren't for this, he would have even competed with Xia Sheng, Wu Chang, and the others. Brother Pang Hai, since you are an Origin King grade alchemist, do you recognize what this spirit flower is? Jing Li changed the topic and asked. Everyone else also looked at Pang Hai, waiting for his answer. Hearing this, Pang Hai's expression became serious as he turned his eyes towards the extraordinary treasure lotus, pondering for a long time before saying, "If this Pang is not mistaken, this should be the legendary." He paused here maliciously, whetting everyone's appetite. Yang Kai also opened his eyes curiously, wanting to hear the opinion of this fellow alchemist. Pang Hai said with certainty. Profound frost-sacred lotus. Pooh! Yang Kai couldn't hold back and almost laughed out loud. Pang Hai immediately glared at him fiercely. On the contrary, Jing Li and the others' eyes lit up and they shouted, "This is the profound frost-sacred lotus? The profound frost-sacred lotus that is rumored to cleanse one's knowledge, see, purify one's soul, and greatly enhance one's spiritual energy?" Jing Li had obviously also heard of the profound frost-sacred lotus, and at this moment his eyes flashed with a brilliant light. The reactions of the others were similar, almost like the word greed was written on their foreheads. Pang Hai nodded heavily. This is definitely the profound frost-sacred lotus. I trust Brother Pang Hai. Jing Li swallowed hard. It's not that I don't trust Brother Pang Hai. It's just that looking at this little brat's demeanor, he seems to know something. Zhou Huai looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully. And he was the first to arrive here. Why don't you ask him? Although he said so, he didn't ask for the opinion of the others, and instead directly shouted at Yang Kai, "You brat, this Zhou wants to ask you something. If you know, answer obediently, otherwise, humph." Zhou Huai's expression was full of malice. "And ask away." Yang Kai nodded at him indifferently. "How long have you been here?" Zhou Huai asked. "About an hour," Yang Kai replied. "So, this heavenly manifestation has been here since an hour ago." Zhou Huai's complexion changed as he looked around vigilantly, muttering to himself suspiciously, "Then why hasn't anyone else come here?" Although he felt strange, he didn't continue to investigate, thinking that others were too far away and hadn't discovered this heavenly manifestation or were on their way here. He then asked, "When Brother Pang Hai said this was the profound frost-sacred lotus, you had a look of disapproval on your face. Could it be, you know what kind of spirit flower this is?" "I don't know." Yang Kai shook his head like a rattle. "You don't know, and yet you still put on such an expression. How ridiculous." Pang Hai coldly snorted and said, sarcastically. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Although I don't know what this is, I know that this is definitely not the profound frost-sacred lotus." Speaking up to here, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became solemn as he earnestly explained, "The profound frost-sacred lotus grows in an extremely cold place with 7 petals, deep roots and long stems, and a delicate and enchanting fragrance. It doesn't match the spirit flower in front of you at all. Most importantly," his tone suddenly became low as his lips curled into an evil grin, "when the profound frost-sacred lotus blooms, no one can approach within a 100-kilometer radius. The fragrance is enough to affect the divine sense of the Emperor Realm's masters, causing them to be unable to extricate themselves from the hallucinations and fall into an illusion forever. If no one comes to rescue them, they will likely die from exhaustion." He spread his hands and said, "None of you are affected at all at this moment, nor are you hallucinating. So how could this be the profound frost-sacred lotus?" Hearing these words, everyone was dumbfounded while Pang Hai's face turned red. In fact, he didn't recognize what kind of spirit flower this was, but he didn't think anyone else would either, so he casually said the words profound frost-sacred lotus. In any case, no one could prove it, so he could seize the opportunity for himself. Because of this, he could weave some words to his advantage, making it easier for him to take action later. But in the blink of an eye, he was exposed by Yang Kai, and the other party's words were so convincing that he couldn't refute them. So he couldn't help feeling a bit angry. "This friend, what you say makes sense." Zhou Huai's eyes lit up as he turned to Pang Hai and said, "Brother Pang Hai, what do you think?" "I think your whole family's 18 generations of ancestors." Pang Hai couldn't help cursing in his heart. Chapter 2181. At this point, Pang Hai would never admit what Yang Kai said, otherwise it would be tantamount to slapping his own face. In front of so many people, how could he back down? As such, he could only viciously shout, "Brat, there should be a limit to what you can say. What do you know? This Pang is an Origin King-grade alchemist. If I say this is the profound frost-sacred lotus, then it is." As soon as the statement came out, everyone regained some confidence in Pang Hai. After all, they didn't know Yang Kai well, so how could they know whether what he said was true or false? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. I'm also a Tao Source grade alchemist who was telling the truth, but unfortunately no one believed him. Everyone, as you can see, this little brat is spouting nonsense and can't be trusted at all. Pang Hai took the opportunity to add insult to injury. Everyone nodded lightly. Good. At this time, Kai Yang suddenly patted his butt and stood up. Stretching his neck, he crossed his arms and straightened them. As his bones moved, a crackling sound could be heard. Everyone stared at him in astonishment, not knowing what he was trying to do by suddenly assuming such a posture of preparing to do something big. Enough with the idle chatter, Yang Kai said as he swept his eyes across the crowd, and any cultivator who met his gaze involuntarily felt a chill in their hearts, as if they were being stared at by some terrifying existence. Since you're here, do me a favor. Yang Kai grinned and quickly said, hand over your space rings. Huh. Everyone was startled, seemingly unable to believe what they had just heard. But soon, several people flew into a rage. Bastard, what do you want to do? Friend, are you trying to defy the heavens? A trivial first-order Tao Source realm dares to rob us? Ha ha ha, what a joke. This brat is really crazy. Since you say so, then hand over your space rings. Hand over your space ring, and we'll spare your life. Several people began to speak, either angry, sarcastic, or preparing to rob them. In any case, no one cared about what Yang Kai said, nor did they think he had the ability to do so. He only felt that this person had lost his mind and was simply unreasonable. Yang Kai had a grin on his face as he looked at Chao Huai and said, Earlier, this friend asked why no one came to investigate, even though the heaven and earth phenomenon had appeared for such a long time. I'll tell you the answer now. It's not that no one came to investigate. It's just that everyone who came was chased away by me. You? Zhou Huai couldn't help but sneer. Are you joking? Yang Kai shook his head. There were also people who overestimated themselves and wanted to make a move against me, but the outcome was like that. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and pointed below. Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing and saw a headless corpse lying among the rocks in the mountains. Fresh blood covered the ground. Another woman seemed to have fallen from a high altitude and was smashed to pieces. These, too, are from the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Jing Li observed for a moment. He suddenly cried out in alarm. Yes, they claim to be from the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Yang Kai nodded. You actually killed them. Jing Li looked at Yang Kai in shock. You actually killed them. No wonder there was always a smell of blood, so that's why. Zhou Huai frowned. The smell of blood was covered by this strange fragrance. Damn it, I didn't even notice it. So what if you really killed these two people? Pang Hai suddenly stared coldly at Yang Kai and said in an icy tone, These two people from the Flowing Shadow Sword sect aren't too strong, and there aren't many of them. Do you want to make a move against the 5 of us? As soon as these words came out, everyone felt relieved, thinking that this was right. The other party was just one person, so even if he had some strange means, it was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. AI. Yang Kai let out a long sigh. If possible, I don't want to make a move against you. I just want to find a few herbs. But if you don't cooperate, then... As he spoke, his figure suddenly flickered, and he disappeared from where he stood. In an instant, the expressions of the 5 people changed greatly, and they all released their divine senses to search for Yang Kai's whereabouts. However, wherever their divine senses covered, they found nothing. It was as if Yang Kai had disappeared from this world. This strange situation made the faces of the 5 people turn ashen, and a feeling of uneasiness surged from the depths of their hearts. Suddenly, a large hand was placed on Jing Li's shoulder. At the same time, Yang Kai's figure strangely appeared behind Jing Li, and his ghostly voice came from behind. I can do it myself, but you must not resist, otherwise, if I am not careful, I may accidentally kill you. Jing Li felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Cold sweat dripping down his back as he stood stiffly in place, not daring to move. He could feel that the large hand on his shoulder secretly contained a vigorous power, like an ocean that could engulf him at any time. That power was so strong that he simply couldn't resist. Asterisk xiao xiao xiao. Asterisk the other four people's figures flickered almost at the same time as they scattered, distancing themselves from Jing Li, all of them circulating their source qi as they vigilantly stared at Yang Kai. Before Kai Yang opened his mouth to speak, none of them knew how this person had appeared behind Jing Li. All of them were thinking if he had attacked them, would they have been able to avoid it? The answer was obviously no. Thinking so, everyone began to break out in cold sweat. Friend! Jing Li gulped, large drops of sweat sliding down his forehead as he struggled to speak. There's no grievance between you and me, and this Jing has never. Enough, enough. Yang Kai did not wait for him to finish before interrupting. I don't want to take your life, although it would be easy for me, since there is no grievance between us. I have no reason to kill you, right? Yes, yes, yes. Jing Li nodded repeatedly, squeezing out a smile. It's good that friend understands. As I said just now, I just want to find a few herbs. As Yang Kai spoke, he reached out and grabbed Jing Li's space ring. Effortlessly, Yang Kai took the other party's space ring, but after sweeping it with his divine sense, he frowned and tossed it back to Jing Li. You can go now! Yang Kai smiled and patted Jing Li on the shoulder. Jing Li's body shrank, and he almost collapsed to the ground, but fortunately he had a strong will and managed to suppress his fear as he released his divine sense and swept his space ring. The next moment he let out a cry of surprise and looked up at Yang Kai strangely. Yang Kai frowned and said, There's nothing in your ring that I want, so that's how it is. Jing Li suddenly understood and cupped his fists ecstatically. Many thanks. After saying so, he hurriedly used his movement skill and fled into the distance. Although he had been frightened for no reason, he was fine and his things were all intact. This was already a result he could not hope for, so how could Jing Li be dissatisfied? Naturally, it was best to leave first. Next, Yang Kai looked at the remaining four people and grinned. Take the initiative, don't force me to attack you. However, you can rest assured that if you don't have what I want, I won't take it casually. But if you do, then you can only blame your bad luck. The four people looked at each other, their faces pale, but none of them dared to leave without permission. Judging from the movement skill Yang Kai displayed just now, none of them had the confidence to escape and would likely be caught if they made the slightest move. This friend, what are you looking for? If you don't mind, please tell me. If this Zhou has something, I won't hide it. Zhou Huai thought for a while before speaking. The others also nodded vigorously and said, Yes, if we have something, we will definitely give it to you. Although from Jing Li's reaction just now, Yang Kai did not seem to have taken anything from his space ring. Everyone had their own secrets, and these secrets were often stored in their space rings. No one was willing to hand over their space ring to others for inspection. Don't bother, I'll look for it myself. Yang Kai coldly snorted. I'll count to 3. Those who don't hand over their space rings will have to bear the consequences. Murderous intent filled his face, and he didn't seem to be joking, directly beginning to count. Seeing this, Zhou Huai could only sigh and not make any unnecessary attempts. Quickly taking off his space ring and tossing it to Yang Kai with a wry smile, I hope you can keep your word. Yang Kai didn't say a word, catching the space ring and inspecting it, but after a while he tossed it back without taking anything. Zhou Huai gladly caught it, not even bothering to say any polite words, and directly fled. Among these 5 people, the 2 strongest had fallen to such a fate, so how could the remaining 3 have the courage to resist? After exchanging a glance with each other, they all took off their space rings and handed them to Yang Kai. After a round of inspection, Yang Kai's brow furrowed, because he didn't see anything he needed. Whether it was the 3 herbs he needed to refine the extraordinary treasure pill or the tribulation fruit he needed, if he couldn't collect the required herbs, he wouldn't be able to refine the extraordinary treasure pill. If that was the case, he could only wait until this extraordinary treasure lotus matured and swallow it directly. But doing so would greatly waste the medicinal efficacies of this spirit flower. So Yang Kai wasn't willing to do so unless it was absolutely necessary. After dispersing the remaining 3, Yang Kai continued to sit cross-legged, waiting for the next person to take the bait. He'd already planned in his heart that he had to gather the things he needed as much as possible before those true experts arrived. Otherwise, a fierce battle would be unavoidable once those people arrived. For the next 2 days, Yang Kai guarded the extraordinary treasure lotus, not leaving it at all. Many cultivators were attracted by this heavenly manifestation, but whether it was by luck or by necessity, none of them were the ones Yang Kai feared, only some of the weaker cultivators. These people's fates were naturally the same as Jing Li and the others, coming in high spirits, but leaving in disgrace. Those who were tactful obediently handed over their space rings, so that Yang Kai could inspect them and leave safely. Those who didn't, Yang Kai naturally subdued them, snatched their space rings, and inspected them himself. Chapter 2182. Although Yang Kai's approach would offend a lot of people, he didn't take things too far. He didn't rashly kill people, nor did he really rob them, so the situation wasn't too serious. If he really robbed everyone he met, it would be completely over. As soon as he left the 4 Seasons realm, he would become the target of all the major sects at that time, unless he joined Azure Sun Temple or Gao Shueting was willing to shelter him. He would inevitably be punished by the masters of other sects. But by doing this, he not only ensured that he wouldn't offend anyone, but also guaranteed a harvest. 2 days later, Kai Yang had already collected 2 of the 3 herbs he was missing. Only the last one was missing. According to his observation, this extraordinary treasure lotus would fully mature in a day at most, and if he couldn't find the last auxiliary herb by then, he would have to swallow it. At this time, there were only 2 days left before the exit of the 4 Seasons realm closed. Yang Kai was quite anxious, because if he guessed correctly, those few true powerhouses should already be rushing towards the exit, and they should be arriving soon. Just as he was thinking this, Yang Kai's face suddenly changed slightly as he looked in a certain direction. After a while, he curled his lips in dissatisfaction and said, "They're here already. It seems a bit early." In the sky over there, a dazzling light was rushing over. Inside this light, there were many auras, obviously more than one person. One of them gave Yang Kai an unusual feeling, as if he was much stronger than the others. This person was obviously one of the Tao Source Realm Masters who were strong enough to make Yang Kai take them seriously. But before they could get close, Yang Kai didn't know who they were. Just as he was observing, the light had approached the top of the mountain and soon stopped in front of Yang Kai. The light dissipated, revealing several figures. As soon as these people appeared, a man in his 30s pointed at Yang Kai and shouted, "Brother Zhuang, it was this bastard who robbed me and junior sister Sue earlier and stole our space rings." As he spoke, a beautiful, fair-skinned woman in the crowd also nodded. She glared at Yang Kai with a look of deep hatred, as if she had a deep grudge against him. Yang Kai took a closer look and realized that the man who spoke and the woman who nodded looked familiar. He had seen them yesterday. However, the fate of these 2 people was the same as the others who came here. They were all subdued by Yang Kai's superb means. He snatched the space ring and inspected it. "Oh, so the 2 of you are from the Orthodoxy Palace. My apologies for not recognizing you." Yang Kai smiled at the man who spoke and cupped his fists. He had not inquired about the origins of these 2 before, but now that he saw them together with Zhuangbu Fan, he naturally understood. The Orthodoxy Palace was one of the top sects in the Southern Territory. As the elite disciples of the Orthodoxy Palace, they were naturally very proud. He was robbed for no reason. How could he swallow such a grievance? Most likely, after they left yesterday, They had tried to contact their eldest brother, Zhuang Bufan, hoping that he would help them vent their anger. Of course, the most important thing was the extraordinary treasure lotus. If Zhuang Bufan came here, not only would he be able to suppress Yang Kai's arrogance, he might even be able to snatch this precious world spirit flower. Bah! The man who spoke heard these words and spat towards Yang Kai's direction, coldly snorting, "Boy, don't try to act like that. It's not too late for you to admit your wrongs. If you obediently kneel down and kowtow a few times and slap yourself a few times, Senior Marshal Brother Zhuang may not necessarily not spare you. Senior Marshal Brother has always been benevolent and righteous, and he has never killed innocent people. However, if you want to stubbornly resist..." The meaning of his words was self-evident. Compared to the submissive attitude he had displayed yesterday after being intimidated by Yang Kai, at this moment he felt like he had someone backing him up, causing him to become extremely arrogant. "Friend, what are you saying? I don't understand." Yang Kai responded casually. "Don't pretend to be confused." The man shouted angrily, "You know what you've done." "Huh." Yang Kai chuckled before turning his eyes to Zhuang Bufan and asking, "Brother Zhuang, what do you say?" Since arriving here, Zhuang Bufan had not spoken, his eyes shifting back and forth between the extraordinary treasure lotus and Yang Kai from time to time, the look of doubt on his face growing stronger and stronger. He had two doubts. The first was about the extraordinary treasure lotus. He was the chief Tao Source Realm Master of Orthodoxy Temple, so his knowledge and experience were extraordinary. He could vaguely tell what kind of extraordinary treasure lotus it was, but he could not be certain, causing him to feel somewhat suspicious. The second was about Yang Kai. No matter how he observed him, the other party seemed to only be a first-order Tao Source Realm Master. With this kind of cultivation, he had easily subdued his junior brother and junior sister. If it were not for his junior brother and junior sister speaking with such certainty, he would not have believed it. At this moment, hearing Yang Kai's question, Zhuang Bufan frowned and cupped his fists. "May I ask your Excellency's name?" Although he had come here to avenge his junior brother and junior sister, he still showed a courteous look and did not rush to attack Yang Kai, showing that his temperament was quite good. "Yang Kai." Yang Kai cupped his fists and replied, "This Zhuang remembers. Brother Yang came here with the people from Azure Sun Temple, right?" The doubt on Zhuang Bufan's face became even stronger. "But why did I never know that Azure Sun Temple had a brother Yang?" Hearing this, Yang Kai raised his brow and praised, "Brother Zhuang has good eyesight and a good memory. I really did come here with the people from Azure Sun Temple." This was the first guy who remembered that he came with the people from Azure Sun Temple. At that time, there were hundreds of people gathered in the Nameless Valley, and it was not easy to remember Yang Kai's whereabouts in the vast sea of people. The reason why Brother Zhuang did not know is because this Yang is not a disciple of Azure Sun Temple. It was only because of some reasons that this Yang traveled with Elder Gao. So that's how it is. Zhuang Bufan nodded slightly and did not ask anything more. In his opinion, Yang Kai probably had some relationship with a high-level member of Azure Sun Temple, which was why he could come to the Nameless Valley with Gao Shueting and enter the Four Seasons realm. He pondered for a moment and said slowly, "Originally, this Zhuang's two junior brother and junior sister suffered a little under Brother Yang's hands, and it was their fault for not being good enough. This Zhuang should not have come here and put on a posture to denounce him. I hope Brother Yang can forgive me for this." He did not have the slightest intention of underestimating Yang Kai because of his low cultivation. Instead, he deliberately explained, and there was a hint of disappointment in his words, which made the man and woman blush and feel quite ashamed. I understand." Yang Kai chuckled and felt that this Zhuang Bufan's character was not bad, but as a brother, you have to act like a brother. Zhuang Bufan changed the topic, and his face became solemn as he said calmly, "Junior brother and junior sister have a request, and this Zhuang cannot pretend that he did not hear it. As a brother, you have to protect your junior brother and junior sister. As soon as these words came out, the people gathered around him showed a moved expression, and all of them looked at his back, as if they were staring at a mountain that could withstand a storm, making them feel safe. Brother Yang, tell us how to solve this matter. Zhuang Bufan looked at Yang Kai lightly and said, he didn't seem to want to use his strength to bully the weak, so he directly handed the initiative to Kai Yang. His words were filled with incomparable confidence, as if no matter what Kai Yang said, he would be able to resist. Yang Kai grinned and said, the whole story. Brother Zhuang must have heard about it? Zhuang Bufan nodded and said yes. They said very clearly that Brother Yang subdued them and then robbed them. Oh, Yang Kai raised his brow and said, if they say I subdued them, I won't deny it. But if they say I robbed them, haha, I can't agree. What's wrong? Zhuang Bufan frowned and said with some displeasure, Brother Yang did this, but you don't dare admit it? It's not that I don't dare admit it, but how can I admit something I didn't do? Isn't this just throwing a bucket of sh*t on my head? Yang Kai wore an extremely wronged expression as he stared at the man and woman and said, you say I robbed you, so why don't you tell me what you lost? The man heard this and was suddenly at a loss for words. He really hadn't lost anything. Yang Kai had only snatched their space rings at the time and returned them after checking them. He hadn't explained this matter clearly to Zhuang Bufan. Seeing the expression on his face, Yang Kai immediately understood and laughed. Brother Zhuang, you don't seem to understand the whole situation. Zhuang Bufan's face sank slightly as he turned to look at the man and asked, what happened? The man nodded submissively, his eyes drifting, not knowing how to explain. Zhuang Bufan then turned to the other woman and asked, Junior sister Sue, did they steal anything from you? The woman surnamed Sue bit her red lips lightly and shook her head. No, we didn't, so that's it. Yang Kai directly interrupted her, turning to Zhuang Bufan and saying they didn't lose anything. So how could they have robbed them? As for fighting, how can there be no conflict when a cultivator cultivates? Just because these two are my friends from Orthodoxy Temple doesn't mean I can't touch them. After saying so, Yang Kai's voice sank and his expression became cold. Besides, there was a reason why I fought with them. Because of the spirit flower behind you. Zhuang Bufan was also a smart person and immediately understood the key point. Yes, Yang Kai sternly said, with Brother Zhuang's eyesight, you can probably see that this spirit flower has not yet matured, so rashly picking it will only greatly damage its medicinal properties. That's why I've been guarding this place, lest anyone who doesn't know what's good for them takes advantage of this heaven's gift. I've also sent away many people these past few days, and yesterday when your junior brother and junior sister came here. And you don't need to say anything, I can probably guess what happened next. Zhuang Bufan nodded lightly. It was none other than these two from Orthodoxy Temple seeing how precious this spirit flower was and how weak Yang Kai's cultivation was. So they wanted to drive Yang Kai away, but they didn't expect to fail so miserably and fall into Yang Kai's hands. As a result, in a fit of anger, they went to find Zhuang Bufan to vent their anger. Chapter 2183. It's good that Brother Zhuang understands. Yang Kai laughed when he saw Zhuang Bufan being so easygoing. There's no need to say anything else. Brother Yang, let's fight. Zhuang Bufan's expression suddenly became serious as he spoke. Yang Kai was taken aback for a moment before shouting, I explained so much just now for nothing. Brother Zhuang, did you not understand? Zhuang Bufan shook his head and said, I understand everything from the beginning to the end. This battle is not for my junior brother and junior sister, nor is there any grudge between us. It is simply for that world spirit herb. As he spoke, he pushed his source chi, causing his clothes and black hair to flutter without any wind, causing his aura to rise steadily. He continued, although this world spirit herb was discovered by Brother Yang first and has been guarding it all this time, since it has not been harvested. It is without an owner. This Zhuang does not want to miss out on such a precious treasure, so we can only fight." Yang Kai stared at him in a daze, and after a long time he let out a bitter laugh and said, "Although I don't want to admit it, Brother Zhuang really is an open and above-board person. Speaking openly about your intentions is much better than those sanctimonious people who speak righteous words but have a belly full of evil tricks. This is very admirable, but I still want to ask, do we really have to fight? Is there no other way to solve this? Brother Yang, if you feel that you cannot win, you can leave now. This Zhuang does not want to bully the weak." Zhuang Bufan frowned and replied, "Fine." Yang Kai sighed helplessly. "If that's the case, then I have nothing to say." Saying so, Yang Kai's body trembled as a sea of source qi surged out from his body, creating a violent storm that swept out in all directions. Zhuang Bufan's eyes shrank. He shouted in a deep voice, "Brother Yang is indeed extraordinary. My 2 junior brothers and junior sisters didn't die unjustly by your hands." "Ha ha, Brother Zhuang. Be careful, don't let the same thing happen again." While Yang Kai was laughing, he had already swung his fist forward. Dazzling energy wrapped around his fist, as if he wanted to smash open the heavens and earth, directly landing on Zhuang Bufan's head. It came crashing down like a mountain. "All of you step back. No one is allowed to interfere." At the same time, Zhuang Bufan let out a low shout, and at the same time he turned his palm upwards, and a gust of wind and cloud surged out from his palm, transforming into a torrent of energy that rushed towards Yang Kai to counterattack. At the same time he chanted, "Flying Cloud Palm, Imperial 4 Extremes." The energy visible to the naked eye burst out from his palm and transformed into a flood dragon. Shaking its head and wagging its tail, it rushed into the clouds and directly swallowed Yang Kai. Zhuang Bufan did not have the slightest bit of joy after succeeding. Instead, an extremely strange expression appeared on his face, because he found that Yang Kai didn't try to dodge his attack, but instead took it head-on. It was falling towards him at an even faster speed. "Brother Zhuang!" Yang Kai's shout came from behind. Amidst the raging energy around him, Yang Kai appeared to be a little unstable. "This Yang wants to end this quickly. After all, I am your only enemy, while I have many. This Yang does not have the time or energy to fight with you for a long time." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards Zhuang Bufan, turned his fist into a palm, and directly pressed it against Zhuang Bufan's palm. Kong. The moment the 2 palms collided, a huge burst of energy erupted, and a halo visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions. Zhuang Bufan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His body suddenly sank down, and a huge crater appeared where he was standing, and countless cracks appeared in the ground around him. A competition of source qi. Zhuang Bufan's expression changed greatly as he instantly understood Yang Kai's intentions. This opponent, who only had a cultivation base in the first-order Tao Source realm, had given up all opportunities to compete with secret techniques and artifacts, and instead chose to fight in such a fierce and direct manner, forcing Zhuang Bufan to compete with him in terms of source qi. It was undeniable that this kind of battle would result in a very short time because no one could dodge or retreat. The side with more source qi would win in the shortest amount of time. Is he really that confident? With a trivial cultivation base in the first-order Tao Source realm, he wants to compete with me in source qi. Zhuang Bufan's mind flashed with distracting thoughts as a trace of anger appeared on his face after being underestimated. While his palm was still in contact with Yang Kai's palm, Zhuang Bufan spun around and raised his other hand as he shouted, "Heaven and Earth Reversal!" Although Zhuang Bufan was the strongest Tao Source Realm Master in Orthodoxy Temple, he was different from Xiaosheng and Wuchang in that he had a unique advantage. Although it had never been proven, the disciples and elders of the great sects all knew that Xiaosheng had a special physique. But as for what this special physique was, No one knew except for the elders of Azure Sun Temple. As for Wu Chang, needless to say, his yin and yang dual body allowed him to be much stronger than other cultivators in the same realm from birth. However, as a pillar of his sex Tao Source Realm Master, Zhuang Bufan did not have such conditions. His physique was extremely ordinary, but he was still able to compete with Xia Sheng and Wu Chang. He had even fought Wu Chang several times without falling into a disadvantage. What supported him to achieve this was his solid foundation and vigorous source qi. He was the kind of person who worked extremely hard and cultivated diligently, so while he put in more effort, he also made up for the congenital deficiency of Wu Chang and Xia Sheng. Orthodoxy Temple's Temple Master Lei Gu once said that if Zhuang Bufan had a physique like Wu Chang or Xia Sheng's, his achievements would definitely be far greater than what he currently had. The words of a third-order Emperor Realm Master were highly credible and also reflected Zhuang Bufan's hard work in his cultivation. What Zhuang Bufan was most proud of was his pure and vigorous source qi. His origin energy was just like his entire being. It was as immovable as a mountain, like an abyss. He felt that this was his greatest asset, his foundation that allowed him to stand shoulder to shoulder with Xia Sheng and Wu Chang. But now, someone wanted to compete with him in what he was best at, and that person was just a first-order Tao Source Realm cultivator. Even if Zhuang Bufan had a good temper, at this moment he was a little angry. Without hesitation, he directly used his most powerful secret art, the heaven and earth inverting phantom secret art. Since you want to fight, I'll do as you wish. Moreover, he was going to face this competition in his strongest state. The moment the second palm reached out, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, because what he saw was not a palm, but a vast ocean, a bottomless abyss, pouncing towards him, wanting to swallow him up and tear him to shreds. With a roar, his entire body seemed to swell up in an instant as popping sounds rang out from his body. Along with the popping sounds, the dozen drops of pure golden blood he had stored in his body instantly burst open, all of them transforming into pure source qi that filled his limbs, causing his entire body to glow with a dazzling golden light. Asterisk hoo asterisk a gust of wind, like a sword cutting through the air, howled. The few cultivators from Orthodoxy Temple who had followed Zhuang Bufan here were all dumbfounded. What they saw was Yang Kai and Zhuang Bufan's palms facing each other, one hanging upside down while the other stood still, staring at each other, sparks flying as their eyes met. The place where the two of them stood had become the source of the energy frenzy, the golden and white light blooming there, intertwining and clashing constantly. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. He can actually compete with Brother Zhuang in source qi? Is this person really from the first order Tao source realm? Could it be a third order Tao source realm cultivator pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? He's just trying to be brave. Brother Zhuang will soon deal with him. While the cultivators from Orthodoxy Temple were dazzled, they did not forget to mutter a few words. However, things did not develop as they had imagined, and Zhuang Bufan did not manage to repel Yang Kai in a short period of time. Instead, the two of them maintained the same posture, pushing their source qi madly to suppress each other. As time passed, Zhuang Bufan's expression became more and more dignified, while Yang Kai's eyes became crazier and more ferocious. It was not until this moment that Zhuang Bufan suddenly realized that the reason Yang Kai had explained so much to him before was not because he was afraid of him, but because he did not want to fight with him. As he said, Zhuang Bufan's only enemy was him, but Yang Kai had many enemies. As long as he wanted to protect the immature spirit herb, he would inevitably become enemies with the masters who came here. These masters included Wu Chang, Xiao Chen, and Lan Sen. It was for this reason that Yang Kai chose to use source qi to quickly determine the winner. This method was not opportunistic in the slightest. All the secret techniques and artifacts he had cultivated were useless. All he could rely on was his own confidence and the strength he had obtained through cultivation. Looking at the crazed look in Yang Kai's eyes, Zhuang Bufan knew that, in a sense, he had already lost, because this guy who was competing with him in source qi had a cultivation 2 minor realms lower than him. If he had suppressed his strength to the same level as Yang Kai's, there would have been no need to fight at all to determine the winner. In this world, there was actually such a freak. Zhuang Bufan was shocked. At a certain moment, the balance was suddenly broken, and the golden and white light that filled the world suddenly showed a difference in strength. Under the watchful eyes of the Orthodoxy temple disciples, the golden light was actually suppressed. How is this possible? Brother Zhuang is being suppressed. Where the hell did this little brat come from? No way. It must be Brother Zhuang showing mercy. Big Brother is a benevolent and righteous person. Yes, that must be it. Even though they had seen it with their own eyes, none of them could believe that Zhuang Bufan had actually fallen into a disadvantage in a battle of source qi. The impact of this scene set off a storm in everyone's hearts, causing them to be unable to recover from their shock for a long time. But even so, none of them showed any intention of stepping forward to help and simply watched from afar. Firstly, in such a battle, outsiders would not be able to help at all. If they rashly interfered, it would only result in both sides suffering losses. Secondly, Zhuang Bufan had previously said that they should retreat to the side and not interfere. Big Brother's words had always been dignified, so no one dared to disobey them. Brother Zhuang, please stop. Yang Kai's voice suddenly sounded, and along with his words, the dazzling golden light suddenly grew stronger, suppressing Zhuang Bufan's white light even further. Yang Kai quickly said, "If you don't stop now, you'll be injured." Chapter 2184. Facing Yang Kai's persuasion, Zhuang Bufan turned a deaf ear to it, a trace of madness flashing across his usually calm face as he shouted, "In this Zhuang's world, there is no such thing as retreating." Good. Yang Kai roared as the dazzling golden light around him grew even brighter. At the same time, his body shook violently as the source qi in his body surged outwards. "Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish." Asterisk Kong, asterisk accompanied by a loud bang. The golden light completely suppressed the white light and gradually swallowed it whole. A huge crater had appeared where Zhuang Bufan was standing. Above the mountain, sand and pebbles were sent flying, and the wind and clouds changed color. Bang! Amidst the dazzling light, a figure suddenly shot out and stood in midair, gasping for breath and covered in blood. The people from Orthodoxy temple glanced over and were greatly shocked, although he couldn't see clearly who was standing in the void, inferring from the posture of competing source qi just now. This person should be Yang Kai without a doubt. Turning their gazes towards the giant crater, they saw Zhuang Bufan kneeling on one knee, his clothes tattered and his hair disheveled. His body was also covered in blood, giving him a miserable appearance. "Brother Zhuang," the people from Orthodoxy temple shouted. Zhuang Bufan did not seem to have the strength to respond to them and could only maintain his posture, his body trembling uncontrollably. After a long time, he struggled to stand up and looked up in the direction of Yang Kai with a complicated look in his eyes. "Thank you for letting me win." Yang Kai cupped his fists and quickly said. Zhuang Bufan did not answer, and instead sat down cross-legged on the ground, reached out from his space ring, took out some healing pills, stuffed them into his mouth, and began to meditate. Seeing this, the people from Orthodoxy temple immediately glared at Yang Kai. But in addition to anger, there was also a strong sense of fear and shock. Because just a moment ago, right before their eyes, Yang Kai, the cultivator of the First Order Tao Source realm, had defeated Zhuang Bufan in a competition of source qi. Although the final result seemed to be a lose-lose situation, a victory was still a victory. Was this guy really capable of such a feat? In the territory of origin energy, Brother Zhuang lost to him? Even Xia Sheng and Wu Chang might not be able to do it. All sorts of distracting thoughts flashed through their hearts like bolts of lightning, and they didn't dare underestimate Yang Kai in the slightest. In their eyes, Yang Kai was shockingly an existence that could be compared to Zhuang Bufan. In fact, he was even more terrifying than his eldest brother because he was currently only in the first order Dao Source realm. If he were to cultivate to the third order Dao Source realm, which Dao Source realm cultivator in this world would be his opponent? This person was perhaps another bright star in the star boundary. One day in the future, it would definitely blossom with extremely dazzling light, illuminating the entire sky of the star boundary. On the other side, Yang Kai also slowly descended and sat down cross-legged, taking out a large number of pills from his space ring and stuffing them into his mouth. His condition seemed to be much better than Zhuang Bufan, and his recovery ability was also very strong. However, after this battle, his strength was no longer at its peak. He needed to recover in the shortest time possible to cope with the various troubles that might arise next. As for Zhuang Bufan, Yang Kai estimated that he wouldn't come to compete for anything. This person was very open and above board, so since he had been defeated by Yang Kai, he definitely wouldn't covet the extraordinary treasure lotus. Regarding this, Yang Kai was quite relieved. Yo! Suddenly, a shout rang out from somewhere, and a figure suddenly appeared not far behind them. Casually glancing around, smiling casually, he said, I was wondering who was making such a big noise here. It turns out it was you too. Oh, hearing this, Yang Kai immediately opened his eyes again, showed a smile, and said slowly, The second one to come here is you? Brother Xia. He didn't need to look back to know that the person who had come must be Xia Sheng. In an instant, Yang Kai couldn't help relaxing. He was really afraid that Wu Chang would suddenly come here at this time. After all, he urgently needed to restore himself at this moment. If Wu Chang were to come here, it would be a bit troublesome. But Xia Sheng was different. He was acquainted with Yang Kai, so he shouldn't act rashly. That's me. Xia Sheng smiled lightly. Xia Sheng smiled faintly and said, seeing that the entrance was about to close, this Xia originally wanted to go over there and wait for my fellow junior brothers and junior sisters so that we could return together. However, I didn't expect to see the heavenly anomaly and the sounds of people fighting here, so I came over to join in the fun. As he spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly as he quickly said, It looks like the battle between the two of you was quite intense. His tone was inevitably a little shocked, because he had never expected that Yang Kai's strength could be compared to Zhuang Bufan's. Before this, although he felt that Yang Kai was extraordinary, he still felt that there was a big gap between him and a character like himself. There were only a few people who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him, and one of them was Zhuang Bufan. But now, Yang Kai being able to fight Zhuang Bufan to the point where both of them were injured was a big indication of their strength. Although Xia Sheng didn't know who had the upper hand in the battle just now, everything he observed now was enough for him to infer Yang Kai's strength. He had clearly underestimated him before. Saying so, his eyes turned to the extraordinary treasure lotus again, and his eyes lit up as he muttered, Well, this is really a good thing. Xiaobai, do you recognize what this is? His last sentence was directed to Xiaobai Yi, who had followed closely behind. He didn't know when the two of them had met up, but Morong Xiao Xiao was also with them. I don't know, I've never seen it before. Xiaobai Yi stood not far from Xia Sheng and said concisely, I don't know either. Before Xia Sheng could ask, Morong Xiao Xiao took the initiative to answer. Xia Sheng shrugged helplessly as his eyes swept between Yang Kai and Zhuang Bufan, suddenly showing a sly grin as he said, If you don't know, then I'll just swallow it. And I wonder which one of you discovered this thing first? Yang Kai didn't speak, but Zhuang Bufan, who had recovered a bit of strength at this moment, said, When this Zhuang came here, Brother Yang was already here and sent away a lot of people. Brother Yang discovered it first? Xia Sheng raised his brow and muttered softly, That's difficult. If Brother Yang discovered it first, he would have just snatched it. But since it was Brother Yang who discovered it first, although Brother Yang is not a disciple of my Azure Sun Temple, he still came here with me. If I were to snatch it, wouldn't that be unjust? Yang Kai's face darkened as he said, Brother Xia, I heard everything you said. Xia Sheng was taken aback for a moment before he chuckled. It's okay, it's not something you can't hear anyway. Brother Yang, let's make a deal. Isn't it too much to split heaven and earth treasures in half? It's too much, Yang Kai replied solemnly. Then I'll have to snatch it, Xia Sheng replied solemnly. Yang Kai glanced at him and said expressionlessly, Brother Xia, please. You. Xia Sheng looked at him helplessly and smiled bitterly. Are you sure I won't do that? Yang Kai grinned and was about to say something when he suddenly frowned and looked around. Why are there so many people here all of a sudden? In his perception, there were actually many cultivators continuously flying over from all directions. Obviously, they were all attracted by the heavenly phenomenon here. He said with a strange expression, Isn't there still 2 days before the entrance closes? Why are they all back? There's something you don't know. Xia Xing shook his head and explained, This is an unwritten rule every time the Four Seasons realm opens. All the disciples of the various sects and families will return to the entrance about 2 days in advance, and then everyone will exchange what they don't need for what they need. Counting the days, it's almost time for everyone to return. Is that so? Yang Kai looked surprised. Why else do you think we came here so early? Xiao Bai glanced at Yang Kai faintly and said, You're in big trouble now. Yang Kai wore a bitter expression and nodded. Indeed. He thought that there were still 2 days before the entrance closed. So even if the heavenly vision appeared here, it wouldn't attract many people. When the extraordinary treasure, Lotus, matured tomorrow, the heavenly vision would naturally disappear. But how could he have known that his plan couldn't keep up with the changes, now that so many people had come? Once there was a conflict, the situation would be out of control. Even though Yang Kai was very confident in his strength, it was still difficult for 2 fists to fight 4 hands. While the 3 of them were talking, accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, one cultivator after another appeared, all of them staring towards the extraordinary treasure lotus in amazement and greed. However, at this moment, with Zhuang Bufan and Xia Sheng here, no one dared to act rashly, but each of them seemed to be scheming something, their eyes exuding complex emotions. Seeing this, Xiao Bai sneered. Suddenly, Xia Xing put his hand over his eyes and made a sweeping gesture, his expression suddenly becoming dignified as he quickly said, Brother Yang, you'd better be mentally prepared. There's a ruthless. Before he finished speaking, a familiar roar rang out from the distant horizon, one that Yang Kai was familiar with. Don't let me catch you, or I'll make you taste all the torture in this world. This voice was filled with endless anger and murderous intent, causing many people who heard it to feel a chill run down their spines. Wu Chang! Someone cried out in a low voice. Everyone recognized the owner of the voice. When this cry came out, many cultivators revealed fearful expressions, their expressions anxious and uneasy. It was obvious that the heavens chosen of the Southern Territory had left an indelible fear in the hearts of countless people. However, Wu Chang's words were somewhat puzzling. It was unknown who he was chasing, causing him to be so angry, and from what he said, it seemed that he had been chasing for a long time without success. Chapter 2185. Ha ha ha, idiot. You'll just eat the dust behind your fathers, but with your garbage skills, you'll never catch up to me. Another voice called out, this one extremely arrogant, not putting Wu Chang in his eyes at all. Not only that, he even called himself father and constantly mocked Wu Chang. The group of people was shocked and turned their heads, dumbfounded, in the direction of this voice, only to see 2 streams of light chasing after them from the horizon, arriving in the blink of an eye. Gong Winshan! Yang Kai recognized at a glance that the guy running away in front of him was none other than Array Master Gong Winshan. In an instant, Yang Kai had a rough guess about the scene in front of him. Before the flowing time temple, Gong Winshan and Wu Chang had a grudge, because after Gong Winshan cracked the barrier at the entrance, he actually used it to prevent Wu Chang from entering, ruining his opportunity. Wu Chang was extremely decisive at that time, realizing that he couldn't enter the flowing time temple. so he left directly. However, Yan Kai didn't know if Wu Chang had been lurking in the Two Seasons mountain range waiting for Gong Winshan to come out, or if he had accidentally encountered him later. In any case, judging from the previous incident, Wu Chang naturally wouldn't let Gong Winshan off. So the two obviously had a grudge. But for some reason, even someone as strong as Wu Chang couldn't do anything to Gong Winshan and had chased him all the way here. Just as Yan Kai was thinking about this, Gong Winshan had already passed over everyone's heads and landed in an open space nearby. Immediately, his expression became solemn as he reached out and took out a few jade tokens from his space ring, muttered some incantations, and pushed his source chi. The jade tablet then turned into streaks of light. They shot out in all directions and then disappeared. At the same time, the place where Gong Winshan stood seemed to have become somewhat different, and everyone felt a threatening aura emanating from him. "Array plate!" Someone in the crowd shouted. Although no one knew what array plate Gong Winshan had just used, he didn't even blink. The fact that he could take out 3 or 4 of them at once showed that he had a lot of resources. It should be said that he was worthy of being a disciple of an aristocratic family that specialized in formations. What others wanted but couldn't get. He had so many that he couldn't use them all. After summoning the array plate, Gong Winshan didn't move, simply standing in place, gasping for breath as he took out a few pills from his space ring and swallowed them. From the looks of it, he had probably been pursued by a Hell Guard for quite some time. He had consumed an enormous amount of energy, and he actually planned to use the protection of the array plate to recover a little. Boom! Wu Chang followed closely behind and landed a few dozen meters in front of Gong Winshan, his eyes spitting fire as he stared forward. His origin energy was about to go berserk. His entire body was filled with an incomparably ruthless aura, causing others to not dare to approach him. The cultivator with a lower cultivation base was even more frightened when he felt this violent aura, his face turning pale. "Come out." Although Wu Chang was furious, he wasn't a fool. Gong Winshan had summoned so many array plates in front of him and stood in place calmly, so he obviously had full confidence in them, so he didn't dare to rush over. All he could do was shout from a distance, "Come in." Gong Winshan had a sloppy look on his face as he beckoned to Wu Chang, like a brothel keeper trying to attract customers. "If you have the guts, come out." Wu Chang shouted, "If you have the guts, come in." Gong Winshan responded, "Come out. Come in. Everyone. Wah." Wu Chang almost went mad with anger and couldn't help roaring. His enemy was right in front of him, but he couldn't do anything about it, and this was in front of so many people. How could someone as strong as him endure such humiliation? Along with his roar, 2 beams of light, one red and one white, suddenly shot up from his body, like 2 dragons that intertwined with each other, broke through the clouds, and immediately descended like meteors towards where Gong Winshan stood. Wu Chang had obviously lost the patience to argue with Gong Winshan, so in a moment of anger he attacked. Seeing this, Gong Winshan's expression remained unchanged. Instead, he showed a strange smile as he formed a seal with one hand and condensed a thick light curtain 10 meters away from him. Hong long long. The red and white energies slammed into the light barrier, causing the light barrier to cave inwards, but it quickly bounced back. Not only that, but it also bounced back Wu Chang's violent attack. In an instant, the violent energy waves scattered in all directions. "Gong Winshan, you piece of shit! I'll fuck your mother! Are you crazy?" A group of onlookers shouted one after another as they saw the fierce energy wave hurtling towards them, cursing loudly as they tried to avoid it. They didn't dare to curse Wu Chang, but they didn't hesitate to curse Gong Winshan. At the same time, Yang Kai's face also became cold. Ignoring his wounds, he stood up and stretched out his hand. In an instant, a dark black hole appeared in the void in front of him, like the maw of a great beast, swallowing all of the scattered energy beams. "Brother Gong, be careful." Yang Kai looked at Gong Winshan coldly. If he hadn't taken action just now, the energy beams that bounced back would have hit the extraordinary treasure lotus and destroyed it. He didn't know whether Gong Shan was doing this intentionally or not, but this approach obviously made Yang Kai very unhappy. "You dare stop me!" Suddenly, Wu Chang shouted, turning his head around coldly before finally fixing his eyes on Yang Kai, a murderous look filling his face. Yang Kai frowned and said, "Brother Wu Chang, are you crazy? Didn't you see what happened just now?" Yang Kai didn't know what Wu Chang was trying to do all of a sudden. Perhaps it was because he couldn't do anything to Gong Shan, so he took this opportunity to attack others to regain some face, or perhaps he just wanted to vent his anger. In any case, after everyone blocked the energy beams that bounced back, Wu Chang's expression became gloomy. "I don't care. Whoever dares to resist, I'll take their life," Wu Chang replied overbearingly. "If you don't want to get hurt, scram." As soon as the statement came out, some people really retreated a great distance in fear. "Ha! Wu Chang!" Xia Sheng suddenly grinned and looked at him mockingly. "If you want this spirit medicine, just say it. Why do you have to put on such a tiring act? Do you think that if you say that, the others will leave and let you get closer to them?" Hearing this, Yang Kai's face sank, but after carefully observing Wu Chang, he found that although this guy's face was full of anger, his eyes were extremely calm. Perhaps it was just as Xia Sheng said. The reason why he was suddenly acting so unreasonable was simply to play hard to get in order to obtain the extraordinary treasure lotus. This guy's schemes are quite deep. Most likely, when he arrived here, he had already shifted his attention to the extraordinary treasure lotus. After all, he could take revenge at any time. But with such an extremely precious spirit flower in front of him, no one would want to miss it. Wu Chang's furious expression calmed down in an instant as he glanced over at Xia Sheng faintly and said, "Do you think you're so smart?" Xia Sheng sneered, "It's better than someone pretending to be crazy." "Humph. Since you've pointed it out, there's no need for me to waste any more effort. This spirit flower is mine." Saying so, Wu Chang's figure flickered as he prepared to rush towards the extraordinary treasure lotus. But at that moment, a crisp and pleasant voice suddenly sounded. "Brother Wu Chang, please wait. You can't touch that spirit flower." After hearing this voice, Wu Chang actually stopped in place and no longer made any movements. Yang Kai, who had been circulating his source qi, also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had been prepared to fight Wu Chang, but there was no other way. Now, with just a few words from this person, Wu Chang had temporarily calmed down, something he was quite happy to see. Wu Chang was an arrogant and unruly person, and basically no one could make him obedient. In the entire Four Seasons realm, if there was anyone he needed to give face to, it was only one person, the Pearl of the Bright Moon Great Empress, Princess Lan Sun. So when Lan Sun said this, Wu Chang didn't make a move, instead turning his head towards the source of the voice and quickly saying, "Your Highness had best give me a reasonable explanation." The implication was that if the explanation couldn't satisfy him, he wouldn't give the princess any face. "Humph. Daring to talk to the princess like that, you court death." Wherever Lan Sun appeared, Xiao Chan would always follow her like a shadow, and this time was no exception. Accompanied by a low shout, a man and a woman descended from the sky. The woman had bright eyes and white teeth, and her face was stunning, while the man had an imposing appearance. Who else could it be but these two from Star Soul Palace? Lan Sun was as bright as the moon. Not to mention her status, her appearance alone was enough to drive any man crazy. So wherever she went, she would be the focus of attention. At this moment, it was the same. Countless cultivators' eyes were fixed on her, flashing with admiration. Lan Sun seemed to have long been accustomed to this and did not show the slightest restraint. On the contrary, Xiao Chen's eyes widened as he looked around, using an oppressive aura to force the other cultivator to withdraw their gazes. If Brother Wu Chang wants to explain naturally, Lan Sun first glanced at the extraordinary treasure lotus before turning to Wu Chang. "Speak. Wu Chang said coldly. Lan Sun didn't care, pursed her lips and smiled. Is there anyone here who can recognize this spirit medicine? Xia Sheng shrugged his shoulders and said, I don't. Most people also shook their heads, giving Lan Sun enough face. Zhuang Bufan, who was recuperating, suddenly spoke. This Zhuang has some guesses in his heart, but I'm not sure. However, since your highness has said so, you must have some understanding of the spirit flower. This Zhuang won't show off his slight skill in front of an expert, so I hope your highness can explain one or two things. Yes, your highness, if you know something, please tell us. Your highness is so knowledgeable that it's really admirable. Your highness is as beautiful as a flower, has a gentle temperament, and is neither arrogant nor impatient. This is a blessing for my southern territory. Before Lan Sun could reveal the answer, a series of flattery rolled over. Chapter 2186. Everyone, you're flattering me too much. I just happen to have some understanding of it. Lan Sun responded modestly, without the slightest arrogance or complacency from being flattered. Her tone was neither fast nor slow as her beautiful eyes fixed on the extraordinary treasure lotus. Her expression solemn as she quickly said, This spirit flower is the extraordinary treasure lotus. Hearing this, Yang Kai raised his brow and could not help secretly praising Lan Sun's extraordinary background and knowledge. If he had not obtained Gong Sun Mu's jade slip, it would have been impossible for him to recognize the extraordinary treasure lotus. In this world, there were not many people who could recognize the spirit flower and its effects. Sure enough, Zhuang Bufan gently nodded to the side. It seemed that he had guessed the same before, but he wasn't sure. Now that he heard Lan Sun's words, he immediately knew that his previous guess was correct. Among the onlookers, after hearing the words extraordinary treasure lotus, most of them still wore blank expressions and didn't show much of a change in expression. Only a few of them wore solemn expressions, apparently having some idea of what was going on. Princess, what is this extraordinary treasure lotus? Can it be eaten? Xia Sheng suddenly asked with a grin. You idiot! To the side, Xiao Baiyi held his forehead and shook his head, looking ashamed to be associated with Xia Sheng as he muttered, If you don't know anything, don't open your mouth. The temple's face has been lost because of you. Murong Xiao also blushed and nodded vigorously, looking at Xia Sheng with a look of disgust. The performance of Xia Sheng, the temple's first brother, really made the two of them feel a little ashamed. Xiao Bai, do you know? Xia Sheng immediately turned his head and looked at Xiao Bai. Suddenly he clapped his hands and said, That's right. In the temple, you're the only one who has read so many books. Maybe you really know something. Quickly tell me, this extraordinary treasure lotus, what is its use? Xiao Baiyi's face became sullen as he glared at him, taking a deep breath to calm his emotions. Slowly explaining, the extraordinary treasure lotus is born from the world's luck, formed from the essence of the sun and moon. It is a peerless treasure, a supreme medicine. The environment and conditions it grows in are impossible to predict, and the places it appears are also strange. In this world, regardless of whether there is world energy or not, the extraordinary treasure lotus can be found. However, the extraordinary treasure lotus is unique in this world, and under the premise that there is only one extraordinary treasure lotus, it is impossible for a second one to appear. Hearing this, Xia Sheng could not help but whistle. He said in surprise, This is really too precious. Xiao Baiyi ignored him. He continued, And its function, to a cultivator like me, is tantamount to a great blessing. It can increase the probability of us ascending to the Emperor realm, and it's an absolute increase. In other words, if you, Wu Chang or Brother Zhuang, were to take this extraordinary treasure lotus, you would be able to reach the Emperor realm in less than 5 years. If it were me, it might take 10 years or even longer. There's still me. Xiao Chen was ignored by Xiao Baiyi and immediately shouted with an unhappy expression. Xia Sheng grinned and said, Even without this thing, I can still break through to the Emperor realm. In that case, it's not too precious. What do you know? Xiao Bai glanced at him coldly. Since ancient times, there have been countless geniuses like you who thought that breaking through to the Emperor realm was as easy as blowing off dust. But in the end, they were all stuck at the final juncture, unable to take another step forward for the rest of their lives. In this world, no one dares to claim that they can absolutely break through to the Emperor realm, and those who dare to think so often end up failing. There are some who don't have the best aptitude, but who are determined enough to succeed. The extraordinary treasure lotus is a kind of guarantee, a guarantee for those who break through to the Emperor realm. When Xia Sheng heard what Xiao Bai said, he suddenly fell silent, frowning as he stood in place and pondered. On the contrary, the onlookers, after hearing Xiao Bai's explanation, all showed a fiery look as they stared at the extraordinary treasure lotus. What they saw was not just a spirit flower, but a broad road leading to the Emperor realm. All the cultivators who entered the Four Seasons realm were Tao, Source realm cultivators, with many of them being third order. These cultivators were only one or a few steps away from the Emperor realm. So with such a huge opportunity in front of them, how could they not be tempted? If it weren't for the masters from the top sects guarding this place, it was likely that someone would not be able to restrain themselves and try to snatch it. At that time, the summit of this mountain would definitely be filled with blood and swords. In front of such a spirit flower, it was likely that no one would be able to maintain their rationality. Once their eyes went red, even if their brothers and sisters stood in their way, they would kill their way out. I understand the preciousness and uses of the extraordinary treasure lotus, but what does this have to do with your highness obstructing me from taking it? Wu Chang suddenly said coldly. It seemed that he still cared about Lan Sun stopping him from snatching the spirit flower and wanted an explanation from her. Lan Sun smiled slightly and said, Brother Xiao Bai has already said a lot, so let this junior sister explain. On the other side, the corners of Xiao Bai's mouth twitched as he felt extremely sad in his heart. He felt that he would never be able to erase the title of Xiao Bai for the rest of his life. Even someone like Lan Sun had called him this more than once, causing him to suddenly reveal a sad expression as tears flowed down his cheeks. On the other side, Lan Sun continued, Although the extraordinary treasure lotus is extremely precious, in the end, it is just a spirit flower and is extremely fragile. Before it matures, its medicinal efficacies are naturally not at their peak. If Brother Wu Chang had rashly picked it just now, its medicinal efficacies would have been greatly damaged, and it would no longer have such heaven-defying effects. I think Brother Wu Chang would not want to see that happen, right? She asked this last sentence while looking at Wu Chang with a smile. Hearing this, Wu Chang coldly snorted and said, Since your highness has said so, I will wait a little longer. However, how long will it take for this extraordinary treasure lotus to fully mature? Lan Sun was silent for a while, observing the extraordinary treasure lotus for a moment before saying, About a day or so. Just before the exit closes, Wu Chang muttered to himself before immediately shouting, Good, then I will wait until then. Before then, if anyone dares to have any ideas about this extraordinary treasure lotus, don't blame me for not showing mercy. As he spoke, he turned his head and looked around, his red and white eyes exuding a strange light that caused those who looked at him to shudder. Hearing this, Yang Kai could not help breathing a sigh of relief. Although Wu Chang acted as if he wanted to monopolize the extraordinary treasure lotus, there would definitely be no waves until the spirit medicine matured. Once it did, everyone would have to compete for it using their own means. Little Sister would also like to ask everyone to wait a little longer until this extraordinary treasure lotus matures. Lan Sun said seriously, But there is one thing I must say. After the extraordinary treasure lotus matures, if it is not taken or refined into a pill within 3 hours, its medicinal efficacies will fade away. Is there such a thing? Wu Chang frowned. The extraordinary treasure lotus is a heaven-defying treasure after all. So with its heaven-defying effects, the world principles will naturally create some shackles to restrain it. Lan Sun smiled slightly. Then it's simple. When it matures, we'll just eat it. Xia Sheng grinned. Xiao Bai Yi turned his head and glanced at him coldly. Why do you only know how to eat it today? Xia Sheng scratched his cheek awkwardly. Lan Sun suddenly sighed again and said, if possible, it would be best to refine it into an extraordinary treasure pill. There is only one spirit flower, and when the time comes to compete for it, swords have no eyes and fists are ruthless. She was, after all, the daughter of the great emperors of the Bright Moon Realm. Many times, she did not consider things from her own perspective, but from the interests of the entire Southern Territory, just like how she had only taken the pseudo-emperor artifact from the Flowing Time Temple. At this moment, although she was happy that an extraordinary treasure lotus had appeared in the Four Seasons realm, she was also worried about the possibility of a great battle. Everyone present was an elite of the Southern Territory's Tao Source Realm Masters. So if they suffered heavy casualties because of a single spirit flower, it would definitely be a loss to the Southern Territory. Princess must be joking. If you want to refine this kind of world spirit flower into a pill, I'm afraid only an emperor-grade alchemist can do it. According to Princess, this spirit flower must be taken or refined into a pill within 3 hours after it matures. How can we find an emperor-grade alchemist in such a short time? Wu Chong coldly snorted. Lan Sun shook her head and said, we don't need an emperor-grade alchemist, just a Tao Source-grade alchemist. It's just that we all focus on the martial Tao, so how can we have time to study alchemy? It's not easy to find a Tao Source-grade alchemist. She shook her head and smiled bitterly, secretly feeling a headache coming on. She felt that there was no way to resolve this crisis, and that she had missed a great opportunity. There was only one spirit flower, and if it was taken, only one person could obtain it. But if it was refined into a pill, it would be a different story. At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded. If your highness trusts me, why don't you let me try? As soon as this statement came out, everyone looked startled and turned to look in the direction of the source of the voice. Lan Sun also hurriedly looked over, and after seeing who the speaker was, a strange expression appeared on her face as she muttered, Brother Yang, you? Xiao Chen also looked at Yang Kai with a very interesting expression, but after a while he couldn't help but sneer. Do you know what you're saying? What your highness just said. Didn't you hear it clearly? Naturally, I heard it clearly. Yang Kai smiled lightly, still wearing a calm expression under everyone's gazes. Zhuang Bufan, who was sitting cross-legged and recuperating, also looked at Yang Kai at this moment with a thoughtful expression on his face. Xia Sheng suddenly stretched out his hand and tugged at Yang Kai's sleeve, whispering, Brother Yang, I don't think this is a good idea. If you really want to monopolize the extraordinary treasure lotus, you should think of another way. Pretending to be a Tao Source-grade alchemist will soon be exposed. He obviously thought that Yang Kai had some ulterior motive for saying this, so he quietly tried to persuade him, so as not to lose face and become the target of public criticism. If that really happened, no one would be able to save him. Chapter 2187. Although Xia Sheng's words were light, everyone present had sharp ears and naturally heard them clearly. For a moment, everyone glared at Yang Kai, feeling that this guy was simply too despicable and shameless, daring to scheme like this. I'm not pretending. Yang Kai smiled confidently and said proudly, I am a Tao Source-grade alchemist. As soon as this statement came out, everyone stopped talking and just stared at Yang Kai with strange expressions. As the wind blew, the summit of the mountain fell silent. Ha ha ha. After a long time, a burst of laughter rang out as Xiao Chen pointed to Yang Kai and said contemptuously, You think you're a Tao Source-grade alchemist? What do you think alchemists are? You think you can just grab a handful of them off the street? Boy, you'd better think carefully before you speak. Disaster comes from the mouth. At the end of his words, he no longer concealed the disdain in his eyes as he spoke viciously. Does Brother Xiao know me well? Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin coldly snorted and said, If it weren't for this trip to the Four Seasons realm, this Xiao wouldn't have known a nobody like you. So how could I know you? He didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes at all. That's right. Yang Kai smiled lightly and said, Since Brother Xiao doesn't know me, why are you so sure I'm not a Dao source-grade alchemist? Your logic is quite strange. This. Xiao Chun frowned, unable to refute, but he still stubbornly said, In any case, it's impossible for someone like you to be a Dao source-grade alchemist. If you just want to fish in troubled waters, this Xiao advises you to give up on that idea as soon as possible, otherwise, As soon as his voice fell, Zhuang Bufan suddenly spoke up, Brother Yang. You've been guarding this place all this time, not letting anyone get close to this extraordinary treasure lotus. Is it because you already knew everything about it? Just now, he had a great battle with Yang Kai. Although he lost at the last moment, it didn't affect his good impression of Yang Kai. Just like how Yang Kai felt that Zhuang Bufan was a good person, Zhuang Bufan also felt that Yang Kai was a good person. Therefore, at this time, Zhuang Bufan wanted to help him. Oh, Zhuang Bufan said. Lan Sun raised her brow and looked at him in surprise. What Brother Zhuang means is that this place has always been guarded by Brother Yang. And when I arrived here, there was only Brother Yang here. When this extraordinary treasure lotus appeared, he was the first to arrive. Zhuang Bufan nodded lightly. Brother Yang, what Brother Zhuang said. Lan Sun looked at Yang Kai. Yes, Yang Kai gently nodded. When the extraordinary treasure lotus first appeared, I came here. I also knew what it was and what its purpose was, so I decided to guard it. I sent away a lot of people who didn't know what it was and wanted to guard it. I wanted to wait until it matured before picking it, but I didn't expect everyone to return early, and then the situation became like this. Speaking of this, Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Are you really an alchemist? Lan Sun's eyes flashed. If he wasn't an alchemist, how could he accurately identify a world spirit treasure like the extraordinary treasure lotus? Even a character like Zhuang Bufan could only speculate and not be certain. Only a skilled and knowledgeable alchemist would have a great chance of identifying the extraordinary treasure lotus. If Lan Sun still had some doubts about Yang Kai's words before, thinking that he was just pretending to be an alchemist to fish in troubled waters, as Xiaxing said, now she was certain. But now, Lan Sun was more or less confident. Yes, Yang Kai nodded seriously. Are you also a Dao source-grade alchemist? Lan Sun's expression brightened. I said I was, but unfortunately some people don't believe me. Yang Kai spread his hands as his eyes swept over Xiao Qin intentionally or unintentionally. The latter couldn't help saying with a straight face, It's just a random rumor. Anyone can believe it. This Xiao also said he was an emperor-grade alchemist. Would you believe it? Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders with a helpless look. Lan Sun pursed her lips and smiled. Whether it's true or not, we can verify it with our own eyes. As long as Brother Yang can refine a furnace of Dao source grade pills on the spot, this problem can be solved. It's still early, enough time for Brother Yang to refine pills. I wonder if Brother Yang thinks. Before Yang Kai could speak, Xiao Qin cut in. How could he have such courage? If he really did that, wouldn't he be undermining himself? Lan Sun couldn't help glaring at Xiao Qin, stopping him from talking. Yang Kai frowned and said with a look of embarrassment, Must he do this? Lan Sun smiled and said, Does Brother Yang not have confidence in himself? Although I also feel that Brother Yang is unlikely to tell such a lie, but this is a matter of great importance. If Brother Yang doesn't have the ability to refine the extraordinary treasure pill, it would be better not to act rashly, otherwise it would be a waste of heaven's precious gifts. What Princess says makes sense. Zhuang Bufan also nodded. Although refining pills will give more people a chance, If the spirit herbs are damaged, the gains will not be worth the losses. At worst, when the spirit herbs mature, everyone will compete for them. Brother Yang, you should think about it carefully. He also intended to give Yang Kai a way out, which was why he said this. But unexpectedly, Yang Kai only pondered for a moment before saying, "There's nothing wrong with proving it. After all, no one trusts me." "You really are a Dao Source grade alchemist." Xia Sheng was shocked and looked at Yang Kai like he was looking at a monster. Xiao Baiyi and Zhuang Bufan also had dumbfounded expressions, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Only the two of them knew how strong Yang Kai was. Of these two, one had fought with Yang Kai on the Dao discussion stage, while the other had just competed with Yang Kai in Source Qi. But Yang Kai had defeated both of them with his first order Dao Source Realm cultivation. Being able to achieve such a feat with such a cultivation was obviously the result of his daily accumulation. It was not hard to imagine how hard Yang Kai usually cultivated. How could such a person have the time to study alchemy? On top of that, he had become a Dao Source grade alchemist. Even if someone started cultivating in their mother's womb, it was impossible to reach such a level. But Yang Kai's tone and demeanor showed that he was indeed a Dao Source grade alchemist. This shocked Xiao Baiyi and Zhuang Bufan greatly. But even if I prove that I am a Dao Source grade alchemist, I still can't refine the extraordinary treasure pill. Yang Kai frowned. "What do you mean?" Lan Sin asked in surprise. "Alchemy requires materials, right?" Yang Kai looked at her and said, "The extraordinary treasure pill recipe requires a total of 19 kinds of herbs. Before this, I deliberately collected the materials needed for alchemy, but unfortunately I only managed to collect 18 kinds of herbs, one of which is missing." It turns out that he was looking for materials to refine the extraordinary treasure pill by checking other people's space rings. Zhuang Bufan's heart flashed as he suddenly understood why Yang Kai had made such a puzzling move before. If it was a robbery, he had only checked the space rings of his junior brother and junior sister, but had returned them without taking anything. If it was not a robbery, what did his actions mean? Only at this moment did Zhuang Bufan suddenly understand. Understanding this point, Zhuang Bufan no longer had any doubts about Yang Kai claiming to be a Dao Source grade alchemist. If he had not been preparing to refine the extraordinary treasure pill, how could Yang Kai have used such a method to collect materials? He had probably been forced into a corner. After all, this was the Four Seasons realm, and the extraordinary treasure lotus was about to mature, so he had no choice but to turn his attention to others. This guy, Zhuang Bufan, was shocked in his heart, but he suppressed it on the surface, not showing the slightest trace of it. "I wonder, what other materials does Brother Yang lack? If you don't mind, let's hear it. There are so many people here. Perhaps one of them will have it." Lan Sun asked with a smile, but after speaking, she suddenly thought of something and immediately said, "Wait a moment, the materials needed for alchemy are extremely precious. Even if someone has it, they may not be willing to contribute it willingly." "And what Princess says is correct," Yang Kai nodded lightly. "If anyone doesn't contribute, I'll just rob them," Xiao Qin coldly snorted. Wu Chang sneered. "Idiot, if others don't say they have it, how are you going to rob them? Are you going to check everyone's space rings one by one?" "Why not?" Xiao Qin replied. "Oh, in that case, if I wanted to check your space ring, would you be willing to do so? If I have the materials, I won't hide them, so there's no need for you to check them." Xiao Chan replied solemnly. "Enough, enough." Lan Sin frowned and waved her hand to interrupt him. After pondering for a while, she said seriously, "I have a proposal. How about this? If anyone has something that Brother Yang needs and takes the initiative to contribute it, when the extraordinary treasure pill is refined, he can take one directly." Princess's words, are they really allowed? Yang Kai was shocked. The faces of the others also changed, none of them having expected Lan Sun's proposal to be so shocking. After all, Even if Yang Kai was really a Tao, source-grade alchemist and successfully refined a furnace, how many pills could he refine? One of the pills had already been divided in advance, so anyone would feel a little reluctant in their heart. Lan Sun smiled lightly and said, "In front of opportunity, everyone is equal. Don't you men like to gamble? Why is it that all of you are shrinking back now?" As she spoke, her beautiful eyes swept across the crowd one by one. "Brother Yang hasn't said what kind of spirit herb he needs yet. So what are you all afraid of? Maybe that spirit herb is in your space ring. When the time comes, you just need to contribute it and you can get an extraordinary treasure pill. What a good deal." "It's also possible that we won't get anything," Xiao Bai Yi muttered. If Yang Kai failed to refine the extraordinary treasure pill, he would indeed get nothing. However, this Zhuang has a question. Zhuang Bufan said, "Please ask, Brother Zhuang." Lan Sun looked at him with a smile. If the last material Brother Yang needs is in the possession of 2 or more people at the same time, how can this be resolved? Chapter 2188. That's a possibility. I was careless. Lan Sun heard this and was startled for a moment before smiling. That's easy to handle. If such a situation really occurs, then we'll compare the medicinal age of the herbs. Whoever offers the highest medicinal age will be the one Brother Yang will use. Good idea. Zhuang Bufan nodded. The higher the medicinal age, the more potent the medicinal effect will be. It will also have a chance of improving one's alchemy. If everyone agrees, then... Lan Sun looked at the crowd with a smile, waiting for a reply. "I have no objection. It's a matter of luck. Everyone's the same." Finally, someone was the first to express their opinion. To everyone's surprise, it was Wu Chang, who seemed to be very interested in this proposal. "Well, I like this proposal. I have no objection." Xia Sheng shrugged. "Then we'll do as Her Highness says." Zhuang Bufan also spoke. With these 3 saying they had no objection, even if the others had any, they didn't dare to voice it. What's more, this proposal was made by Lan Sun, so refuting it at this time was tantamount to disrespecting Lan Sun. The princess was gentle, but Xiao Chen was not so easy to get along with. Suddenly, everyone's opinions were unified, and they all expressed their approval of Lan Sun's proposal. "Many thanks for giving me face." Seeing that everyone had agreed, Lan Sun smiled and turned to Yang Kai. "Brother Yang, now you can tell me what the last herb you need is." As soon as these words came out, everyone fell silent and looked towards Yang Kai, many of them showing looks of anticipation and nervousness. After all, this was an opportunity that depended entirely on luck. Once Yang Kai reported the herbs they had, they would have a great chance of obtaining an extraordinary treasure pill. That was a spirit pill that basically gave one emperor pressure. Who wouldn't be tempted? Dong dong, dong dong dong. Many people even felt their hearts beating fiercely. In front of everyone's eyes, Yang Kai slowly raised his hand and declared, "I need a jade blood mushroom that is at least 5,000 years old." Jade blood mushroom, a rare herb. Lan Sun heard this and raised her eyebrows. She raised her eyebrows and pursed her lips into a smile. She looked around and said, "I wonder if anyone has something that Brother Yang needs? If you can provide it, it will be the same as obtaining an extraordinary treasure pill, a rare opportunity that can only be encountered by chance." From her words, it seemed that she had great confidence in Yang Kai. She felt that as long as she gathered the herbs, Yang Kai would definitely be able to successfully refine it. He didn't know where her confidence came from. Her voice fell. Many people immediately looked disappointed. Obviously, there was no jade blood mushroom. A few cultivators, on the other hand, were immersed in their minds as they rummaged through their spatial rings. Ha 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 ha! Suddenly, a loud laugh was heard. Everyone turned towards the source of the voice and saw a man with a second-order Tao source realm cultivation. His face was filled with excitement. Seeing everyone looking at him, he was startled and quickly restrained his smile. The expression on his face became extremely interesting. Has this friend found something? Lan Sun looked at the man with a smile. The man quickly jumped out from where he was standing, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and replied with a serious expression. Thanks to your highness' blessing. This one does have a jade blood mushroom here. Oh, Lan Sun raised her brow and said with some joy, Please take it out and let me have a look. The man hesitated slightly, but Lan Sun understood. Lan Sun immediately said, You can rest assured that what I say is true. If you really have the herbs Brother Yang needs, you will definitely be able to refine an extraordinary treasure pill. Many thanks, Your Highness. The man had been waiting for Lan Sun to say this, and after hearing this, he did not hesitate and immediately took out a spirit mushroom about 1/2 meter long from his space ring. This spirit mushroom was completely red in color, as if it was made of blood. It really is a jade blood mushroom. Yang Kai glanced over and knew that the other party was not lying, quickly saying, Let me have a look. The man held the jade blood mushroom with both hands and could not help trembling slightly. It was as if he was not holding a spirit flower, but rather his own great future, for fear that he would accidentally drop it and shatter it. Arriving in front of Yang Kai, he carefully handed the jade blood mushroom to Yang Kai before standing there with a nervous look on his face. What dog shit luck! Why didn't such an opportunity fall into my lap? The heavens are jealous. Damned heavens, I refuse to accept this. All around, there was a cacophony of voices, some filled with jealousy, hatred, envy, and so on. And when the man heard these discussions, he could not help feeling a little smug, a smug expression appearing on his face. This is indeed a jade blood mushroom. Suddenly, Yang Kai frowned and said, But it's not mature enough, only about 3,000 years old. What? When the man heard this, his expression changed greatly as he stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes, shouting incoherently, What did you say? You, look at it again. No need to look. As Yang Kai spoke, he returned the jade blood mushroom to the other party and said, Every 1,000 years, a jade blood mushroom's color will change slightly. Although this one you took out is a mature jade blood mushroom, enough to refine most spirit medicines, it cannot be used to refine an extraordinary treasure pill. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Impossible. The man cried out involuntarily. As the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. He had thought that an extraordinary treasure pill would be within his grasp, but now that such a thing had happened at such a critical moment, how could he accept it? Look at it again, carefully. He glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said, If you don't trust me, you might as well find someone else to take a look at it. I think that among the people here, there should be someone who can also identify its medicinal age. As soon as his voice fell, Zhuang Bufan shouted, This friend, this one is Orthodoxy Temple's Zhuang Bufan. Although his understanding of medicine is not as good as Brother Yang's, he has at least dabbled in it. If you trust this Zhuang, why don't you let me take a look? I trust you, I trust you. The man heard this and immediately rushed over to Zhuang Bufan and handed the jade blood mushroom to him. Compared to Yang Kai, who was a nobody, Zhuang Bufan's name was naturally like thunder to this man's ears. The other party's words were also authoritative, so this man did not hesitate to pin his hopes on Zhuang Bufan, hoping that Zhuang Bufan could overturn Yang Kai's previous views. While he was waiting, Zhuang Bufan had already carefully observed the jade blood mushroom. Not only that, he also took a deep breath of the spirit medicine's medicinal aura while using his fingernail to pick up a little bit of powder and put it into his mouth to taste. His movements were methodical and extremely skillful. At a glance, it was obvious that this was not the first time he had done this. After a while, Zhuang Bufan slowly shook his head and returned the jade blood mushroom to the other party, saying, Brother Yang's research on herbs is much more profound than this Zhuang's. Just by looking at it, you can tell its medicinal age. This Zhuang admires you greatly. Friend, this jade blood mushroom of yours is indeed only 3,000 years old. How could this be? The man muttered to himself with a look of disappointment, not to mention how sad he was. When Yang Kai said that this jade blood mushroom was only 3,000 years old, he did not believe it, but since Zhuang Bufan said so, he had no choice but to believe it. Those martial artists who were previously envious and jealous of this person couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude at this moment. There are so many people here. Is there no other friend who has a jade blood mushroom? Yang Kai turned his head and looked around before shouting loudly. No one responded. Yang Kai let out a sigh. Brother Yang, if you use that 3,000-year-old jade blood mushroom to refine... Lan Sun frowned at him. It would just be a waste. Yang Kai replied, Your Highness should know that the more precious a spirit pill is, the more stringent the requirements of the herbs needed to refine it. Not to mention the 2,000-year-old jade blood mushroom. Even if it was a few hundred years old, it still wouldn't be able to be used as a medicine. Huh. Lan Sun sighed slightly. How could she not know what Yang Kai was talking about? She was just asking for a fluke. It's all fate. Xia Sheng suddenly shook his head and said, The jade blood Ganoderma isn't a common spirit medicine. It's already not bad to have one here. How can there be a second one? It looks like we'll have to rely on our own methods to fight for it. Actually, Lan Sun looked embarrassed and said helplessly, I do have a jade blood mushroom that should meet Brother Yang's requirements. Huh. Xiao Chun was surprised when he heard this and asked, Then why didn't your Highness take it out? Yang Kai also looked at Lan Sun in amazement, a thoughtful expression flashing across his face. But soon he grinned and cupped his fists. This Yang admires your Highness' righteousness. At this moment, Yang Kai understood why Lan Sun had not taken out her jade blood mushroom for so long. It wasn't that Lan Sun was reluctant. She was the daughter of the great emperors of the bright moon continent. Even if a spirit medicine was precious, why would she be reluctant to part with it? She probably didn't take it out because she wanted to give the opportunity to others, so she repeatedly confirmed it with others. But in the end, she had no choice but to stand up. Probably when she made the proposal before, she didn't expect that what Yang Kai needed would be in her possession. The people present were not fools. After listening to Yang Kai's words, they only needed a little thought to understand the whole story. For a time, they couldn't help casting admiring glances towards Lan Sun. Lan Sun's cheeks were slightly red, making her look even more stunning. How about this? I can take out the jade blood mushroom. But as for the extraordinary treasure pill, I don't want it. Lan Sun pursed her red lips and said, How can that be? Xiao Qin was the first to jump out and object. You shut up. Lan Sun frowned and scolded him. I have the right to deal with my own things. Xiao Qin opened his mouth, but he really did not dare to say anything. His face turned ashen as he felt depressed. Your Highness is mistaken. Xia Sheng smiled faintly and said, Since we've already agreed on this matter, then what should be obtained by your Highness should naturally be given to you. If you insist on not accepting it, then wouldn't that be equivalent to making everyone who obtains the spirit medicine owe you a favor? After all, no one knows if the spirit medicine they obtain originally belonged to you or not. This is a very bad deal. This Xia won't do it. Chapter 2189. Xia Sheng, although your words sound like you're trying to act innocent, it's exactly what I wanted to say. I, Wu Chang, do not owe anything to the heavens or the earth, nor do I want to owe anyone a favor. Wu Chang also said. Zhuang Bufan smiled and said, Your Highness, what's yours is yours. There's no need to refuse. Lan Sun couldn't help feeling dumbfounded for a moment. Yang Kai wiped his cold sweat from the side and said, Listening to what you're saying, it seems my furnace of extraordinary treasure pills must be refined successfully. Otherwise, wouldn't I be letting down your Highness' painstaking efforts? What's wrong? Are you not confident? Lan Sun raised her brow and asked, It's not that I'm not confident. Yang Kai smiled slightly. It's just no alchemist can guarantee that they will succeed when refining a pill. Just in case, I'd like to ask, if the refinement fails, what will you do? I'll kill you. Wu Chang looked at him coldly. The pressure is so great. Yang Kai's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Lan Sun smiled and said, just work hard. As she spoke, she handed over her jade blood mushroom to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it, and after inspecting it, nodded and said, Your Highness, this one is correct. Its medicinal age is at least 8,000 years, enough to be used for refining. And, judging from its color and traces of plucking, it doesn't seem to have been obtained from the Four Seasons realm. Yes, I brought it with me. It was in my space ring a few years ago, Lan Sun replied. Good. Now that the materials have been gathered, Yang Kai stuffed the jade blood mushroom into his space ring before looking around. Shouting loudly, he said, Do you still want me to refine another furnace of Tao Source grade spirit pills? Do you want me to prove my ability? He paused for a moment before continuing. Let me say this first. I can prove myself, but as you all know, alchemy is very energy-consuming. If the extraordinary treasure pill refinement fails because of this, I won't be responsible. As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately frowned, because what Yang Kai said was indeed correct. If everyone wanted him to prove his ability, he would have to refine a furnace of Tao Source grade spirit pills. However, doing so was extremely taxing on his energy, and after a day, the extraordinary treasure lotus should mature. At that time, Yang Kai would have to refine another batch of spirit pills. In other words, he would have to refine 2 batches of spirit pills in 2 days. Any Tao Source grade alchemist wouldn't be able to handle it. Not being in peak condition definitely had an impact on refining the extraordinary treasure pill. In my opinion, there's no need for that. Lan Sun smiled slightly. The reason why I made that proposal before was because I wasn't sure if Brother Yang was a real alchemist or not. I think all of you should be able to confirm it now. If Brother Yang is not an alchemist, how could he know the pill recipe for the extraordinary treasure pill? And how could he identify the medicinal age of the jade blood mushroom in such a short time? What the princess says makes sense. Zhuang Bufan nodded. Just from the fact that Brother Yang had already started preparing the alchemy materials before we arrived, there's no doubt that he is a Tao Source grade alchemist. Brother Yang, you should rest well and wait until the extraordinary treasure lotus matures tomorrow before you begin refining. Since you say so, I'll take a good rest. Yang Kai immediately took advantage of the situation and said, without any explanation, he sat down and closed his eyes to rest. Although there were still some people who were suspicious, with Lan Sun and Zhuang Bufan's words before them. Even if they had doubts in their hearts, they didn't dare to voice them and could only wait until the next day when everything would become clear. The scene suddenly quieted down. The cultivator who came here also found a good place to sit cross-legged and meditate, trying to restore themselves to their peak condition. Because no matter who it was, everyone knew that if Yang Kai failed to refine the extraordinary treasure pill, he would have to bear everyone's disappointment and anger. But if he succeeded, apart from the extraordinary treasure pill that had to be given to Lan Sun first, the rest of the spirit pills would be up for grabs. In front of such a huge opportunity, even if Wu Chang, Xia Sheng, Zhuang Bufan, Xiao Qin, and the others stood in their way, no one would shrink back. If they missed this opportunity, many people would never be able to break through to the Emperor realm in their lifetime. However, if they could obtain this opportunity, many people would be able to break through ahead of time. The place where everyone rested seemed to be quite carefully chosen, invisibly surrounding the place where Yang Kai and the extraordinary treasure lotus were, seemingly preventing him from escaping. In particular, Wu Chang had no intention of resting at all, simply sitting cross-legged while staring at Yang Kai. Once Yang Kai made any strange movements, he would be able to react immediately. This was also the most important reason why everyone agreed to let Yang Kai refine the extraordinary treasure pill instead of trying to snatch the extraordinary treasure lotus. There was only one extraordinary treasure lotus. No one had the confidence to snatch it, not even the arrogant Wu Chang. Instead of fighting for it without any confidence, it was better to let Yang Kai refine the pill, which would greatly increase their chances of success. Yang Kai was just a trivial cultivator from the first-order Tao source realm, so with so many people eyeing him covetously, it was impossible for him to escape after refining the extraordinary treasure lotus. In this regard, everyone's hearts were as clear as a mirror, so they could only wait for the arrival of tomorrow and let Yang Kai refine the extraordinary treasure pill. "Brother, the situation isn't good." While resting, Xiao Baiyi suddenly leaned over to Xia Sheng and sent him a divine sense message. "I know." Xia Sheng responded calmly. "Don't worry, I've already made arrangements. After Brother Yang refine the extraordinary treasure, Lotus tomorrow, we can cooperate with him to open a bloody path and escape to the exit. Junior brother and junior sister are all waiting there to meet us." No wonder I didn't see anyone else coming. So they were all waiting at the exit? Xiao Baiyi asked with a look of realization. Xia Sheng grinned and replied, "How can a treasure like the extraordinary treasure pill fall into the hands of other sects? When the time comes, you can just ask Brother Yang to cooperate." "What if he doesn't cooperate?" Xiao Baiyi asked. "Beat him. Knock him out and take him away," Xia Sheng replied. Xiao Baiyi's mouth twitched as he said embarrassedly, "I'm not his opponent." "What?" Xia Sheng turned his head and stared at Xiao Baiyi in amazement. "Xiao Bai, when did you become so unconfident? Brother Yang did beat Shui, which is amazing. If you and I were at his cultivation, we might not be able to do this, but after all, the gap between us is too big. There's one thing I'm ashamed to say." Xiao Baiyi suddenly looked solemn. "What?" "In the flowing time temple, I fought with him," Xiao Baiyi said, "and I lost." "Are you kidding me?" Xia Sheng's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "How could I joke about such a shameful thing?" Xiao Baiyi said with a solemn expression. "Moreover, in my opinion, not only was I not his opponent, even Zhuang Bufan was not." What do you mean?" After Xia Sheng asked, he immediately glanced towards the place where Zhuang Bufan was standing thoughtfully and asked in amazement, "You mean, before we arrived here, the result of the battle between these two was Zhuang Bufan?" "In all likelihood. How is that possible?" Xiao Baiyi sneered. "Nothing is impossible. Why do you think Zhuang Bufan was speaking up for Yang Kai just now?" Xia Sheng frowned and said, "You mean Yang Kai showed mercy before, so Zhuang Bufan... Is there any other reason?" Xiao Baiyi looked at him and asked. "See." Xia Sheng finally couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air and muttered, "I know these two fought before, but I thought it was Yang Kai. He's only in the first order Tao source realm. How could he have done such a thing?" "Who knows? He's a Tao source grade alchemist. Do you believe that?" Xia Sheng's mouth twitched and he no longer spoke. After a long time, his expression became serious, and he said, "Fine, I will negotiate with Brother Yang when the time comes. I believe he will cooperate. If he wants to live, he can only cooperate with us." "I hope so." Xiao Baiyi responded with uncertainty. While the two from Azure Sun Temple were secretly communicating, most of the other cultivator were also having similar conversations. Those who were familiar with each other had secretly formed an offensive and defensive alliance to fight against these powerful enemies. As for what to do with the extraordinary treasure pills when the time came, that was not a problem they needed to consider at the moment. For most cultivator, what they needed to consider right now was how to snatch the extraordinary treasure pills from the hands of these powerful Tao source realm masters. Time passed slowly. Yang Kai raced against time to restore his strength. Refining the extraordinary treasure pills was also a test for him, so he had to face this matter in his peak state. If he made even the slightest mistake, he might really fail. Once the refinement failed, he would become the target of everyone's anger. At that time, Even if he had great ability, he would not be able to face them head-on. The strange movements around him, the occasional divine sense communication, and even Wu Chang's constant gaze were not enough to affect him. His state of mind gradually calmed down and became ethereal. Under this great pressure, he entered a mysterious state. A medicinal fragrance filled the air and a halo of light flickered. The heavenly manifestation became more and more obvious, and the 5-colored clouds in the sky began to fade. The pure white flowers of the extraordinary treasure lotus also gradually bloomed. At a certain moment, the world began to tremble, and the surrounding world energy began to tremble. All the heavenly manifestations converged into an extremely terrifying energy that poured down from the sky and into the extraordinary treasure lotus, like a funnel. The fragile spirit flower, after withstanding such an influx of energy, remained unscathed and instead became even more mysterious. Runes the size of grains of rice suddenly appeared around the extraordinary treasure lotus, each of them containing a great deal of mystery. Between the heavens and earth, a faint, heavenly music rang out, like the sound of morning bells and evening drums, shaking the spirits of those who heard it. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, the petals of the extraordinary treasure lotus finally bloomed completely. An even stronger fragrance wafted out, causing those who smelled it to feel refreshed. The seductive fragrance made everyone feel like they could not wait to rush up and swallow the extraordinary treasure lotus into their stomachs to taste its beauty. As if being driven by an invisible string, many cultivators showed greedy eyes towards the extraordinary treasure lotus, a few of them even showing eager expressions. Chapter 2190. Whoever dares to move will die. Wu Chang suddenly roared as he swept his eyes around with a ferocious expression. Murderous intent filled the air, so thick that it was almost tangible. Those who were about to make a move instantly quieted down. They clearly felt that if they acted rashly, they would be killed in the next moment. The aura of death was so strong that it was suffocating, causing their lips to go dry and their bodies to go cold. At this moment, Kaiyang suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes glistened as he shouted in a low voice, "Open the furnace!" Saying so, he stretched out his hand and pointed forward, causing the black jade furnace to appear. The black jade furnace was a Tao Source grade high-rank alchemy furnace. It was originally bought by Han Lung, an abandoned disciple of Star Soul Palace, at the auction in Maplewood City, but in the end Han Lung died unexpectedly and it fell into Yang Kai's hands. Such an alchemy furnace was a rare treasure, especially for an alchemist. After all, only an emperor-grade alchemy furnace was better than it. But how could an emperor-grade alchemy furnace be so easy to obtain? Under normal circumstances, an emperor-grade alchemy furnace was more precious than an emperor artifact. When the black jade furnace opened, a fragrance different from that of the extraordinary treasure, lotus, instantly filled the air. Smelling this fragrance and seeing this alchemy furnace, many people were shocked and their confidence in Yang Kai immediately increased greatly. Because such an alchemy furnace was not something an ordinary alchemist was worthy of owning. Only a Tao Source grade alchemist was qualified to use it. The medicinal fragrance wafting from this alchemy furnace was enough to prove that this alchemy furnace had refined many spirit medicines in the past. All of this indirectly confirmed the fact that Yang Kai was a Tao Source grade alchemist. The alchemy furnace opened. Yang Kai's divine sense surged. A scorching hot and invisible conflagrated spiritual energy poured into the furnace in an instant, causing the black jade furnace to hum loudly in the blink of an eye. "Lu Yen!" Yang Kai shouted again as he flicked his hand, and a stream of light suddenly shot out from his palm. A loud and clear cry spread out in all directions. Under everyone's gaze, a strange-looking fiery bird phantom suddenly appeared and dove into the pill furnace. Artifact spirit! Lan Sin's eyes lit up. He could not help but exclaim softly. At that moment, Although she did not see the true face of Lu Yan, she instinctively sensed that the stream of light was no small matter. Combined with the scene in front of her, she immediately deduced that it was definitely a fire attribute artifact spirit. A Tao source grade high rank alchemy furnace and a fire attribute artifact spirit. The combination of the two was already the dream of most alchemists in this world. With the help of these two, it would be much easier to refine any spirit pill. Lan Sun couldn't help smiling. If nothing unexpected happens, Brother Yang can really refine the extraordinary treasure pill. Everyone just wait and see. Hearing her say this, many people's spirits were lifted and an extremely expectant expression appeared on their faces. On the other side, Yang Kai had taken out the herbs needed to refine the extraordinary treasure, pill one by one, with a solemn expression. He methodically threw various rare herbs into the pill furnace one by one, his hands forming seals from time to time as his conflagrated knowledge sea-surged. He began to inscribe spirit arrays inside the pill furnace, and as he did so, the heat inside the pill furnace seemed to fluctuate from time to time, making it difficult to grasp. Concocting pills required a calm mind, and the most important thing to avoid was to be too hasty. The most important thing was the control of the fire and the control of the timing of putting in the medicinal ingredients. This was not something that could be mastered overnight. It took a long time to accumulate experience and the advice of one's master. Yang Kai had never had anyone to guide him on the alchemic Tao. However, he seemed to have extraordinary aptitude and talent for this territory. In his early years, he had only relied on the true alchemic way left behind by great demon god to explore this path himself. Later, he obtained the true alchemy enlightenment scripture in Yang Yan's Emperor Garden. And after coming to the star boundary, he obtained the jade slip left behind by Gong's son Mu Yang Kai's alchemy technique was a combination of the strengths of these three forces, as well as his own insights and innovations. Yang Kai did not have a special constitution like Xianing Chang, who could perform alchemy as easily as eating and breathing, but he had his own unique intuition. When to throw in what herbs, when to control what kind of heat, these things had been engraved in his mind since birth and had become an instinct. If one had to investigate, it would undoubtedly be due to the grand alchemic Tao tone he triggered while refining the spirit pill. The grand alchemic Tao tone was the voice of the heavenly way. The heavenly way had taught him this knowledge and sublimated his alchemy skills. But even so, Yang Kai was going all out this time, not daring to show the slightest carelessness. There was only one extraordinary treasure lotus, so if he failed to refine it, he would have nothing left. At that time, he would have to bear the wrath of everyone present. Yang Kai was not afraid of these cultivators. He was only afraid of wasting these herbs. Under great pressure, his condition was unprecedentedly good. Asterisk gu lu lu. Asterisk, as time passed, the sound of boiling water bubbling came from inside the pill furnace. This was obviously a sign that the medicinal liquid was boiling, and a complex but pleasant aroma filled the air, giving everyone a refreshing feeling. Looking around, although Yang Kai's movements were not fast, there was a sense of calmness in his every movement, which gave everyone a lot of confidence in his alchemy. In particular, the way he manipulated his source qi with one hand to control the heat while forming a series of hand seals with the other to inscribe the spirit array inside the pill furnace made many people gasp in amazement. Laymen could only enjoy the show, but only insiders could see the knack for it. Although almost 90% of the cultivators here had never refined a spirit pill before, if they had never eaten pork, how could they not have seen a pig run? Yang Kai's repeated use of the illusionary spirit array confused everyone present, but at the same time, they couldn't help admiring him. This kind of perfect control was not something an ordinary person could achieve, so it must be a result of his usual accumulation of merits. Brother, do you think Junior Brother Yang will succeed in refining? Murong Shao asked Xiao Bai Yi softly. Before the results come out, no one dares to say, Xiao Bai Yi replied. After speaking, he glanced at her again and said, "Why? Are you worried that he will be beaten up if he fails?" Morong Xiao nodded and said, "In this situation, if junior brother Yang really fails, I'm afraid he won't be able to escape. Although he is not a disciple of my temple, he came here with us. Brother, you don't want anything to happen to him." "He asked for it," Xiao Bai coldly snorted. "I still don't understand why he is looking for trouble for himself." Indeed, if Yan Kai hadn't taken the initiative to stand up and say that he was a Tao Source grade alchemist, no one would have tried to stop him. But he had stood up and publicly admitted that he was a Tao Source grade alchemist, taking on the task of refining the extraordinary treasure pill. If this matter was done well and the extraordinary treasure pill was refined, he wouldn't necessarily gain many benefits, because according to the current situation, once the extraordinary treasure pill was refined, it would inevitably be the result of everyone fighting over it. At that time, who would care if he, the alchemist, dared not hand over the spirit pills? They would beat him to death. But if this matter wasn't done well, there would only be one result. Yan Kai would be hunted down and killed by everyone. This kind of self-inflicted trouble was wrong no matter how one thought about it. Only a fool would do such a thing. That was why Xiao Bai had never understood why Yan Kai would do such a thing. Was it just because of an alchemist's love for rare spirit herbs? It was said that alchemists were a group of extremely eccentric people. Usually, when others asked them to perform alchemy, they would usually ignore them. But if there was a spirit herb they were interested in, they would deliver it to you and pester you to refine it for them without any compensation. The extraordinary treasure lotus was undoubtedly one of the most precious spirit herbs in the world because it was unparalleled. Under the premise that there was only one extraordinary treasure lotus, it was impossible for a second one to appear in this world. If Yan Kai insisted on refining the extraordinary treasure pill for this reason, it would make sense. But no matter how Xiao Bai looked at it, he didn't feel that Yan Kai was a pedantic person. There was no reason for him to put himself in danger just because of a momentary interest. Or did he have the capital to escape from the eyes of so many masters? Thinking of this, Xiao Bai couldn't help sneering, secretly feeling that he was overthinking things. It was undeniable that Yan Kai was indeed strong, but he was just one person. So how could he escape from under the noses of so many people? Wu Chang alone would be enough to pin him down. While the two of them were talking, Yan Kai had already begun taking action. A total of 19 auxiliary herbs had been thrown into the black jade furnace and turned into medicinal liquid. At that moment, though, Yan Kai suddenly stood up, rushed over to the extraordinary treasure lotus in a few steps, and used his finger like a knife to directly cut down the extraordinary treasure lotus's flower. This mature spirit herb was instantly picked by Yan Kai. In its place, a stem about 1/2 meter long was left. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned towards the stem, a look of greed flashing across their faces. Although they didn't know why Yan Kai didn't pick the entire extraordinary treasure lotus, this stem was undoubtedly a precious treasure. Even if it wasn't refined into a pill, swallowing it would still have miraculous effects. In front of everyone's eyes, a milky white liquid oozed out from the top of this stem, one that was as white and flawless as milk, causing everyone's appetite to soar. It wasn't just the ordinary cultivators who were staring at this stalk. Even Wu Chang, Xia Shang, and the others were doing the same. But none of them acted rashly and instead turned inquisitive looks towards Yan Kai, wondering why he was doing this. On the other side, Yan Kai rushed back to the pill furnace and carefully continued to control the flame, waiting until it was about time to throw the extraordinary treasure lotus he had just collected into the pill furnace. It was just a few simple actions, but Yan Kai's forehead was covered in cold sweat, as if he was facing a great enemy. The moment the extraordinary treasure lotus entered the pill furnace, Yan Kai immediately changed his hand seals to stabilize the situation inside. With a constant whirring sound, Yan Kai secretly rejoiced that he had not hesitated to expose Lu Yan's existence to summon her before this alchemy. The difficulty of refining the extraordinary treasure pill was beyond his imagination. At this moment, if not for Lu Yan's assistance, he might not have been able to persist until the end. Chapter 2191. At this moment, even with Lu Yan's help, whether or not this furnace of extraordinary treasure pills could be refined was still uncertain. However, if it could really be refined, it would definitely greatly improve his alchemic Tao. After busying himself for a while, Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, all the herbs had been thrown into the pill furnace, so all that was left was for him to control the flame and adjust the spirit array so he could condense the pills. It was only at this moment that he took the time to quickly say, "I advise everyone not to have any ideas about that root." Although he had been busy performing alchemy just now, he had not given up on observing his surroundings. He clearly saw that many people showed interest in the root, but because he didn't know if he still needed it, he didn't dare to act rashly. "Oh, why is that?" Zhuang Bufan heard this and asked curiously. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he explained. "This root is the origin of the extraordinary treasure lotus. If this root is left behind, perhaps within 100 years, another extraordinary treasure lotus will appear in the star boundary and be obtained by a fated person. But if it is picked within 10,000 years, the spirit flower will no longer exist, and who knows when it will be born again. Is there such a thing?" Lan Sun's eyes flashed brilliantly. Even with her knowledge and experience, she had never heard of such a rumor. "Just trust me," Yang Kai quickly said. "It has nothing to do with me." Wu Chang suddenly shouted, 10,000 years from now. Let the people 10,000 years from now deal with it. Since you don't need this root anymore, I'll take it away." "You dare!" Yang Kai shouted, turning his head and glaring at Wu Chang before stretching out his hand and placing it on top of the black jade furnace. When he did this, all the cultivators' complexions changed greatly as they stared at him nervously. They didn't know what he wanted to do. "If you dare to touch it, I will destroy this cauldron of pills right now." Yang Kai shouted in a deep voice, his face extremely calm. Hey. Xia Sheng's mouth twitched as he stared at Yang Kai in surprise. "Brother Yang, do you really need to? It's just a root. If Brother Wu Chang wants to take it, just let him. There's no need to threaten us with these extraordinary treasure pills." He didn't know what was wrong with Yang Kai. Why would he do something like this, threatening Wu Chang with the extraordinary treasure pill? After all, his actions were not only a threat to Wu Chang, but also to everyone else present. The slightest mistake would incur the wrath of the masses. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to him and said, "Who dares to come within 10 meters of that root?" I destroyed the solution at once. I'm not joking. As soon as he said this, Wu Chang didn't dare to move anymore. Although this root also looked extraordinary, it was definitely not as good as the extraordinary treasure pill. If he angered Yang Kai because of this, the gains would not make up for the losses. "Wu Chang, calm down." Xiao Chen was also taken aback and quickly shouted to Wu Chang. Wu Chang paused in place, stared coldly at Yang Kai, and spat out, "You dare threaten me?" "I'm not threatening you." A strange light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he said leisurely, "I just want to leave some hope for future generations." To the side, Lan Sun pursed her lips and smiled. "I heard that when most alchemists collect rare spirit herbs, they don't kill them all. Instead, they leave a glimmer of hope for those spirit herbs. They never collect those spirit herbs that are not mature. I had some doubts about this at first, but now it seems that this is true." Yang Kai nodded. Predecessors plant trees while future generations enjoy the shade. For us to be able to encounter this extraordinary treasure lotus today, who knows if it was not an opportunity left behind by some powerful master 100 years ago? Others have left us hope. So we can't be too ruthless, otherwise it will damage the cycle of the heavenly way. As soon as this statement came out, Lan Sun's beautiful eyes lit up as a thoughtful look appeared on her face. Besides, Yang Kai continued, this root doesn't have the magical effects of the extraordinary treasure lotus. It only has the ability to temper one's source chi and spiritual energy. All the essence of the extraordinary treasure lotus is now in the pill furnace. Brother Wu Chang, are you sure you want this root and not the extraordinary treasure pill? Wu Chang's face went pale. In fact, when he heard Yan Kai say that this root was not of much use, he had no intention of picking it up. But in front of everyone's eyes, he had no way to back down. So he could only stand there with a sullen expression on his face. Just as they were talking, the root suddenly trembled and turned into a colorful light. It disappeared from everyone's sight as if it had never appeared in the first place. This! Xiao Chen was dumbfounded. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Good. Now that this root is gone, let's see who can find it." After a pause, he added, "Right, if this root was picked before the spirit flower matured, the extraordinary treasure lotus would also end up like this." Hearing this, many people suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, secretly rejoicing that there was someone here who knew what was good for them. Otherwise, if they had tried to pick it before it matured, it would have been like drawing water with a bamboo basket. Turning his head, Yan Kai continued to focus on controlling the flame and inscribing the spirit array. Wu Chang stood in place awkwardly for a while before coldly snorting, a fierce look appearing on his face, as if he was thinking of something. Asterisk Gulialu, asterisk the black jade furnace continued to rumble. As time passed, more and more people became anxious. As their gazes drifted and intersected with each other, a strange and complicated atmosphere gradually spread out on the peak of the mountain. It seemed that everyone was waiting for the moment when the extraordinary treasure pill matured, and once that happened, the situation would spiral out of control. Yang Kai was also well aware of this, but he still remained calm and focused on alchemy. At a certain moment, his expression turned solemn as he poured all of his source chi into the black jade cauldron. At the same time, he stood up and quickly formed a seal with his hands. Energy visible to the naked eye turned into clear runes and disappeared into the black jade cauldron. "It's time to collect the pills." It was unknown who called out in a low voice, but the scene suddenly became dignified as everyone's breathing became louder and more excited. This was the final step of alchemy. If it was handled well, this furnace of spirit pills would be considered a success. But if it wasn't, all the previous efforts would be in vain. Yan Kai's hands danced like butterflies, his expression solemn as large drops of sweat flowed down his forehead. It was as if he had just been fished out of water, his clothes completely soaked and his face slightly pale, as if he had consumed a great deal of energy. But even so, his movements were orderly and steady to the extreme. This pill condensing technique is actually so amazing. Lan Sun's eyes flashed as she stared at Yang Kai's movements. Although this was the first time she had seen the Nine Heavens' profound pill method, it still did not prevent her from prying into a different kind of information from this pill condensing technique. This set of techniques seemed to be used to condense pills, but every movement and seal contained a profound mystery that coincided with the heavenly way, dazzling everyone who saw it. With Yang Kai's movements, a faint aura of the heavenly way spread out, making everyone feel heavy. The Nine Heavens' profound pill method was, after all, a technique that the grand alchemic Tao Tone poured into Yang Kai's mind. It was born from the heavens and earth itself, so it was natural for Lan Sun to find it mysterious. If Lan Sun, with her cultivation in the first order Tao source realm, could see this, it was only natural that so many cultivators from the third order Tao source realm present could do the same. For some reason, as Yang Kai displayed the pill condensing technique, many cultivators could not help but be immersed in the mysteries of this technique, and the tension and anticipation that had surged up before had unknowingly dissipated. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly roared, "Condense!" As if he had exhausted all his strength, he slammed his palms together and his body swayed slightly. Along with his movements, a soft tinkling sound suddenly rang out from inside the pill furnace. At the same time, a light burst out from the black jade furnace. The pills were complete, At this moment, everyone realized that the extraordinary treasure pills had been refined. At this moment, everyone urged their source chi, wanting to rush towards Yang Kai and snatch the unparalleled pills that could lead them directly to the Emperor's realm. It was also at this moment that the heavens and earth began to hum as a muffled thunderclap suddenly rang out from above everyone's heads. An astonishing pressure descended from the sky, making it difficult for everyone to breathe and their bodies stiffen. Everyone looked up and saw that the sky above them had at some point been covered by dark clouds, while lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The vast heavenly might made everyone feel small and insignificant. Pill tribulation! Lan Sun exclaimed, a look of panic flashing across her beautiful eyes for the first time. They really came. Yang Kai muttered in a low voice. Before the extraordinary treasure pills were refined, Yang Kai had already faintly guessed that this refinement would trigger a pill tribulation. The effects of the extraordinary treasure pills were simply too heaven-defying and could not be tolerated by the heavens and earth. Once they were born, the omnipresent world principles would naturally find a way to destroy them. And judging from the ferocity of this pill tribulation, it was likely even more ferocious than when a cultivator from the third order Tao source realm ascended to the Emperor realm. How could a few trivial spirit pills resist it? A single blow would be enough to reduce them to ashes. Even with Yang Kai's full protection, whether or not he could block this pill tribulation was uncertain. When the time came, all of Yang Kai's efforts and expectations would turn into bubbles. At the critical moment, though, Yang Kai patted the pill furnace and sent out his divine sense. In the next moment, Lu Yen turned into a streak of flame and shot out of the black jade furnace before being directly taken into Yang Kai's sealed world bead. Without anyone noticing, Lu Yen took away all the extraordinary treasure pills in the pill furnace. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the pill tribulation, so who would notice Lu Yan's actions? Even if they saw Yang Kai's artifact spirit return, no one would have thought that she had taken away all the extraordinary treasure pills. Very soon, something that shocked everyone happened. In the sky, the pill tribulation that was gradually forming gradually dissipated for some reason. The rolling dark clouds dispersed in all directions, and the frightening thunder and lightning also slowly disappeared. After 10 breaths of time, everything returned to normal, leaving behind a group of cultivators looking at each other with lingering fear. Chapter 2192. What's going on? Wu Chang frowned, a blank look on his face. He couldn't understand why this pill tribulation gave off a feeling of being all bark and no bite. A moment ago, it had been filled with heavenly might, but in the next moment, it had calmed down and all the thunderclouds had disappeared. No one could understand. Scram! Just as everyone was in a daze, Yang Kai suddenly let out an angry roar. Accompanied by this roar, a surge of source chi surged out and an astonishing pressure spread out. Asterisk pung 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 pung. Asterisk, he was actually fighting someone. Hearing this noise, everyone's expression changed, and they quickly turned their heads to look at Yang Kai. What they saw was Yang Kai standing in place, one hand on top of the alchemy furnace, while the other hand condensed into countless afterimages that shot out in all directions. Beside him, a figure was moving at high speed, constantly drifting away from Yang Kai, seemingly trying to break through his attacks and grab the freshly refined spirit pills. But no matter how hard this person tried, he couldn't get within 3 meters of Yang Kai. Every time he tried, Yang Kai would stop him. Luo Yuan. Lan Sun frowned and called out softly. She naturally recognized that the person who was fighting with Yang Kai was Luo Yuan from the octagonal door. Lan Sun didn't know where he had been hiding before, but when everyone's attention was focused on the pill tribulation, he had suddenly attacked and tried to snatch the extraordinary treasure pills. Unfortunately, at the last moment, he had been blocked by Yang Kai. He had underestimated Yang Kai too much, thinking that the other party was just a first-order Tao source realm cultivator. After another arduous refinement, Luo Yuan had to go through another arduous refinement. He wasn't Yang Kai's opponent at all. But it wasn't until they started fighting that Luo Yuan realized how wrong he was. Yang Kai stood in place and seemed to be in a passive position, but in reality he was waiting for an exhausted enemy. On top of that, his source qi was extremely dense and pure, and his defenses were watertight, making it impossible for Luo Yuan to break through in a short time. I miscalculated. Luo Yuan cursed in his heart, knowing that he had missed a good opportunity. His original intention had been to snatch the extraordinary treasure pills and leave. But now not only had he failed, but he had also been pinned down by Yang Kai. Everyone else had already recovered. If he didn't withdraw now, he would likely be besieged by everyone's face. Realizing this, Luo Yuan made a feint and retreated several dozen meters before glaring at Yang Kai gloomily, seemingly blaming him for ruining his good fortune's plans. Although Yang Kai's face was slightly pale, he still grinned at him and joked, "Brother Luo Yuan's calculation is quite good. You've been here for a long time, right?" "Humph." Luo Yuan coldly snorted, but did not answer Yang Kai's question directly, instead saying, "You're a bit strange." What he meant to say was, Kai Yang's true strength did not match his cultivation at all. Yang Kai, however, Sweeping his eyes over the crowd, Yang Kai saw everyone staring at his black jade furnace with fiery eyes, eager to take action. Immediately, his expression became solemn as he shouted, "Everyone, please wait!" As soon as the statement came out, everyone stood in place, not moving. Even Wu Chang didn't rush to attack Yang Kai. When Yang Kai and Luo Yuan fought just now, although it had only been a short while, anyone with a bit of eyesight could see that Yang Kai wasn't easy to deal with, and no one present had the ability to take him down in an instant. Once they couldn't subdue him in an instant, others would arrive and the situation would become chaotic and out of control. This was a result no one wanted to see. As you can see, this Yang did not disappoint. The extraordinary treasure pills have been refined. Yang Kai said as he took out a handful of spirit pills from his space ring and stuffed them into his mouth. Everyone could clearly see that these spirit pills were clearly used to restore one's source qi. Since they've been refined, there's nothing else for you to do. Hand over the spirit pills, Wu Chang said in a matter-of-fact tone. Haha, this Yang was just about to talk about this. Yang Kai smiled at him lightly, paused for a few breaths, and then continued. Although the spirit pills have been refined, I will not hand them over. What did you say? Wu Chang's face suddenly became cold. Boy, you court death. You want to take this heaven-defying spirit pill for yourself? You're overestimating yourself. Kid, let me give you a piece of advice. Obediently hand over the spirit pill. Otherwise, everyone will attack together and tear you to shreds. You're alone, and you won't be able to withstand the attack of so many people. As soon as Kai Yang's words left his mouth, the crowd instantly exploded into a cacophony of curses, threats, and persuasion, all of which drifted into Kai Yang's ears from all directions. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to all of this, and his expression became cold as he swept his eyes around. What nonsense are you all spouting? This extraordinary treasure lotus was first discovered by this Yang, and this extraordinary treasure pill was refined by this Yang alone. Even the herbs needed to refine this spirit pill were basically all made by this Yang. You all just stood here and watched the show, yet you want to obtain this extraordinary treasure pill for free? In your dreams. Boy, you've got guts. Haha, this little brat probably hasn't woken up yet, daring to boast so shamelessly. I don't think he'll live past today. What's the point of talking nonsense with him? Let's kill him together and snatch that spirit pill. Although Yang Kai had just shown a little bit of his strength, making many people feel that he wasn't easy to deal with, at this moment, there were so many people around them that they naturally didn't put Yang Kai in their eyes. In everyone's opinion, Yang Kai's approach was tantamount to seeking his own death. As everyone clamored, their eyes filled with greed and murderous intent as they stared at Yang Kai. "It looks like this was your plan from the very beginning?" Wu Chang stared at Yang Kai coldly and said, sarcastically, "Yes." Yang Kai turned to look at him. "From the very beginning, I never intended to give this extraordinary treasure pill to you people. Otherwise, when I found the extraordinary treasure lotus, I could have swallowed it directly. Although that would have wasted its medicinal efficacies, it would still have some effect. It's better than letting others benefit from it." "You've got guts." Wu Chang was so angry that he let out an angry laugh, his aura suddenly rising as he walked towards Yang Kai step by step. With every step he took, his aura soared, making him seem like a great demon who had just emerged from the abyss of purgatory, causing those who saw him to shudder. "Although your idea is good, it requires the corresponding strength to implement. Do you think you have such ability?" "If I didn't," Yang Kai grinned at him and said, "I wouldn't have thought so." If he didn't have this confidence, how could he have brought trouble to himself? Not only did he admit that he was a Tao source grade alchemist in front of everyone, but he also went to great lengths to refine the extraordinary treasure pill. Yang Kai wouldn't do such a stupid thing to make someone else's wedding dress for him. Not hesitating to expose his identity as a Tao source grade alchemist to refine the extraordinary treasure pill, Yang Kai had been waiting for this moment. As he spoke, he stretched his hand forward and shouted, "Break!" Accompanied by this shout, a series of cracking sounds suddenly rang out. At the same time, with Yang Kai as the center, the space within a 300-meter radius cracked like a mirror that had been smashed to the ground. These cracks were long, narrow, and erratic, but they gave off a deadly sense of threat. Strange energy fluctuations, unfathomable power of laws, leisurely filled the air. Wu Chang suddenly stopped and stared at the space in front of him, seemingly feeling something as his expression changed several times. Void cracks, space principles, exclamations of surprise rose and fell one after another. Their faces were covered in shock and disbelief, and their eyes were filled with despair and astonishment. Space principles, the scene in front of them, and the strange principle strength all around them were undoubtedly space principles. Otherwise, it would be impossible to cause such a big change in space. The space within a 300-meter radius had been shattered, and anyone who entered would have to be mentally prepared to be torn apart by the void cracks. You actually comprehended this kind of principle strength. Wu Chang grit his teeth and roared, his expression filled with unwillingness and anger, as if Yang Kai had insulted him. Space principles could be said to be one of the most mysterious and elusive principles in the world, yet Yang Kai had actually comprehended them. Wu Chang was naturally filled with unwillingness. In this world, there is actually someone who can use space principles to such an extent with such a low cultivation. Lan Sun's beautiful eyes filled with admiration as she looked in the direction of Yang Kai. Because of the interference of space principles, the fluctuations of space principles made it seem as if Yang Kai's distance from her was constantly fluctuating, sometimes close and sometimes far. Under the interference of this kind of power, it was impossible for others to attack him. Maybe he just used some kind of artifact. Xiao Qin said with a look of dissatisfaction. Right, doesn't he have an emperor artifact in his hand? This guy has some kind of background, so he should have some kind of space artifact. Lan Sun frowned, too lazy to respond to him. Although it was indeed possible for a space artifact to achieve this level, Yang Kai had not shown any signs of using an artifact before he attacked just now. Lan Sun had clearly seen him raise his hand and let the space principles envelop the surrounding space. This was definitely his own power. This little brat. On the other side, Xia Shang, who had been on edge all this time, could only smile bitterly. After Yang Kai refined the extraordinary treasure pills, Xia Shang began to send him secret divine sense transmissions, asking him to cooperate with him. How could he have known that Yang Kai would completely ignore him and act like this in the blink of an eye? It looks like he doesn't need our help. Xiao Bai said thoughtfully. And Xiaosheng frowned. Since he is proficient in the Tao of space, he can definitely do that. With this kind of skill, he really doesn't need to fear others, but what? Xiao Bai looked at Xiaosheng in amazement. But what does he want to do? Xiaosheng looked at Yang Kai puzzledly. Can't he just take the extraordinary treasure pills and run away? Instead, he stayed behind to ridicule everyone around him. Is he tired of living too freely? Hearing what he said, Xiao Bai was also at a loss, having no idea what Yang Kai was trying to do. On the other side, Wu Chang's face was extremely pale as he silently observed Yang Kai for a moment before asking, Do you think you'll be safe just by hiding there? Yang Kai smiled and said, Does brother Wu Chang want to try? That's exactly what I was thinking. Wu Chang shouted. Chapter 2193. Accompanied by Wu Chang's roar, a figure shot out leisurely. It was not Wu Chang who moved, but Luo Yuan. He took an extremely profound step, and in the blink of an eye he approached the area affected by the spatial laws. He stood in the air and looked down coldly. After that, he raised his hands up high, clenched them into fists, and then clasped them together before smashing them down fiercely. Violent energy began to surge. Behind Luo Yuan, a figure several dozen meters tall suddenly appeared. This figure had a humanoid form, but it was extremely shocking, like a giant god, raising its two giant hands and mimicking Luo Yuan's actions. Asterisk Kong, asterisk after breath. A loud bang rang out as the huge fist shadow smashed into the territory affected by the space principles. Yang Kai's face changed suddenly. The surrounding spatial cracks instantly collapsed, and the spatial domain that he had created was violently broken apart at this moment. Before he could react, though, Wu Chang suddenly jumped out from behind Luo Yuan, out of Yang Kai's blind spot, holding a saber in one hand and a sword in the other. The saber was a fiery red, while the sword was a flawless white. As the saber and sword met, a dazzling brilliance filled the air. Wu Chang just crossed his saber and sword, and a layer of dense light suddenly burst out. At the same time he shouted, saber and sword prison, seal the four extremes. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk the light from the swords and sabers could be seen with the naked eye. They filled the vast space and formed an invisible force that completely sealed off the space. Everyone gasped in amazement and was flabbergasted. Wu Chang and Luo Yuan had not seen eye to eye with each other before. There had even been a little friction between the elites of the Southern Territory. But at this moment, their cooperation was flawless. First, Luo Yuan broke Yang Kai's space blockade with a single blow, and then Wu Chang used a secret technique to block Yang Kai's movements. As a result, even if Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, he was bound to become a turtle in a jar. The timing of these two attacks was simply perfect. Even brother and sister from the same sect might not be able to achieve this level of cooperation. However, the two cultivators with different backgrounds had done it, relying only on their own judgment and combat instincts. It's bad. Xia Sheng's expression changed as he shouted. On the other side, Wu Chang sneered, Let's see how you die now. As he spoke, the sword and saber in his hand stirred again. A storm of red and white, filled with saber light and sword light, suddenly attacked Yang Kai. He did not show any mercy. Obviously, he had already planned to kill Yang Kai. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the storm directly swallowed Yang Kai and shredded his body into pieces. Even the black jade cauldron beside him was shredded into pieces. Many people couldn't help but make a fuss when they saw this, and an extremely pained expression appeared on their faces. Although Yang Kai's death had nothing to do with them, they didn't care either. But if the extraordinary treasure pills were destroyed, that would be unacceptable to everyone. At that time, Wu Chang would become a sinner who would take the blame for Yang Kai. Over on the other side, Wu Chang did not show the slightest joy after his attack and instead frowned solemnly. The same was true for Luo Yuan. He looked around, seemingly searching for something, the huge phantom behind him gradually disappearing. "My patience is limited." A voice suddenly came from the side. Everyone turned around and saw Yang Kai standing in the void, unscathed, holding the alchemy furnace in his hand. Yang Kai swept his eyes around with a gloomy expression and declared loudly, "Just now I can consider it a test to see if I have the qualifications to talk to you. Now that the result is out, if there is still someone who doesn't know what's good for them and attacks me, then I'll eat all the extraordinary treasure pills in this furnace." Crazy, crazy, crazy. This guy is a lunatic. Brother, please don't. Eating so many pills isn't good for you. How about you share one with me? Wu Chang frowned and whispered, "Sure enough, he can teleport." Wu Chang had speculated before that since Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of Space, he could certainly use a secret technique similar to teleportation. So Wu Chang had wanted to seal off the area around Yang Kai in order to catch him like a turtle in a jar. Wu Chang was confident that his cooperation with Luo Yuan was perfect, but he still couldn't do anything to Yang Kai. He didn't even notice when Yang Kai teleported away. Based on this point alone, Wu Chang knew that he and the others couldn't do anything to Yang Kai at all. A cultivator proficient in the Tao of Space had a unique advantage in escaping and tracking. This rumor was not false. If one wanted to kill or capture a character like Yang Kai, there were only a few ways to do so. One was to invite a cultivator whose strength was far inferior to his and crush him with absolute strength, giving him no chance to use his Tao of Space. It was either to lure him into a small, independent space where he could not escape, or to create something similar to a barrier to trap him. In the Four Seasons realm, no one could do such a thing. In this place, Kai Yang was simply lawless. "Brother Yang, you mean you want to negotiate with us?" Lan Sun raised her brow and asked. She had heard a different message from Yang Kai's words just now. "Your Highness is right." Yang Kai grinned, "but the princess is only half right." "I'd like to hear the details." Lan Sun smiled. "I want to negotiate with them, not with you, princess." As Yang Kai spoke, he reached into his alchemy furnace and took out a rolling, Longan-sized, pearl-like spirit pill. A refreshing aroma immediately filled the air. An extraordinary treasure pill. In the crowd, exclamations rang out as everyone stared at this spirit pill with fiery eyes. Everyone knew that this was the legendary pills that could lead one directly to the Emperor realm. One of the herbs required to refine the extraordinary treasure pill was provided by your Highness. So this Yang will present this spirit pill to the princess according to our previous agreement. I hope your Highness will kindly accept it. Yang Kai pinched the spirit pill and gestured to Lan Sun. "Oh, Brother Yang is willing to fulfill the agreement?" Lan Sun looked at him with some surprise. She thought that Yang Kai wouldn't do this again, but things were a little different from what she had imagined. Yang Kai sternly said, "Naturally, the extraordinary treasure pill was successfully refined thanks to the jade blood mushroom provided by your Highness. Without that jade blood mushroom, there would be no extraordinary treasure pill at this moment, so your Highness will naturally receive one. As for the others, they didn't contribute anything, just stood by and watched. Do they think they can get a pill?" He spat mercilessly in their dreams. "Brother Yang's actions are fair." Lan Sun nodded lightly and said, "Since that's the case, this little sister won't be polite." Saying so, she walked over to Yang Kai. Not long after, she arrived at Yang Kai's side, took the spirit pill he handed over and whispered, "Thank you." "Princess is too polite." Yang Kai responded with a smile. "If possible, your Highness can take this spirit pill now. The extraordinary treasure pill is different from other spirit pills in that it does not need to be taken at the critical juncture of one's breakthrough. On the contrary, the earlier one takes it, the better its effects will be and the more complete the medicinal efficacies will be. On the day your Highness ascends to the Emperor realm, the extraordinary treasure pill's effects will be maximized. Then, I'll take it now," Lan Sun said, stuffed the extraordinary treasure pill into her mouth, and swallowed it. Asterisk gudong. Asterisk the sound did not come from Lan Sun, but from the onlookers below. Watching Lan Sun swallow this spirit pill, they couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Your Highness' talent is peerless, and with this spirit pill, becoming an emperor is just around the corner. This young wishes Your Highness here the best of luck and hopes Your Highness will soon reach the emperor realm. Thank you for your auspicious words. Lan Sun smiled lightly. Are you done with your flattery? Wu Chang suddenly interrupted the conversation between the two with a disgruntled look and stared coldly at Yang Kai. I think I understand what you want to do. Oh. Yang Kai raised his brow and looked at Wu Chang. If Brother Wu Chang has guessed it, why don't you tell me? Humph. Wu Chang coldly snorted and said, The extraordinary treasure pill has been refined, and you are proficient in the Tao of space, so you can leave this place at any time, but instead of leaving, you stay here and talk endlessly, deliberately taking out the extraordinary treasure pill to tempt everyone. What you want is nothing more than to use the extraordinary treasure pill to exchange for something from the people here. After a pause, he continued, You are a smart person. You know that even if you leave the Four Seasons realm with the extraordinary treasure pill, you may not be able to protect yourself. Because as long as the cultivator here brings the news out, the people from the Emperor realm outside the exit will not let you leave easily. They won't go as far as to bully the weak and rob you, but they will definitely ask you to hand over the extraordinary treasure pill and then give you some compensation. However, instead of passively accepting compensation from others, it is better to take the initiative and try to obtain the greatest benefits. He finally concluded. Am I right? Yang Kai stared at Wu Chang in amazement, seemingly dumbfounded. After a while, he clapped his hands and praised, I really didn't expect Brother Wu Chang to be such a clever person. His words undoubtedly confirmed what Wu Chang had said. In fact, Yang Kai really did think so. The extraordinary treasure pill was indeed extremely precious. If possible, Yang Kai really wanted to take it away and find an opportunity to exchange it for some other precious items that would be useful to him in the future. He believed that no one, no sect, would be willing to refuse the extraordinary treasure pill, not even Star Soul Palace. However, as Wu Chang said, even if he took the extraordinary treasure pill out of the Four Seasons realm, it was absolutely impossible for him to take it away. How could the people from the Emperor realm outside the exit allow him to do so? The most ideal ending was nothing more than for the people from the Emperor realm to divide up his extraordinary treasure pills and then compensate him with some benefits. This was not what Yang Kai wanted to see. His own things should be his own. Even if he suffered a loss, he could not let others interfere. Chapter 2194. So that's what he was planning. Xia Xing showed a look of sudden realization. Before this, he had been puzzled by Yang Kai's self-seeking approach. But now it seemed that Yang Kai wasn't looking for trouble at all. He had clearly planned this all along, so he stood up to refine the extraordinary treasure pill and then took it all for himself, using it as a bargaining chip to exchange for something with everyone else. All of this was part of his plan, and the implementation of this plan required extremely harsh conditions. First, one needed to have great confidence in their own alchemy skills and be able to refine the extraordinary treasure pill. If one didn't have this confidence and failed, how could there be any future developments? Second, one needed to have great confidence in one's own strength. One didn't need to be able to defeat everyone here, as long as one had the ability to escape and survive. And now, it seemed that Yang Kai had obviously fulfilled both requirements, proving that his plan was flawless. He had the ability to refine the extraordinary treasure pill and the ability to escape under the watchful eyes of so many masters. All the initiative was in his hands. On the contrary, those who originally had unrealistic fantasies about the extraordinary treasure pill had been toyed with by Yang Kai. While Yang Kai was concentrating on alchemy, no one would have thought that things would turn out like this, right? If they could predict the future, No one would have waited for Yang Kai to continue with his alchemy and would have already rushed to snatch the extraordinary treasure lotus. This fellow, the things he did, were simply infuriating to both man and God. However, it made people admire his courage and boldness. This kind of action, it was the same as making an enemy of everyone. If one wasn't careful, the result would be eternal damnation. Without courage and boldness, who would do something like this? Considering all this, Xia Sheng's face changed again as he secretly cursed Yang Kai for being so cunning. After he refined the extraordinary treasure pill, he first gave one to Lan Sun, ostensibly because Lan Sun had provided him with a jade blood mushroom. They had an agreement before, but in reality, he probably didn't want to be enemies with Lan Sun, right? After all, Lan Sun's identity was very special, and no one wanted to have any conflict with her. At that time, even if there was no jade blood mushroom, Yang Kai would have thought of another way to get Lan Sun to accept the spirit pill, such as testing the quality and effects of this extraordinary treasure pill. Once Lan Sun took the extraordinary treasure pill, it was impossible for her to embarrass him again. She had to put in a few good words for him if it was within her power. This was equivalent to giving himself a layer of protection. In an instant, the words cunning old fox flashed across Xia Sheng's mind. Enough idle chatter! Wu Chang spoke again, his tone cold. What do you want in exchange? Just state it. What do I want to exchange for? Ha ha ha. Yang Kai laughed, but didn't say anything. That despicable expression and tone made people want to go up and beat him up to vent the anger in their hearts. I'm very curious about another thing. Zhuang Bufan, who had recovered from the aftermath of competing with Yang Kai in Source Qi, stood up with a ruddy complexion, looked at Yang Kai and asked, Brother Yang, that extraordinary treasure pill, how many are left? As soon as this question came out, Xiao Qin couldn't help shouting, and this Xiao was also asking, how many extraordinary treasure pills are left? There was a limit to the total number of spirit pills a furnace could produce, even with the star boundaries alchemy techniques. Even if an emperor-grade alchemist refined a spirit pill, there would only be a maximum of 9 spirit pills, because 9 was the limit. Any more than that was impossible. In other words, that furnace of extraordinary treasure pills could only produce a maximum of 9, and this was the ideal situation. In fact, depending on the grade of an alchemist, the state they were in when refining the pill condensing technique, and the age of the herbs, it was basically impossible for an alchemist to produce 9 spirit pills in a single furnace. No matter how good an alchemist was, it was rare for them to achieve such a perfect state. The grade of extraordinary treasure pills was not low, and Yang Kai's alchemist level was not high, so in any case it was impossible for there to be 9 extraordinary treasure pills in a single furnace. It was very likely that there would only be 4, 3, or even 2 before exchanging with Yang Kai. At the very least, one should inquire about the number of items to be exchanged. This was the most basic principle, but when Yang Kai heard this, he grinned and said, How many are there? Ha ha ha! Zhuang Bufan's face darkened as he stammered, Brother Yang, don't make trouble. I'm asking you a serious question. Yang Kai glanced at him and said, Then I'll count. Many thanks, Brother Yang. Zhuang Bufan nodded. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Yang Kai really opened the alchemy furnace and looked down. The moment he opened the pill furnace, countless divine senses shrouded him from all directions, wanting to see what was inside. But before these people could see clearly, Yang Kai closed the alchemy furnace, glanced around with a displeased expression, and coldly snorted. Originally, telling you how many spirit pills there isn't a big deal. But your sneaky attempts to peep really disgust this Yang. So this Yang has decided. Yang Kai paused for a moment, whetting everyone's appetite. I won't tell you, Yang Kai declared loudly. Bastard. Little brat, you're playing with us. I didn't go peeping. Brother Yang, can you tell me quietly? Yang Kai's pair of cold eyes swept around as he pointed in several directions and said, Those who scolded me just now can scram. No matter how generous your conditions are, I won't exchange the extraordinary treasure pills with you." As soon as these words came out, the faces of several cultivators turned ugly as they hurriedly bowed and begged for mercy. Kai Yang snorted from his nostrils, and under everyone's gaze, he did something that made everyone turn pale with fright. Yang Kai reached into the alchemy furnace, grabbed it, and pulled it out, revealing an extraordinary treasure pill in his hand. This spirit pill was exactly the same as the one he had given to Lan Sun before, seemingly indistinguishable. Then, Yang Kai opened his mouth and threw the extraordinary treasure pill directly into it. Asterisk crunch crunch, asterisk a crisp sound rang out as Yang Kai chewed on the extraordinary treasure pill like he was eating candy. At the same time, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face as he shook his head from side to side. The beauty of this scene was not something that could be described to outsiders. Everyone was shocked, and they were all dumbfounded by what they saw. Asterisk gudong, asterisk after a while, accompanied by the sound of swallowing. Yang Kai breathed a long sigh of relief, patted his belly, and said with a satisfied look, "Comfortable." Only then did he look at the crowd again, the corners of his mouth rising into a subtle arc as he said, "No matter how many extraordinary treasure pills there were before, now that one is gone, there aren't many left. If any of you want an extraordinary treasure pill, please come forward and exchange with this Yang. First come, first served, last come, last come." Yang Kai's demeanor and tone were like that of a street vendor, his tone full of strong provocation and bewitchment. At the end he added, "As for the exchange, let's use what you obtained in the Four Seasons realm. If this Yang takes a fancy to it, he will exchange with you. If not, it's useless to force it. This trade is voluntary, so please do as you please." Oh. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and patted his alchemy furnace, slowly descending from midair and pushing his space principles, forming a special broken world 300 meters around him. Void cracks loomed and lingered around, causing the power of the void to fluctuate erratically. Any cultivator who tried to break into this broken world would inevitably be strangled by the space principles. Of course, one could also forcibly break through like Luo Yuan, but in that case, Yang Kai would definitely escape. With this lesson in mind, no one was interested in attacking Yang Kai again. I'll do it. Damn, let me go first. If any of you dare snatch from me, this father will kill your entire family." "This old lady is a woman you want to squeeze? Who touched my... But if you have the guts to stand up, this old lady promises not to beat you to death." In an instant, the scene became chaotic as everyone swarmed over, pushing and shoving each other, creating a lively scene. On the contrary, those masters who had been famous for a long time and were confident in their status all stood quietly in place, not joining in the fun. It wasn't that they didn't want to exchange extraordinary treasure pills with Yang Kai, but mainly because rushing forward at this time would damage their image too much. However, looking at their expressions, all of them were clearly anxious. After all, they didn't know how many extraordinary treasure pills Yang Kai still had in his hands, let alone what Yang Kai wanted to exchange for. If they were too late, they would be left with nothing. "Come one by one. If anyone dares to break in, don't blame me for showing no mercy," Yang Kai coldly snorted as he sat in the middle of the broken world. As soon as these words fell, a clear gap appeared in the world filled with space principles, allowing one person to pass through at a time. When the cultivator standing at the front saw this situation, his eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. He took the lead and rushed in. After he entered, the gap immediately closed again, blocking the others outside. The hubbub suddenly stopped as everyone stared at the cultivator who was the first to enter, their faces filled with uneasiness. After this person entered the broken world, he looked around and determined that the drifting void cracks around him would not cause him any harm before straightening his clothes and striding towards Yang Kai. When he arrived, he squeezed out a smile on his face, cupped his fists, and introduced himself. "This one is from the Qi province's Chang family. I'm not interested in where you're from or what your name is." Yang Kai rudely interrupted him and said with a blank expression, "Take out your harvest in the Four Seasons realm and let me see if there's anything that will make my eyes light up." "Yes, yes, yes." The man, surnamed Chang, nodded repeatedly, not caring about Yang Kai's rudeness. While speaking, he quickly took out a few items from his space ring and presented them to Yang Kai, then waited nervously without saying a word. Yang Kai glanced at them for a moment before looking up at him and asking, "Is this all you got this time?" Chapter 2195. The man, surnamed Chang, heard this and said, "That's right, it's all here." "Okay, you can pack up your things and go out." Yang Kai waved at him. "Ah." The man, surnamed Chang's expression changed as he exclaimed, "Brother Yang, can you be more careful? Get out." Yang Kai waved his hand again without any explanation, sending out a surge of space force. He directly teleported this person outside and shouted, "Next!" After that person came back to his senses, he found that he was already standing far away from Yang Kai and could not help but feel annoyed. He beat his chest and stomped his feet, secretly hating himself for not taking advantage of this great opportunity, and hating Yang Kai for being so heartless. On the contrary, the others all showed a gloating look at him. Not to mention the reactions of these people, Wu Chang, Xiao Qin, and the others had extremely solemn expressions, because they could tell from the move Yang Kai just showed that Yang Kai's mastery of the Tao of space had reached an incredible level. Not only could he teleport himself, but he could also teleport others away. Of course, the premise was that the other person had to be in the special world he created. But even so, it was enough to shock everyone. Just how did someone from the First Order, Tao, Source Realm cultivate to be able to grasp the mysteries of space to such an extent, with such a divine technique, who in the Tao Source Realm could kill him? Just as everyone's expressions changed, another person passed through the crack and arrived not far in front of Yang Kai. This person was a woman, and it was unknown which sect she came from. She was enchanting and charming. She was also dressed very generously, with large patches of snow-white skin exposed. Her chest rose and fell fiercely, making people dizzy. She walked in front of Yang Kai and smiled charmingly, not in a hurry to take out something to exchange with Yang Kai. Instead, she said sweetly, "Little brother, I didn't have much to gain here. What should I do?" Yang Kai raised his head and glanced at her, a pair of lustful eyes staring at her chest as he grinned meaningfully. "Then what do you want to do?" "I don't know. That's why I asked you," she responded in a coquettish voice as she slowly squatted down, exposing the scenery of her chest even more thoroughly. "Girl, you're trying to seduce me." Yang Kai gulped as he reached out and touched the woman's soft little hand. "Hateful." The woman glared at Yang Kai coquettishly. She was not in a hurry to retract her hand. Instead, she revealed a bashful expression, which made people's hearts flutter and their appetites whet. At the same time, a faint fragrance was emitted from this woman's delicate body. It was very faint, but it seemed to have a magical effect. It was able to make a man's blood boil and cause traces of ripples and endless thoughts to surge out from the depths of his heart. "Shameless." Lan Sun spat in disdain from far away. "Shameless." Murong Xiao Xiao also spat. "What a disgrace." Xia Sheng gritted his teeth, his eyes glowing red as he glared at Yang Kai and said angrily, simply enviable." "Little brother." The woman seemed to want to display some of her unique skills, but as soon as these words left her mouth, her expression changed drastically. She stood up and stared at Yang Kai vigilantly and angrily. What she saw was Yang Kai holding a space ring in his hand. He was releasing his divine sense to investigate its contents. When the woman lowered her head, her pretty face became even uglier because she found that the space ring she was wearing on her hand had disappeared at some point. She didn't know how Yang Kai had taken it off without her noticing. "Sure enough, there's nothing good here," Yang Kai muttered before throwing the space ring to the woman. The woman caught it, her breasts heaving up and down in a spectacular display as she ground her teeth, But that set of underwear is quite unique. It seems there's something mysterious about it. Everyone should find some time to sit down and study it. Yang Kai looked at the woman with a lecherous expression and said with a smile, "Who wants to study it with you? You rogue, scum." The woman's face turned red with anger as she stomped her foot, turned around, and rushed out, under everyone's mocking gazes. She didn't want to stay here a moment longer and flew directly towards the exit. Yang Kai rubbed his nose and muttered to himself, "If you don't want to study it, then forget it. Why are you scolding me?" Yang Kai put on an innocent expression, but soon his expression became serious again, and he shouted, "Next!" Immediately another person rushed in. Time flew by, and soon half an hour passed. Arriving in front of Yang Kai, there were already more than 30 cultivators who wanted to exchange extraordinary treasure pills with him. But until now, no one had achieved what they wanted. Originally, everyone was worried that they would be disappointed if they arrived too late. But now it seemed that there was no need to worry about this at all because what Yang Kai needed was definitely extremely rare. Otherwise, at least one of the 30 or so cultivators would have been able to meet his requirements. After realizing this, the remaining cultivators were no longer in a hurry. Instead, they were secretly calculating what they should take out to satisfy Yang Kai's appetite in exchange for extraordinary treasure pills. Although Yang Kai had said before that he wanted everyone to exchange their gains from the Four Seasons realm, everyone present was a Dao Source realm cultivator. So which one of them didn't have good things in their space rings? As for where those things came from, Yang Kai couldn't tell. As such, the later cultivators not only took out all their gains from the Four Seasons realm, but also selectively took out precious items from their space rings, hoping to catch Yang Kai's eye. The value of these items was not low, and some of them even made Yang Kai's eyes light up, but he still resisted the urge to exchange for them. Because there were not many extraordinary treasure pills, he had to exchange them for what he needed the most. The tribulation fruit. What he needed the most was this. Since he made up his mind to take the extraordinary treasure pills for himself, Yang Kai was ready to exchange them for the tribulation fruit. Otherwise, he would not have made such a strange request, asking everyone to exchange their gains from the Four Seasons realm with him. Previously, in the Winter Territory, although he had found the tribulation fruit tree, someone had already taken the spirit fruit. Now, all the cultivators who entered the Four Seasons realm were basically gathered here. So if there were no accidents, the tribulation fruit must be in the hands of someone here. In order to exchange for the extraordinary treasure pills in Yang Kai's hands, it was absolutely impossible for that person to keep it for themselves. In other words, the tribulation fruit would appear in front of Yang Kai sooner or later. So all he needed to do was wait patiently. "Big brother, take a look at these things and see if there's anything you want." Just as Yang Kai was contemplating, a woman walked up to him, stood in front of him, and then took out some things from her space ring and placed them in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded after hearing this, his eyes moving over these things. He had done this kind of thing many times before, and it had always ended in disappointment, but this time, HM? Yang Kai raised his brow and stared straight at one of the things, his heart throbbing. This thing was not the tribulation fruit, but something else that he cared about very much. After seeing this thing, one of his previous speculations seemed to have come true. Yang Kai was surprised in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face, quickly turning his eyes away and beginning to examine the other things the woman took out. There were more than a dozen spirit herbs. Although rare, they weren't too rare. There were 7 or 8 monster cores, all of good quality, but not very high grade. There was also a red stone that had an ordinary surface, but if one used their divine sense to examine it, they would be able to feel the heat it contained. Yang Kai immediately had an idea, looked at the red stone, and exclaimed, "Fire spirit stone!" The woman was startled and involuntarily stepped back a few steps before stabilizing herself and looking at Yang Kai excitedly. "Do you need this thing?" She had originally come here with a tentative mentality to exchange with Yang Kai and didn't have high expectations. After all, before her, more than 30 people had come here in high spirits, only to return in disappointment. Before she knew what Yang Kai needed, the initiative of this exchange was completely in Yang Kai's hands. Whether others could obtain an extraordinary treasure pill or not would depend on their luck. But what she hadn't expected was that Yang Kai would show great interest in the stone she took out, giving her a glimmer of hope for an exchange. If that was the case, she had a chance to obtain an extraordinary treasure pill. On the other side, the onlooker's cultivator couldn't help looking shocked. After all, it was only now that Yang Kai showed such an expression. The people who had gone in to exchange with him before had only seen disappointment and impatience in front of him. For a time, everyone was curious, wanting to see what this woman had taken out that could arouse Yang Kai's interest. But they couldn't see. Under the influence of space principles, the shattered world was filled with a large number of void cracks, and anyone who tried to pour their divine sense into it would be swallowed up by these void cracks and disappear. Yang Kai looked up at the woman and found that she was sweet and cute, with a round face and a petite figure. She was quite attractive, but her cultivation wasn't high, only a second-order Tao source realm, so Yang Kai didn't know which sect she came from. Perhaps it was because Yang Kai had done very bad things to another woman before, making lewd remarks, so when this round-faced woman saw Yang Kai looking at her at this moment, she couldn't help feeling a little nervous and wary. She hurriedly said, "I accidentally picked this up in the territory of the Summer family. This is a good thing." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. "I am indeed interested." "Really?" The round-faced woman showed a look of surprise. "Then can we?" "No." Yang Kai shook his head. "Ah." The round-faced woman immediately showed a disappointed expression. "Yang Kai, enough is enough." For some reason, Luo Yuan suddenly shouted from outside, seemingly very dissatisfied with Yang Kai. "What are you shouting for?" Yang Kai rolled his eyes. "It's none of your business." Chapter 2196. After scolding Luo Yuan, Yang Kai turned back to the round-faced woman and asked seriously, "You know what an extraordinary treasure pill does, right?" The woman nodded and said, "I know." "Then I think you understand how precious it is." The woman nodded again. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Then do you think a trivial piece of fire spirit stone can be exchanged for an extraordinary treasure pill?" An awkward expression appeared on the woman's face as she pursed her red lips and whispered honestly, "I can't." "That's right. The value of the two is not on the same level at all. Although I am somewhat interested in your fire spirit stone. This is obviously a losing trade." Yang Kai chattered for a while before finally shrugging. "Even a fool wouldn't do such a thing, right?" "Then do you want anything else?" "I can give you something else," the round-faced woman hurriedly said. She wasn't an idiot and naturally understood the meaning behind Yang Kai's words. Yang Kai had only said that such an exchange would be a loss, but he didn't say it was impossible. She immediately understood that Yang Kai wanted to exchange for more items, so she grit her teeth and said, "I can give you all of these things." "Oh." Yang Kai raised his brow and showed a hesitant look, as if he was considering something. In all fairness, the value of the things this round-faced woman took out was not low, but it was still a bit difficult to exchange them for an extraordinary treasure pill. However, if the thing Yang Kai was interested in had the effect he guessed, that thing alone was enough to exchange for an extraordinary treasure pill. Is this still not enough? The woman seemed to be very eager to obtain an extraordinary treasure pill, but seeing Yang Kai show a hesitant look, she couldn't help asking. Seeing this, she couldn't help feeling uneasy. "If Miss can compensate me with some source crystals, then this transaction." Before Yang Kai could finish speaking, the round-faced woman reached out and touched her space ring. The next moment, a large pile of source crystals appeared in front of Yang Kai, piling up into a small hill. Roughly counting, there were at least a few 100,000 source crystals. "These are all the source crystals I have. I didn't leave a single piece behind," the woman said. "All right." Seeing this scene, Yang Kai immediately smiled and said, Since young lady is so sincere, I'll exchange it for an extraordinary treasure pill." "Really?" The woman's voice trembled, and she almost cried tears of joy. She looked at Yan Kai with gratitude and surprise, as if she couldn't believe that happiness had come so suddenly. After all, so many people had failed before her, but she had succeeded in making the deal. Moreover, she did not have much hope before. This was truly an unexpected surprise. She was simply unable to control herself, and she couldn't help but cover her red lips with her small hand. Yan Kai had already reached into his alchemy furnace, took out an extraordinary treasure pill, and handed it to the woman. "If I say we'll exchange, naturally we'll exchange. Why would I lie to you?" Only then did the woman stretch out her small hands. Trembling, she took the round white spirit pill and held it in her palm, as if she was afraid it would melt, carefully examining it in front of her eyes. Yan Kai began to tidy up the various things and source crystals the woman had taken out, stuffing them all into his space ring. When he picked up a yellow bead, he quietly poured his source chi and divine sense into it, but found that it did not respond at all. Immediately, Yan Kai was overjoyed and quietly put away the bead. At the same time, the surrounding cultivator was in an uproar. Almost everyone's eyes were burning as they stared at the round-faced woman's back. Although they did not see what this woman had taken out to make a deal with Yan Kai, everyone saw that she had obtained an extraordinary treasure pill. They did not dare to have any ideas about the extraordinary treasure pills in Yan Kai's hands. But this woman was only a second-order Tao Source Realm cultivator, so she naturally became a target for those with ulterior motives. At this time, Yan Kai had also finished tidying up. He glanced around at the surrounding cultivator before glancing at the round-faced woman and suddenly sighing, "Young lady!" And, "Does this big brother have any other instructions?" The round-faced woman seemed to have just recovered from her joy and asked in amazement, "I just want to tell you one thing." Yan Kai smiled lightly. "What is it?" "An ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin," Yan Kai said sternly. The woman was stunned for a moment, but soon understood and looked at Yan Kai gratefully. "Many thanks for the reminder." Yan Kai nodded and said, "Since you understand, I advise you to take this extraordinary treasure pill now. As I said before, this extraordinary treasure pill has a wonderful effect and does not need to be taken at a critical moment to break through. On the contrary, the earlier you take it, the better its effect. You are only a second-order Tao Source Realm cultivator now, so this is the best time to take it. If young lady is not worried, this yang can stand guard for you for a while. It won't delay anything." "No need, no need." The round-faced woman quickly waved her hand and muttered, "This extraordinary treasure pill! I have other uses for it." A strange light flashed across Yan Kai's eyes as he nodded lightly. "Then please, young lady, thank you for being willing to exchange this spirit pill with me. And you are a good man." The round-faced woman smiled sweetly at Yan Kai before turning around and walking out. Looking at her back, Yan Kai wore a helpless expression. He had already said what he needed to say, but the other party did not appreciate his kindness and instead insisted on taking the extraordinary treasure pill away, which would obviously cause some trouble. In fact, the best way was to directly take the extraordinary treasure pill after exchanging for it, so that others wouldn't try to snatch it away. Or, if one had the ability of Wu Chang, Shao Qin, then no one would dare to have any ideas about them. Yan Kai seemed to have a premonition that this round-faced woman's future was bleak, just as he had expected, before this woman had even walked out of the shattered world he had created. Some cultivators had already set their eyes on her with ill intentions. Although it was disgraceful to bully the weak in front of so many people, this matter was related to the extraordinary treasure pill and the hope of ascending to the Emperor realm in the future. So these heavens' prides from the various great sects and families temporarily put aside their pride and were prepared to attack this round-faced woman as soon as she came out. The round-faced woman also seemed to realize something, and her petite body suddenly filled with a kind of courage that seemed to be unafraid of death. With a flick of her hand, a ribbon-like artifact wrapped around her arm as she walked forward and shouted, "Brother, senior sister, little sister doesn't want to fight with you. If it's convenient, please make way. Many thanks." Her words were sincere, and her demeanor was awe-inspiring. There were indeed a few people who felt moved and showed sympathetic expressions, but most of them remained indifferent and continued to stare at her coldly. In the time it took for her to say these words, she had already walked out of the area covered by Yonkai's space principles. In an instant, loud shouts rang out one after another. "Hand over the extraordinary treasure pill. Hand over the spirit pill, and we'll spare your life. Little girl, cooperate with me obediently and you'll suffer less. Otherwise, don't blame me for showing no mercy." Accompanied by these voices, at least a dozen cultivators rushed towards the round-faced woman in an instant. The moment these people moved, they summoned their artifacts and secret techniques and blasted them in all directions, intending to stop the others from advancing while they themselves approached the round-faced woman at an extremely fast speed. A trace of panic flashed across the round-faced woman's pretty face, but at the critical moment, she pushed her source chi fiercely, and the ribbons on her arm shook, condensing a 5-colored halo that wrapped around her body and transformed into a streak of light that shot out. She obviously didn't intend to fight with these people and just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. This was the best course of action, but she was obviously too naive. With so many people attacking her, how could she resist? Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk after a series of muffled bangs, the round-faced woman's figure was directly revealed, and with a short groan, her petite body fell to the ground like a meteor. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen streams of light chased after her, all of them showing greedy and excited looks on their faces. The round-faced woman suddenly showed a look of despair. A moment later, she fell to the ground, and although she wasn't seriously injured, she obviously wasn't in a good condition. After struggling a few times, she finally stood up, but it was already too late. A few guys with fast movements had already closed in on her. The fastest one among them was holding a sharp sword, which he ruthlessly slashed towards her right hand. This person's attack was extremely ruthless, without the slightest bit of mercy, as if he wanted to directly cut off the round-faced woman's hand that was holding the spirit pill. At the critical moment, the woman screamed as her face turned pale. With her second-order Tao Source Realm cultivation, it was impossible for her to avoid this killer move, so losing an arm was inevitable. On the other hand, the person who attacked just now had a cruel grin on his face, as if he could already see the scene of him obtaining the extraordinary treasure pill. As long as he could obtain the extraordinary treasure pill, he would eat it immediately, cutting off any hope of others snatching it away. Yonkai's face was gloomy as he secretly pushed his space force, preparing to help the woman at the critical moment. But right at this moment, a figure appeared like a ghost before the round-faced woman. That figure was extremely heroic, and it was like a tall mountain that withstood all the violent storms that assaulted it, causing the round-faced woman who was hiding behind it to feel an unprecedented sense of ease and comfort. It was like a harbor that protected her. Yonkai raised his brow as he looked at this figure with a look of surprise. He hadn't expected that at this critical moment, this person would actually take action. Could it be he was also eyeing the extraordinary treasure pill? Just as this thought flashed across Yonkai's mind, this person suddenly stretched out his hand. His movements were not fast, but they gave off a very strange feeling. The face of the cultivator holding the sword that was slashing towards the round-faced woman changed greatly, giving birth to the illusion that he was shrouded in death. He wanted to avoid this big hand, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't succeed. From the perspective of others, it was as if he was the one slamming into this big hand. Chapter 2197. After a short while, the big hand directly grabbed the neck of the sword-wielding cultivator, And under this man's horrified gaze, the owner of the big hand grinned fiercely as he exerted force with his fingers, causing a tsunami-like source chi fluctuation to surge out, rolling up a tide of death. Asterisk kacha! Asterisk with a crisp sound. The neck of the sword-wielding cultivator was directly crushed, and his head drooped softly. Asterisk C. Asterisk a series of gasps rang out as all the cultivators who were rushing towards the round-faced woman stopped in their tracks, staring at the owner of the giant hand in horror, their faces filled with shock. All of them were Tao Source Realm cultivators, but the owner of this big hand had just stretched out his hand and squeezed, ending the life of one of them. This kind of brutal and violent method of killing, coupled with absolute strength, was naturally shocking. Luo Yuan! Someone shouted loudly. If Luo Yuan from the octagonal door was not famous before, then after this experience in the Four Seasons realm, his reputation and prestige were enough to stand side by side with the heavens' prides of other top sects. And he indeed had the strength and capital to back it up. To a certain extent, Luo Yuan and Wu Chong were the same kind of people, both cruel and violent, both of whom no one wanted to provoke. At this moment, seeing that it was Luo Yuan who stood in front of the round-faced woman and killed one of them as an example to others, how could the remaining cultivators dare to act rashly? The extraordinary treasure pill was precious, but one needed to be alive to enjoy it. Luo Yuan, you also want to snatch the extraordinary treasure pill? This was the question that almost everyone had in their hearts. If that was really the case, then... If this was true, then Luo Yuan would be the biggest enemy of these people. If they couldn't deal with Luo Yuan, they wouldn't be able to snatch the extraordinary treasure pill. This was also very likely. The extraordinary treasure pill was so precious that anyone would covet it, so it was reasonable for Luo Yuan to try to snatch it. Xiao, Chen, Wu Chong, Xia Shang, and the others did not make a move because they were concerned about the face of their sex and also because they disdained to do so. But Luo Yuan was different. The octagonal door he came from was not a great sect, so he did not have such scruples. He himself was not famous before, so it could be said that he could do whatever he wanted without any scruples. For a moment, everyone's expression turned gloomy as they cursed inwardly. However, the development of the situation shocked everyone. Luo, brother Luo. A weak voice sounded from behind Luo Yuan, belonging to the round-faced woman who was still in shock. Brother? Could it be? No way. At this moment, the cultivator who had attacked the round-faced woman earlier were all sweating profusely. Their faces were pale, and a few of the more timid ones were even trembling. From the way the round-faced woman addressed Luo Yuan, everyone vaguely realized that these two seemed to be from the same sect. In other words, the round-faced woman was also a disciple of the octagonal door, bullying his junior sister in front of Luo Yuan. How could this matter be left at that? But in this way, everyone suddenly understood why Luo Yuan had taken action at the critical moment. Not only had he taken action, but he had also ruthlessly killed one of them. For a time, the faces of the dozen or so cultivator turned ugly as they looked at each other, feeling uneasy. Brother Luo, this one did not know that this girl was from the same sect as you. If this one has offended you, please forgive us. One of them squeezed out a smile. He cupped his fists and said to Luo Yuan, Brother Luo, this is a misunderstanding, a big misunderstanding. Yes, if we had known that this girl was related to Brother Luo, we would not have dared to attack her. The group of people began to clamor, fearing that Luo Yuan would settle accounts with them later. Luo Yuan's eyes swept across the crowd coldly as he shouted, Scram! A bunch of trash! Although these words were not pleasing, everyone felt as if they had been granted amnesty and hurriedly fled in dejection. Brother Luo. On the contrary, the round-faced woman did not show the slightest joy after being rescued. Instead, she stared at Luo Yuan's back uneasily and called out softly, Didn't I say so? Luo Yuan turned around and looked at her coldly. After entering the Four Seasons realm, I am me, and you are you. Don't make trouble for me, did you forget? No, no. The round-faced woman waved her hand quickly, as if she wanted to explain something. But when she met Luo Yuan's emotionless eyes, she could not help lowering her head and biting her red lips. I'm sorry. If there's a next time, you're on your own. Luo Yuan coldly snorted. I know. The round-faced woman still lowered her head, her small hands wringing the corners of her clothes, like a child who had done something wrong. Humph, you're on your own. Luo Yuan coldly snorted and turned to leave. Wait. The round-faced woman quickly reached out and grabbed Luo Yuan's clothes. What else do you want? Luo Yuan frowned and shouted impatiently. This is for you. The round-faced woman raised her head, squeezed out a smile on her face, and handed the extraordinary treasure pill she had exchanged with Yang Kai to Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan's expression froze in an instant as he stared blankly at the round-faced woman. As a gentle breeze blew, the crowd on the top of the mountain fell silent. So it's a gift. Yang Kai looked at this scene and muttered in his heart, and it's a gift to Luo Yuan. When the woman exchanged the extraordinary treasure pill from him earlier, she said that she had other uses for it. Yang Kai did not know what she wanted to do at that time, but now it seemed that everything was clear. She had not exchanged the extraordinary treasure pill for herself, but for Luo Yuan. Moreover, from beginning to end, she had never expressed such an intention. Even when she was besieged by many people, she did not ask Luo Yuan for help, but after she was safe, she was willing to hand over the spirit pill, which all Dao Source realm masters coveted, directly to Luo Yuan without any reluctance or attachment. She looked at Luo Yuan with a soft gaze, her beautiful eyes filled with deep and clear love and worship. Her expression and demeanor told everyone that for Luo Yuan, she was willing to give up everything. What was an extraordinary treasure pill worth? At this moment, this round-faced woman seemed to burst into a dazzling light, one so dazzling that Luo Yuan could not open his eyes, causing the corners of his eyes to twitch constantly, making it impossible for him to look straight ahead. Ah, another lost woman who is unable to extricate herself from the web of love. Who can save her? Xia Sheng lamented. Murong Xiao Xiao, who was standing next to him, was already moved. Her beautiful eyes filled with tears, but it was impossible to tell what she was thinking. Humph, there is nothing to worry about in this world. Xiao Bai muttered coldly. Big brother. Murong Xiao glared at him. Huh. On the other side, Lan Sun also seemed to feel something and pursed her lips into a smile. I really didn't expect someone like Luo Yuan would have so many admirers. She must have used some kind of disgraceful means. Xiao Chun said sourly as he looked at the round-faced woman regretfully. It's a pity that she fell in love with someone like Luo Yuan. This woman must be blind. What's wrong? Lan Sun turned her head and glanced at him. According to what you're saying, it's good that she fell in love with you. That's not what I meant, Your Highness, don't you understand? Xiao Chen quickly looked at Lan Sun tenderly and solemnly said, If I can get the extraordinary treasure pill, I will definitely. I've already taken one. Lan Sun didn't wait for him to finish his cheap talk and interrupted him impatiently. Xiao Chen said awkwardly, I just wanted to express that. What do you mean? Under everyone's gaze, after a long silence, Luo Yuan shouted coldly. No, nothing. The round-faced woman didn't know why Luo Yuan looked angry and couldn't help panicking as she tried to explain. I just want to give this extraordinary treasure pill. Give it to me? Luo Yuan sneered. The round-faced woman nodded heavily. Ridiculous. Luo Yuan didn't show any gratitude at all and instead laughed. What? Do you think that by giving me an extraordinary treasure pill here, you can restrain me? Saying so, his face suddenly became stern as he shouted. Remember, I, Luo Yuan, will not be restrained by anything or anyone. Not you. Not the octagonal door, not anyone. I, Luo Yuan, will stand at the peak of this world, rule the world, and show disdain for all heroes. That's not what I think. The round-faced woman was so anxious that tears began to well up in her eyes as she hurriedly said, There's no need to explain anything. I won't accept this extraordinary treasure pill. Even without this spirit pill, with my aptitude, I am more than enough to break through to the Emperor realm. Luo Yuan coldly snorted. You'd better not have any crooked ideas, otherwise don't blame me for not considering our friendship. Hearing this, the round-faced woman finally burst into tears. Although she was silent, 2 lines of tears flowed down her cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace. Her beautiful eyes filled with innocence and heartache. Bastard! Xia Sheng saw this and couldn't help cursing. The approach of this round-faced woman was simply tragic. After all, as a Dao Source realm cultivator, the extraordinary treasure pill had a huge effect on her. If she took it here, her chances of breaking through to the Emperor realm in the future would definitely be greatly increased. This was a major event related to her future. However, she didn't think about taking it herself and instead wanted to give it to Luo Yuan directly after exchanging for the extraordinary treasure pill. Even before this, in order not to cause trouble for Luo Yuan. Even if she was in danger, she didn't call for help, putting herself in the other party's shoes like this. This woman's love for Luo Yuan was obvious. If it were an ordinary man, they would have already been moved to tears at this moment. Even if they were a block of wood, they would still be moved. However, Luo Yuan only had a fierce and nasty attitude, which naturally made Xia Sheng extremely dissatisfied. Even if Luo Yuan didn't want the extraordinary treasure pill, there was no need for him to speak so decisively. Scum! Murong Xiao cast a contemptuous look at Luo Yuan without hesitation. This plot is really full of ups and downs. Xiao Chun smiled slightly, seemingly taking pleasure in Luo Yuan's misfortune.